And when you got people sitting in
Yeah.
tests, right, that have never even touched anything and give it right back to them, and they tell me that it's positive and stuff like that, nonsense. So how are they even giving you any of these results on it? Because it's all bullcrap. To
No,
me,
yeah.
and
The
this is why I
test
can't talk
strips.
about it too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the test strips are bullshit. Even the blood work is bullshit. It's really,
Right.
I don't know if there's any real tests that they have
And that's the key
unless they've
right there. So
isolated it.
all this is lies then. Sorry, all of it from the beginning and all the numbers and every single thing that you know about what it could be is lies and not you, but the people, what they told them. Because in reality, if those test strips that they used on everybody are faulty and bullshit, then it's done. It should be. That we've been lied to
No, yeah.
on a grand
No, yeah.
scale. Sorry, hon, I get passionate about this stuff because this was one of the things like number one that I went and out there and wanted to talk to people about, I was fighting this, I was angry.
I
Yeah,
I stopped researching it. You know what I mean? So I don't even
I
I'm not
feel you.
haven't been keeping up with it. But I do believe in diseases. I do believe in parasites and bacteria and viruses.
Yeah,
Some
yeah.
people
Me
don't. I
too, honey.
found them. And I believe in DNA. I believe the DNA helix exists. Some people say, "Oh, even DNA helix is bullshit." Like it depends on who you ask. What school of thought you come from. Germ theory, terrain theory. I believe in germs. I believe that they're contagious. You can contract a disease from somebody. There are germs out there.
I do too, sweetheart, because I have a
You
very
know what I'm
weak
saying?
immune system, and I've always told my nieces if when they're sick, please don't come around me because it's a proven fact. If you come near me and you're sick because of my immune system, I'm going to get sick. It just transfers to me. That's something that you can pass on to someone that's contagious.
Some people say there's no such thing as viruses. They're all parasites. Maybe they're right. But
I mean, it could be a parasite that was in somebody. How is that being contained? Well, I guess whatever happens to them somehow puts it on me. No, I believe in bacteria. I believe in certain things that cause colds and all the things that we call colds, right, that exist. I've seen people get sick. But necessarily, do I know that it doesn't start from some original flu shot every year? I don't know. And then again, they're spreading it out. Maybe all that stuff is for me. I'm throwing up in the clouds. Don't know.
hmm.
But I've grown up since we were kids. It's been this way. People get sick. You know what I mean? You catch colds, and it could be that you're not in a good environment, a bacteria, whatever. And then when you get sick, you pass it on. You can to other people. And there's others out here that don't believe that can be passed upon.
Or
That your
mold
body's
too.
just sick and weak. You know?
Black mold. Like there's molds that are very toxic to the human
Yes.
body. You can contract that, and you can get fungal overgrowths in your intestines, fungal overgrowths in your mouth, and you know what I mean? Like, there's all kinds of stuff that make people sick. To ignore it and act like it doesn't exist, I think it's a disservice to humanity.
I agree with you on there. And there are people that will fight you on that pretty strong, and I've had them come at me. But go by your own experiences, I say to people. That's the most important. I'm not saying don't take other people's stuff on board. We should. Um, but what have you experienced matters. The problem is people say they were experiencing this because they were told they were. And were told these things were happening, and people took it on as their own experience. In my state, in my town, and this and that and that. And it's like Chinese whispers. And it works well. Just like the sheriff I just spoke to recently, ex-sheriff, and now works for an insurance company. He said it too. This whole thing was for a design, literally for control, and to see where they were at, and to show the people that they have it. And they do, guys. Hook, line, and sinker. I know a lot of people say that no, there's no way this will happen again. They're not again. We will stand up. I call bullshit. So many complied without even questioning. And even our sheriff said, "Why did you comply to us?" Because you guys were making us sick. People follow orders. People are very selfish. Hope. Again, we understanding authority out here, and they say a lot of shit. Real quick, shout out to Derek in the chat. Hope you're having a good day, sweetheart. Did somebody fall asleep? Snacks. Is that you, Mink? I can't see who's muted. Come on, phone. You're lagging.
Some of that. Call it a night, guys. Good night.
Oh, sweetie pie. Hope you get some rest, honey. Have a good night. Good. God knows I would not want to be left on the stream snoring or asleep, so. God bless you, Godric.
What happened? What happened?
Do what? Did I miss him?
Wait,
Do
what?
what now?
Are you still fucked in the head?
It's not very polite, Jazzy.
I'm just messing.
All right, it was just a lot of silence. I was just curious as to what was going on.
It's all good.
I was doing the same thing. I was thinking about leaving and coming back, but I'm like, nah, we're just being quiet right now. What's wrong with being quiet? What if we're not?
Exactly.
Fucking brain takes over. Like Jazz has said, you get all paranoid.
No, I never said that as such.
I know. Never.
Anyway, I've got to go anyway. You guys are still here, but I'm still sticking around listening, so. Yeah.
Well, I thought you said you were leaving you to go.
Yeah.
But you're sticking around listening to silence.
Yeah, to gotta go. You know, I still.
Bye, Jazz.
Secret
I
language?
still. Yeah.
You gotta go to the gate, to the gate, to the gate, to the gate, to the gate.
Yeah. Gets to get to go. Going back to the highlands of Switzerland, and it's to gets to go. But anywho, we'll leave you to it.
All right, you paranoid, dizzy whirly bird. Get out of here.
Yeah, okay, you crazy motherfucker. We'll leave you to it.
Bye, Jazz.
See you, Stacey. Love you.
Love you too, sweetheart.
Still here. Hey? It's just incognito.
I think he's gonna listen for a while, but he's in other words saying he needs to quit talking.
Oh. You won't hear me talking about him right now. To his face. Behind his back. Right to him.
Yeah.
Oh.
A lot of people don't. First of all, I can't say that. A lot of people may give Jazz a shit, and I do too. But he's a good one. He's still a good nice guy. Maybe he did this to me. I don't know. He's fun.
Yeah. You have to give him shit, or else he'll be sad.
Right? Why would we want Jazz to sad? No way. Then we had to do bullshit, right, Jazz? I would constantly just give it a shit.
If you're not giving
Make you
him
happy.
enough bullshit, he's definitely gonna be like, "Wait, you might be a paranoid," and then you'll have to give him bullshit about it and be like, "Oh, thank goodness, somebody giving me shit." Stacy, what's going on here?
I'm getting myself together. It's almost that time again, 7:30. We're going to see the sunrise or sun coming into view or whatever you want to call it.
You going working? No, you're out. You're out seeing the sun. Okay, cool. That's
Yeah,
good
I'll
too.
be out there exercising my knees some at first, stretching, doing all my normal stuff, and then music is playing the whole time, and then I'll eventually start dancing around, and then I'm done.
All right.
Coming in about 45 minutes after that to an hour, depending. Sometimes I'm out there for hours if people are out and about and they're saying good morning and all that. Yeah. But it's a ritual, almost not a ritual, but everywhere I go, I do this. I'm up in the early morning, 4 o'clock in the morning or so, 3 o'clock usually, and then I wait for the sunrise.
All right. That sounds cool.
Especially about the sun, for real. Gives you energy. It's a good start to be positive of your day.
I'm crazy about all my lights and energies and stuff that I have devices. The sun is low tech. Can't turn it on at night. No,
No.
It's all that stuff's very healing. I think.
It is.
It's just not enough for me.
I don't always get the sunset, but I always try to at least get in the morning and have that to start my first day. And this is why I hated doing a job that was second or third shift, because you usually are missing that opportunity.
Oh yeah, you're out of your biorhythm.
hmm And then when you go to see the sun, you're basically going into your job and in your work. So you're inside a building. There's no natural, light or anything on you.
Ooh.
Good out there in the sun. It always makes me feel great. I know some people get supposed to get sun cancer or whatever, so there's stuff like my aunt's got exposed in her toes or whatnot. That sounds that nothing but help me. Just gotta be careful how long you're staying at. Go out there and burn yourself all the time and shit. I would recommend that. But a healthy amount, getting a little color every day is a good thing. I feel like it did wonders for my physical body and the pain. Wow, I'm telling you. Heat.
Yeah.
hmm
Mm-hmm.
But winter's coming, which I hate because I usually in the summer will in a hoodie and like I'm fully dressed, it's actually in warm clothes because I'm anemic, but I'll go out here in like 98-degree weather and I'll dance for an hour or two straight, you know what I mean? And you're sweating. I mean, you're soaking, my hair is soaking wet, but it's the best I felt. And if you replenish that with water and good stuff in your body, you do pretty good, man. You need to be physical. Body in motion stays in motion. I've learned that very well and I've seen it.
Yeah, I've sweat enough. I'm good. I'm good now.
That's next. I don't know if you know my full story. I've been around for a while, but when my brother was on here going through him had brain cancer, he literally was paralyzed afterwards and blind. But he was worried that he's never going to use his legs again because they kept telling him, because he couldn't move me though, that it was like you got to hurry up, move this, or you're not going to be able to. I was like, stop it. You need to focus, and if you want to get home to your dogs, you need to stay here every second and think about your legs moving until they do, and believe they're going to move. And keep trying with your brain so then it will control your legs. And within 3 days, that man was walking. Just kept putting a picture of dogs in front of his face and everything he wanted and thrived for. You want to go home? Let's do it. You got to walk out of here, though, with me, because they're not going to let you leave until you can walk. Yeah. 3 days. That's all it took. He wasn't doing it the best, but he was moving. With a walker. Standing up. It's a huge, massive improvement. Mind over matter. God, I still don't understand it fully. I think we have way more powers. I mean, seriously, powers that we can use with our mind than we can even understand. Because that's probably the most hidden information that they've kept from us. And energy and frequencies and all these things, I think, are very important. We could be using it for our advantage, and somehow they're using it against us. You know what I mean? On a daily basis.
Yo, sorry, Smurf. I didn't mean to like shoo you out of here. I was just like kind of butting in like I do. I do that. Yeah, just gonna keep it mixing. Otherwise, one person talks for too long, and nobody wants that, especially me. That's why thrive on saying things that are highly interruptible. Yep. Go ahead and
Same
write
here.
that stuff down. Oh, there you go. Okay, see? That's how
Same
it
here.
goes.
See? I'm going to cut you off right now, just so I can prove it.
Everything I say is just like a troll for somebody else to say something more important. Yeah. That's my game.
I like that one. You trigger people then.
If you trigger people to talking about something more important than you are, then you automatically have something to listen to. So
You do.
that's my big secret.
The problem is you're triggering someone like yourself, like me. We're not
I'm
getting
just
anywhere.
self-triggering. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Stacy, I sent you weird messages about RF frequency stuff. I don't know if you saw them.
Did you?
I was like so wowed by it. I'm like, I thought it was like kind of a gimmicky thing, but it's like it does it does a number of things actually. Like you can do different types of PT with it.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm supposed to go back to the snacks like a week ago. You're right. I was so busy when you said that, Jimmy. That's right. Thank you for reminding me. Well, I tell you, can't keep up. Not that I have a lot of DMs. I don't. It's just the fact that I can't keep up my own life. Like, what happened? When happened?
Yeah, it's like either she's not interested or she just didn't see it. But either way, yeah, there you go. I know you like to
I
just
received
chat.
something from Beer Man and stuff that I was talking to yesterday about refraction, and then I received some bullshit usually sometimes along the way that's just nods I like literally want to get rid of. And then I'll forget about it sometimes because I'm live because I'm not on here that much. And when I am, I'm usually trying to talk because I don't get much time. You know what I mean? It's usually in the morning. These kind of conversations don't go down too well. Still with my relationship, I'm still working on that. Because it won't change me. That's one of the things I will not do. It's not even about someone being the same mindset completely as me. It's just I've been through enough stuff in my life where I go, this is what I expect. This is my worth. This is what I will or will not happen. You know what I mean? And if not, then it doesn't work.
Well,
And that's just reality. You know what I mean? There's no point in getting all worked up. But the point is, I'm saying I'm going to have those things in my life, whether people want it or not. You know? And I've been out of this community for a bit. So this is all new to someone that you're dating them. Because when you're not doing this, or you kind of got out of the activist stuff for
if
8
you
months
get
and you
like
try to snap back in, it's a weird thing.
a normal person will not really understand what.
No.
Like
Right.
it would take them years to understand, and then they'd be years behind because you'd already be like, yeah, it's weird. It's very like it's like a relativistic time trap. But yeah, I hear you. Difficult to.
Oh yeah.
It's difficult just to
Maneuver.
relate to people who are relating to a number of things that you're like, I don't think I believe that, or maybe that's
Exactly.
bullshit.
Oh yeah.
You don't want to hurt their feelings, their little feelings.
You know,
and
for
stuff
me,
like
it's
that.
the lack of care. My ex is 17 years. Well, 15 actually, was there for 17. Excuse me, but
Dang.
he had no care. It was the fact that I can show you, talk to you about it. You say, yeah, probably, but I don't care, right? Because I have my job, I had this, had that, and I was like over here giving every single thing I have, right? It's passion, care all day long, whatever I can do at that moment. And I don't give as much time now, but I've always seen anyone in my relationships, or even you date that's not on necessarily the same page, or even if they get there, they just don't care. So you have to find someone that gives as much care as you do in this, right? Is as passionate as you, because if not, it could look like you don't care about them. And it's an opposite feeling too. Like it's weird because I don't understand how these people aren't upset, right? Why aren't you triggered? Why aren't you angry about this shit and these lies? But they just want to live life. That's a hard one.
Well,
What's life?
yeah, I mean,
You know?
a lot of this is like it's about you. Well, like you it's real tough to change yourself for someone else if you're not built for that type of thing, which I'm not even sure people should be built to do such a thing. You're not gonna be able to do
Right.
it. But the only real way you can kind of change things is to be like, I want to change for me, and then well, it's manageable. But
Oh
for me, I
yeah,
was
the
like,
internal change. Like if I want to
yeah.
change something that I do all the time in my life, oh that happens. And I mix it up sometimes if I hear myself say I can't do something or I normally don't wear that shirt. Well, damn it, you're wearing it today. Like I try to change things about me and what I want though, but I'm not gonna let someone else's opinion affect that. That has to be something I choose. No one else. But that also comes from codependency and learning I had it. It comes from 15 years of being in a relationship and
Mhm.
understanding that, you know what I
Yeah,
mean,
and
that
that
you
other
change a
person
lot for
doesn't,
someone. No.
right? But that other person doesn't want to recompute who you are just because you think some different things now, because they've
Yeah.
already got whatever decade or whatever, already figured who you are. They already think they know.
It was a hard one with my 15-year relationship because, like I said, I got together at 19 with him. Um, when I got into this stuff, he wasn't really into it. Nope. And in fact, during the whole big pandemic thing, whatever pandemic thing, he fought me on that shit, and we had just separated quite, a couple years before that. And it was like he dogged me for it. How can you do this? But now he's full circle. Like we're not together, we're friends still, and it's amazing. But yeah, it's hard because let me tell you, the damage was there. Things happen when people don't align sometimes on subjects like this, especially when you're in a long relationship and all of a sudden you come to this, right? The other person doesn't agree. Battles back and forth, arguments about it, just because you want to talk about something on here that we talk about, and they don't give two shits about it.
You're only
you
saying this
know?
because you're paranoid.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
You know
So
it's
I went
dicey.
through it. Absolutely. But a lot of us have. Anybody that was, going through this and coming to these conclusions in a relationship that wasn't already in that mindset, both of them, then you're gonna have an uphill battle sometimes. Actually, I just probably guarantee you're going to. But is it worth it? Absolutely. I'm so thankful that regardless of all that, he's at a point like some of the people in my life that have changed their mind. And some of it they did on their own, and some of it they saw from my own stuff. And when it happened to them, they were like, wow, holy shit. And I'm like, don't say I was right. No, I was just looking at it for what it was. Now you're seeing it too. I don't need to be right. So yeah. Good things can happen out of it. You just got to have a lot of energy. But I've learned through all this crap in the last, what, so many years, you shouldn't change who you are unless you want to change that. And it's something you can in the mirror every day, you want to fix within yourself. But other people wanting to change who you are, especially the things that you love, you should never allow that. Absolutely not. And that goes to not even just a relationship as, sexual, friendships, anything. That's a relationship. And you know what? Actually, if I start comparing this, a lot of people will trust the authorities, right? The information that they're given. Just not even question it. But most of the people out here can't even trust their boyfriend or girlfriend. And you think about it on that level, and they just put automatic trust and faith into something that you can't even give to some of the people that you love and adore next to you. Mm. But no questions at all thinking about that. Authority is the way.
Yeah, I guess for me, I'm just like working on trying not to care what other people think, almost like at all, and just like knowing everything, but just being like, oh, it's cool. Like you don't have to know everything too. Like I don't have to like work on you. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm not trying to change who this other person is. This other person. They're supposed to be like how they are. You know what I mean? I don't know. Personal work, I suppose.
Hey, Derek. Sorry, sweetie. I was busy doing stuff in the house, getting ready to go outside for, I usually leave around this time for a little bit. In the chat, by the way, some of us do watch the chat. A lot of us get in our own little conversations, what we're doing on our house too, and forget to look. But no, I can try to answer a question for you, sweetheart. I don't know if you're on Discord either. I don't know if I'd recommend you be on here or not. it's a hard recommendation to give to people. But no, we're here. Thank you. Oh, by the way, happy birthday to your daughter. And I didn't even realize it was Friday the 13th until you told me. So thank you for that too. But happy birthday, Sweetie Pie. And yeah, just go ahead and ask me, Sweetie. If I can answer, I will.
Oh shit! It's Friday 13th. About to be scary ghost story day.
I wouldn't even thought about it until somebody told me. We talked about this. We don't need Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We just need a date.
Exactly.
A number.
Exactly. We don't need this shit. This is old.
It's old.
Yeah, exciting times. We're in some exciting times. Been living through some exciting times, and I'm sure there's more unexpected surprises in the future. Yeah. And then there's that like 1 in 30 million shot where they're like, "Oh yeah, actually it's not a ball. We're the authorities. We're here to tell you that." That'd be that'd be super. I feel like a smart cookie or brownie or roll cake, chocolate. Anyway, it's a lot of time as this shit's been going on here. You know what I mean? I would like to see some kind of conclusion eventually. That'd be cool. Yeah.
You seriously remind me of me so many times. Like you're over here, I'm on mute going chocolate, and this time over here going, pie. It's ridiculous. When we monologue the same sometimes. We just talking crazy.
Yeah, I try not to get too serious. If I get too serious, then I get like it's like too serious, and then people are like, "Man, stop being so serious, bro." So yeah, I think that's really what it is. Just like normalizing after all this stuff, because you could whatever. Maybe there's like a zillion. Maybe you never stop learning all the crazy, mind blowing shit. You know what I mean? Maybe that's possible, but I'm not trying to be there. I'm trying to just like, it's like I've been at the casino of truth. You know what I mean? And I got my winnings. I just want to go home. I just want to go home now.
Me too. It's like the world is
I
a
mean,
stage. I see it. I'm tired of living it. Don't want to be a puppet. But at the same time, there is a beauty, and the world is your stage. And this is about your journey. And that matters. And the world's quite a beautiful, place that we're given. It's gorgeous out here. It's only crap because man allows it to be, and man has created it, or whatever else, higher power that's been here. And I'm not talking about a god of love. I'm talking about the negative energy that's here. Whatever's causing that to, possibly, But it's people that are somehow allowing this to go down. Giving up. I think people have given up.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, to different degrees, like everybody's given up, like on something. Like nobody's like all super hopeful for everything. And I mean, how long could you even keep that up for?
I mean, I sat and talked about this to many people, and I said, there's no end game to this. Like, there's always going to be this power trip. There's always going to be, even if you fix it, someone who comes in again and says, hey, guys, I can offer you this, and for a cheaper price or this, and takes control. You've seen nothing but that. I think it would happen again. So is there an end game to it? I don't even know who's controlling it all. Like well, we could talk about banks and all of that, but above them, I don't know who, because you would never know their name. You would never. If it's so secret, you're not going to know about the secret. I don't know who they are. So how does the game end? You know, we don't necessarily know, but at this moment, it feels like there is some end game. This is a repeating cycle. That makes you lose a little hope, especially as a truther, or what do you want to call yourself? I don't want to call myself even a truther because I don't know a lot. What I realized in the truth is I don't know shit hardly. So.
The end game.
Right.
It's like we're already in the end game, just like in the movie, because we're in the end game now. Tony Stark. We are. All that, we were already there when the first Iron Man came out. Like, all this, this shit was going to go down. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not like they didn't make that series to, like, help, like, tell this story. Narrative is really interesting, you know, like the stories that we tell ourselves, the stories that other people tell themselves, we tell each other, all very interesting stuff. And I thought it was so interesting that there's an author called Ovid, O-V-I-D, and if you put another letter in front of it, it becomes another word, but I won't get into that right now. And I just thought it was so interesting. If you go over the literary techniques that were revealed and discovered by this man, or at least used as examples for other literary students to then go on. One of them was where the story is that people are like, basically have to stay locked up in a place for 15 days while some kind of like illness passes or something like that. And I was like, that's really interesting. That there's a whole narrative structure that was developed by this one guy who has a very strong resemblance to his name, but then his like beloved wife's name was like Corona. That was her name. That was her given name. And I was like, wow, that's so strange that all these coincidences can go on. But anyway, go on. What do you say?
No, they purposely did another one too, right during it, right? When the first person who received supposedly the JAB, was his last name is Shakespeare. Like, they're literally telling you that this is a theater show. They did it then too.
Right. Yeah, and it's like all these other things kind of cued me off too. It's like if you understand like all these narrative devices, then it's like there's a story for everybody. There's a story for everybody to, you know, no matter where the event starts. Like, we know who's going to react how. We know how preppers react. We know how people who are really into, or you know, how people who are in the medical industry might react, or people who are in the defense industry might react. Or, you know, all these things. And there's all these narratives. There's people that are going to be environmentalists. They don't even care about people. You know what I mean? They're more about the animals. So like, yeah, well, so it's about bats and pangolins. You know what I mean? That's what caused this. And like, yeah, this thing's bad. But everybody had a reason to buy in. And there's no accident there. Stay safe. And I'm not paranoid.
The narratives still I don't think the narratives were as bad before media, not necessarily like TV. But they were there, but they weren't pushed so easily. Yeah, there's constant bullcrap being thrown at us on TV. Like, the movies are done. Hollywood is for a reason, right? It feels like it's an operation in itself. Every single thing that they are going to do in the future, they're going to want to throw it at you in a movie, so that when it does happen, you're prepared for that, already programmed for it to happen.
It's magic. It's like Hollywood magic. But like, if we were in the 50s, we're trying to control American society and stuff like that, we'd be like, oh wow, it's amazing. We could just throw a message in this movie, and people will start acting like that. That's crazy. They'll start wearing their hair like this guy. Holy shit, this is amazing. We're really on.
Now we'll make music, right, and do the same thing. Beatles and Hysteria and everything that they created. They'll create songs that say this and do this, and the same thing with hip hop and all of it. It's rap. It's done by design. So the whole Hollywood scene is an operation in itself, in my eyes.
Well, yeah. It's what we have. The way I look at it is that there's like there's two schools of film. One of them is scare the shit out of you, and the other one is like make you laugh. But either way, these are devices that lead to some kind of construction of meaning in your head, whether you laugh at something because it's hilarious. But the setup is really what it all is. So like, you could watch Charlie Chaplin. Charlie Chaplin flicks are all comedic, right? But they're also political, right? But we get the mechanism of meaning through the laugh whatever. We get that out of it. Other things like other movies might have come out that time were really just trying to scare you, like political propaganda, like on this
Good example. I like that.
boldly
Yep.
that. Yeah. So, but they're both political propagandas. See, they just use different ways of expressing the message, right? One of them's through to make you fearful, the other one's to make you laugh, and then you realize that. But it's just really strange that this is how we've sort of began entertainment from like this particular juncture. Maybe, I don't know. You could probably go back to theater and say that there were other things going on like that. Maybe that's why they brought Shakespeare in. Maybe people were making like revolutionary theater. And it's easier to satire like the establishment and make them look bad using art. Art is a voice. Anyway, but Hollywood is definitely like a. I don't know. It's run similar to, I guess, how the military might run something. I reckon. Yep.
Ding, 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 ding. You hit it right on the nail. Right on the, whatever. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. If you want to look at
I
it
mean,
deeply, that is how military is ran, and it feels like that. Listen, someone who grows up in that and is around it a lot, sees it throughout their family, it looks the same. Organized,
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of knew that when they fucked up my Transformers. That just they're like, oh yeah, well we could just make it accurate to the cartoon show. And I'm like, but that's from the '80s, and that doesn't open wallets. It doesn't change people's minds, right? You always got to put in new and old storylines to modify the way people think, right? So if Transformers was just something about the Decepticons being real bad and energy barons stealing energy from people, then that would put out one type of moralistic message for the entire series, right? Not like, oh, there's a war between good and evil, and like, just to take all the stuff away about environmentalism. That was a large portion of what the Transformers cartoon series was to me in my heart as a boy. Anyway, later they'll just fucking rip the shit out of that, throw it in the garbage, and then say like, okay, yeah, like this is a flick now for like people that are overseas to watch like on an aircraft carrier in like a movie theater to feel like they're still Americans. You know what I mean? Thank you. Other movies come out like this too. Every time that there's a military conflict, we'll see like some rehashing of some kind of classic film done by a new person, so the people overseas can get it first, and then they can get programmed with the fucking script that's in there already, because it's already conditioned to what the operation is going to be. Somehow this already happens before the actual fucking war begins. Go ahead. I can't figure it out. It's amazing. But it does seem like it's very connected. I don't know. Maybe not just all coincidences. So in that case, maybe, like it's just another portion of the military industrial complex. And I would say that that's possible, and you could, say is a realistic statement, because, well, it is. Like, all these fucking movie companies are slaved down to like Sony or Viacom, something like that. Like these are controlled from these are just controlled things. I don't know. They seem like corporate entities, but they also have like other interests. And besides that, last thing I'll say, no, just give me 1 second, Stacey. Last thing I'll say is that the year that I noticed this is because Viacom had like a higher what was that thing when they greased like politicians, and you know what I mean, to put laws through and whatever. I forget what that's called. Not kickbacks, but we have some kind of clever word for it. But they outpaced what General Dynamics does. General Dynamics is a military industrial complex company, and Viacom like outgreased them. So like, how much money is going out? Anyway, my point is that this can't happen. Are we all going to the movie theater now, paying $20 a fucking ticket, or are we all stealing cable? Is everybody just stealing cable off of Netflix and Amazon, joining like, is that what's going on? Because it seems like that's what's happening. And if that is, then it's like, it's more important that we keep people entertained than we make money off of the entertainment. That's deep. I'll stop talking now. I put Stacy.
Oh no, you're my sweetheart. I know you didn't. No. I'm gathering later. My headset on, different one because it's loud. Let me get it out of my freaking mouth. By the way, sorry about that. And I heading outside for a second. I was listening to you though the whole way, and I agree with you. I do. It's I can't even watch movies. I've tried recently. Very difficult for me because I would just break it down the whole way. If I hear something, it's like there it goes again. Some people can handle it. I get annoyed with it. It seems like too much mockery, too much bullshit, too much agendas that they're pushing in every little movie or every little thing. And if you're aware of that, it becomes a burden to even watch a movie. Like, I don't want that. I'm good. Because I don't want to see that nonsense constantly thrown at me. For entertainment reasons only. Bullcrap. It's not entertainment only. It's way more than that.
I'm just saying that they don't take care of these properties the way that they ought to. And it's like, you know, maybe you grew up like watching My Little Ponies or something, right? And then like, you know, it's like, okay, well, and you thought friendship was like a core part of this storyline, but then they make a My Little Pony movie, you know, when you're an adult and they're fighting wars and stuff like that in the Middle East and shit. And there's nothing about friendship. It's totally supplanted by something else like obedience. And you know what I mean? It's just like, why play fucking this bait and switch game with our memories and our fucking, you know what I mean? Like they've already made the money off us. They've already made all the merchandising money. And they're going to make more money on us now as adults by manipulating things that we used to love as children. And I think that's dirty bullshit to be doing, frankly.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
Anyway, yep, get off my soapbox now. Whew, it's high up there. I can see for miles on my soapbox.
You're freaking great. I used to say that to my co-host.
What do you think about that song? I Can See for Miles, right? Is that?
I know. It's just listen. Yes, that's a song I was posting about the other day. I even played that on the podcast we used to do, and same conversation that you're saying right now. I'm like, oh, you know what? Get off your damn box, okay? Yeah, I'm like 2 or 3 right now, trying to control the conversation.
Oh man, I never thought about put a soapbox on top of a soapbox. That's an awesome idea.
Well, he's a Brit. But you got to be able to come back at him, you know. And they definitely get on their boxes. It's funny though.
Yeah, it's just like it's a weird thing because like in this community, like people do get triggered by a fair amount of things because they'll come across some channel and obviously somebody's trying to trigger people and then they get triggered. I'm not trying to talk to you, Andy, vicariously. I'm not trying to do that, but I'm saying like it's because we don't really get a chance to fucking wig out as much as we could. Like we don't actually like wig out quite as much as you would even think you. I mean, globe earthers come in here and they're like, "Oh, you flares are crazy. They fucking go off crazy," but they could be going off so much worser. You know what I mean? I think we're actually more under control than we give ourselves credit for a lot of times, or maybe not.
Yeah, and I still have to learn to control that. Because we can get like that's a bullcrap when you want to just keep going at it. Because I end up popping over to someone else's server for a moment to have that conversation about the past. Didn't care really, but yeah, you deal with that nonsense and the toxicity of any place that people want to act that way. I'm not blaming anybody, no names, or nothing. I'm talking about in general people, you know. But it happens everywhere, and we could actually be a lot worse than we are, a lot of us. But you could easily fall into it because somebody's energy. That's why I love energy, and I think frequencies are so important because somebody could come in here, get me pissed off, get me going. God bless you, Zanuck. He won't mind me saying his name right now. And you'll just irritate the crap out of me to the point that my energy, I don't like it. And then I have to stop, change that shit up, and not allow it. That's hard. You got to be very careful when you're on these servers and in life because other people's energy can project into you and you absorb it. So, sorry, the waste manager's here to pick up trash. So, 1 second.
Oh yeah, no, that's totally true. I'm very osmosable. If that's a word. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. But yeah, I definitely like can if I'm around somebody, just I pick up words, pick up accents, pick up all these thinkings that they have, you know, which I think is a cool part of how this medium actually can work, you know. To some degree, people can like understand you without like ripping you off or, you know, just like hear your voice, hear how you think, and then some of that gets imprinted. I hope nobody's imprinting on what I'm saying, but the whole just the jam session of all this, I really appreciate like what it can do, you know, at its best. And at its worst, it's totally awful. But it's great to be able to exchange concepts with other people. Because we don't get that, you know what I mean? It's not like you can't like knock on, maybe some people can knock on their neighbors' doors and talk about this kind of stuff, but most people know you can. All right, Uber, what's going on? What you got? That's what I thought. Keep it going.
Can you hear all the calls, birds?
Nah.
Oh, too bad. That's the best part about being out here in the mornings. To hear all the birds, it's constant.
Oh, I can hear him now. Yeah.
Okay, it's peaceful for me. Wait, the cars wouldn't be driving around everywhere though. See, that just completely ruins it. Ruin. There's my country talk. Not even pronouncing. It's ruining. No, ruin. Stacey. I know. Ruin it. As country people, we lose it all. We lose our grammar. We take our Portuguese. We just do it all. Yeah.
You got looking at ancient symbols, talking about runes.
Exactly. I used to play Diablo too, so I used to make fun of it too. Oh damn it, I ruined it.
Backwater. Now what? You're like a South Virginia, Carolina areas, somewhere around there.
I'm in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Indiana. Oh.
I'm in Indiana, right below Michigan. But I like seriously, my brother didn't sound anything like me. My
people
mom
from Indiana
did.
Are all right.
Yeah.
I've met a couple people from Indiana. I'm like, you're better than I thought you would be.
I like that.
Like
it
good
depends,
values.
yeah.
They got good values.
A lot of us out in the country folks that went out and yeah, if you get out of Indianapolis especially, then you're starting to deal with a total different place. Mm-hmm. But it still already has its problems, you know? It's no joke everywhere.
Yeah, these
it's not
Massachusetts
just,
people,
the cities anymore.
You can't tell with these Massachusetts people, but yeah.
Oh
Indiana,
my God.
I trust them.
Massachusetts, oh my Lord. I always hated having to go there. It's beautiful. And it's very historic. It feels like Salem. It does in certain areas and shit. It's eerie at night in the fog. It's a wonderful place. But massholes that word came out for a reason. Like you guys on the road, you guys in life, God, you're an asshole. And they actually, a lot of them like are big bears inside, you know what I mean? But at the same time, the way they act, and that's just normal. I guess it's kind of like people saying cunt over there in another country and it's normal to them. That's the same thing with them too. They're assholes, but they're good people. Some of them. Oh Lord.
Yeah, it's hit or miss.
It is. Even a small town in Maine, I learned how I don't appreciate that. Everybody talks about everybody. I was only there for a few days and it started like everybody knew who I was. Like, how do you know who I am? Damn. Because my ex used to be from Maine, and so the word got around. He was back. How did you even know we were here? And that quickly. I don't even know. It's stopping everywhere. Convenience stores near me. I'm like, wow. So yeah, small towns can have its problems too, and it's people, guys. And at the end of the day, we gotta realize that. But there are a lot of good ones. I've ran into them. A lot of them have been through some shit. Haven't we all? I mean, I don't know if anybody's just coasting away in life their whole life. I'm pretty sure life is kind of like a roller coaster. But there's always an upcoming ahead. I'm trying to get to the end, though. Where's the end of this ride? Like you said earlier, I went off. I'm done now. These loop-de-loops aren't fun anymore. I'm sick of them.
I don't know, there's so much potential, in life. I think we're always like probably for most of our lives, we're wanting the wrong thing at the wrong time. We don't know what we should be needing in the future. That was unnecessarily deep. But anyway, yeah.
No, it's good. I was being deep this morning, so I woke
I like
up.
lost myself in
My
that thought.
man. Right? I do it too.
I'm staring into the abyss now, like, oh shit,
It's so
it is
deep.
dark. There's no end.
I wanted to go
But
back
anyway,
to my child self. You know, I want to go back to myself laying there on the couch, picturing myself at grandma's. I was talking about smells this morning because you guys were in here, and the next thing I was thinking of was a memory, right? And the best memory is me when I was young. Mom dropped me off, laying on grandma's couch. I could still remember the breeze, the air, the coldness, the smell of her home, right? And then her cooking food, all that. And then it reminded me, I want to go back to that little girl. And I want to tell her that you're going to be just fine. Everything that you're about to go through, you're going to be brilliant, though. Trust yourself and don't give in to the bullshit. You know, I just something small because to see myself standing there going, you got this shit would have been a lot to be able to go, you know, when I was going through stuff in the past, it would have been a helping hand. Probably would have made some
yeah.
different choices and everything
I think
because you
that
know
works
that you're
like
going to
that.
be good.
That's a therapy technique, but I think that does work because you still are yourself as your younger self inside of your older self.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that anyway. So.
Damn, Snacks, you're getting so deep this morning. Damn.
I stay with sticking to puns. I'll stay in the shallow end of the pool here.
Man,
You
you just
know.
made me go deeper. You're like, but you are talking to your inner self. Time is nothing but a concept. Like, it's crazy. Stop it. Say. It's good. It's
No, it
important,
works
though.
because it's like, well, if you don't like dwell too long on it, you know what I mean? You can just like think it and then just move on with your day. You know, if you fester on anything, it's like in the past, it could fuck you up. But if you're just trying to drop
Exactly.
affirmational statements to your former incarnation of another
Mm.
time, go ahead. You go ahead, do it. I mean, it's not going to hurt you.
That's really good that you just said that, though, because it's basically like telling myself, too, that, honey, you're going to be fine. If you're telling your child self that, then the future self is going to come back here right now if they couldn't tell you the same thing, too. So take the message on board for your own self right now. Ain't no different. Damn, man, I'm fucking myself up and you're messing me. I'm done. All right. Right.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't ponder
sometimes,
on it. Move forward.
I'll call myself kid sometimes, to myself when I fuck up. Like, kid, you fucked up. Like,
Exactly.
yeah, I'm like my own adult. I'm my own chaperone. That's fucking stupid. But it's true. You get too grown up, too serious. I mean, you just like lose all the zest out of everything, We'll start eating grape nuts now. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I know people who like grape nuts and they're fine people. But I'm just saying it's a boring food for me. I don't know. It's some old people eat, whatever the case may be. It's like you gotta enjoy it while you have it. You know what I mean? And you gotta like live it while you. So like, why are these people fucking with us these days? You know what I mean? Like, we're just trying to like live out our own clock, right? You know what I mean? They're doing the same thing. Why do I gotta have a problem with how we choose to like live out the clock here? What the fuck? And I know Stacy's thinking, I agree with you. I agree with you so hard. I can't even say it right now because I'm muted. But like, I get it. You don't even have to say it. You know?
Yeah, you said it for me, Snacks. You said it for me. I seriously want to now compare a stream where you're here talking and then you compare what I'm talking. And I swear to you, dude, we are so much alike. It cracks me up. I found another one like myself. This is great. And
No,
like,
I'm just an extreme pretender. You don't know. I'm definitely.
Either way, I love it. It's good. It's good.
It seems to you like we're similar. That's what I'm going for here.
If you're cracking me up and I feel like I say the same stuff, it's almost like laughing at myself. It's wonderful.
That's cool. That's cool. Halloween's coming up. You gonna dress as anything? Do you celebrate Halloween? Are you against it?
It's the night. I don't really care for it, or I usually don't dress up for that stuff, and I never have since I was young. But since the kids have been wanting to do stuff recently, the only thing I've ever done is put on a mask for them. Like it's a sparkly one when we went out, and then one time they switched them out and gave me their mask that was scary and was messing around because the kids still want to do it. My nieces and like that. So of course I'm gonna be there for them for that. It doesn't faze me. Do I agree with the holiday? No. And I was trying to tell my nieces. My nieces know me so well. They get actually irritated. They go, "Oh, there she goes again. Flat Earth, flat Earth." They've always heard me be very honest and open from the moment they were born. So I had the oldest is 17. She's brilliant, but she's nowhere in the thinking and the mindset that I am. But I've heard them come home and talk to me about Columbus. He didn't sail the ocean, but I've heard so many things. So it makes me proud that they at least have that mindset that's open as a child still. And I'm hoping that continues as they get older. That seed.
Yeah, it's good. I don't know what it's going to be like you're growing up in this world here. You know what I mean? If you're like a young person. But I assume like the things that we're talking about now aren't so old fangled that they won't be talked about in the future. And maybe it's good to, get people normalized to these kinds of topics so they can not ostracize others. Yeah, because the kids you're talking to, it's like, they're not going to like necessarily judge somebody like harshly for thinking outside the box or something. So that's good.
Not to the degree that they would shun them or anything else. They might joke around, but like I said, when I have a very wonderful relationship with my nieces, and they come to me about anything and everything, and I've always told them too, as long as it's not something that's going to harm you, then I have to tell your mom. Then all that stuff you tell me stays with me. And to be honest, they're not blood related. It's my best friend's kids, but we also have that agreement too. She knows I'm not going to tell her anything unless it's important. I think she needs to know. So we have this wonderful relationship, and my friend's finally to a point where she's right at the same level where I'm at, talking about flat earth some now. She's out here talking about politics and bullshit. So she's 30-year best friend, and I'm grateful. A lot of people don't have that to rock with, and I do. I'm blessed in so many ways when it comes to that. And those kids are gonna be something special. They already are. But all you got to do is talk to them when they're young. And I remember them coming home one day complaining about school. And I said, listen, they're going to say a lot of things that you don't agree with at school. But you just need to do it because you have to while you're there. And come home and talk to me or your mom or your dad about it. And then we'll address what we think is right or wrong. You don't have to go to school and discuss it at all with your teacher. But if you think something's wrong, come talk to me. And they do. And so they're open to things that in school are not necessarily the truth, right? They're just following a curriculum, getting their stuff, but it doesn't mean it's factual, and it could change along the way. They at least know that.
Right.
And I think that's the most important foundation you could teach a child right now, at least. At least.
Yeah. Like our generation kind of suffered a little bit from just going out of textbooks a little too much. I think you can see that because they've changed a lot of the education program. Like now, it's like not that there's one answer for everything, that there are multiple answers, multiple solutions for a number of different, setups that you could have in an experiment. I think that's pretty cool. I hopefully that's turn the brains back on in this country. People are just in a rush to comply, in a rush to believe, because that's all the fun stuff. That's all the all the cotton candy in this carnival is fucking by the space programs and the robot spaceship tech video game movie bullshit world that is. You know what I mean? But that's not a bad place to grow up. I wouldn't say like. I like truth and everything like that, but I wouldn't say like, oh, would you take away Santa Claus because you like truth so much? Would you forego the Santa Claus years if you could? If you look back on it now, that's a good question. I don't think, personally, I think I had just been fine with it as it was. I didn't know anything. So, but
But for most
nice
people, once you're a kid and space is kind of, not really in your mind all the time or on TV for you and that way, you only think about it in movies and stuff. But in reality, as a human being on a daily basis, your 9-to-5 life, right? you're not thinking about space. You're just living.
But I
You
guess
know?
the deeper part of this is like it's almost like somebody saying that actually the kiddo the world is so ugly we can't even show it to you. Like we have to just fill your head with a whole bunch of bullshit that so you're even filled with enough positivity so that the human race might possibly endure. Because if we told you everything that there was right now and you're a kid, you'd fucking grow up to be a psycho. Something like that, you know? Like is that the state of where we're at? Because that's what it feels like to me. You know what I mean? If we have to have all this messaging and stuff, that it is like people know. It's like it's fragile. This whole thing.
Real quick, I also have to make a phone call. Oh, actually, so a phone call's about to come to me. So I'll be back in just a little bit, guys. I'm also gonna do some music, but snacks. It's
All
been
right,
it's been fun as
that's
usual.
cool.
And
Yeah, I'm sorry if you don't want to answer the question. You don't have to run away. It's fine. You can just stay here. All
I
right,
didn't
all
hear
right,
it.
all right.
I was
Think about
texting
it. Get back to
too.
me. Alrighty. All right,
All
be
right,
well, girl.
sweetheart. See you soon. Bye, honey.
Jeremy's not showing up for work today. What is going on here? SC Montreal, where you at? You guys all taking a day off here? Yeah, see, Montreal, people of the world, around the world, they know what's going on. They know that Prince was dropping hidden messages in his music videos. We all know this. Yeah, see. So I'm saying, dropping these tidbits, Prince videos. We'll figure
So
this shit out. Yo, just looking for the purple banana until they throw us in the truck. Let's go crazy. What's going on, man?
we're having a little back and forth over the Israeli-Palestinian thing. It's funny how some people are just one-sided on the topic.
It's like there should just be one of them anyway, right? Like, do we need both? Aren't they kind of like the same thing anyway?
Well,
Maybe that's it. No, I'm saying stupid shit. Get into it. SC, what's going on?
yeah, we're just saying like the only thing I can see is a two-state solution, right? They'll never be able to live together. Just separate them, give them their own country, and things should work out. But that's not what people want. It appears.
It's almost like they're the choke point of the entire like Arab nations that could mess around with Israel. You know what I mean? That Hamas group. It's like they're the elected people in the area to be like, yeah, we don't like you guys too much. We're gonna throw some bombs at y'all. But in a way that kind of like they're the I don't know. It's like it's weird arbitration that happens over a long time. We'll call it warfare. It's fine, but it's odd that how it happens.
Well, you got to take things in perspective, right? You can't. What's right for one people should be right for all people, correct?
I don't know. I see. Really, that's morally, yeah, but it also does seem to be like who has too many bombs around.
That's exactly the problem, bro. Yeah, it's the ones with the most bombs that think they can control the other people with the least amount of bombs. That's pretty well said there.
Yeah, it's like they're going to keep trying too because they think that it doesn't always work out like that. I mean, even though Vietnam is was Vietnam that bad before? I'm not really sure, but that word, the Middle East, where we went to Iraq, Afghanistan, we didn't really change that very much. It's still kind of like, maybe we did change a lot. I really don't know, but
Made it worse. Made it
still
much
there.
worse.
Yeah, but now like Perrier owns the water rights or whatever. Just like it's like shelling a corporation out. You know what I mean? Sell the trucks in one company, but that's what they do to countries nowadays. They just like figure out what state is a bad actor, and then a coalition just takes the state apart, puts who they want in charge, keep the criminals happy, and move on.
Yeah, that's basically it, bro. Look,
What's that
look
called? That tactic. What's that called? There's a
It's like
French name
it's
for
a
it.
modern. Is there?
A coup d'état, something like that.
Coup d'etat is where you cuff the head of government. This is more the case where it's just like instead of taking over a nation and like leaving that nation intact, like the countries that take over a country, if it's a coalition, they just take apart the country. They sell the communication rights off to Sprint. You know what I mean? They just destructure the country so that it can operate only using corporations. Just like God intended, right? Am I right? Yeah, totally.
I don't know. Today's supposed to be like everybody needs to keep their heads on a swivel because I don't know. They're saying they're expecting a terrorist attack, but I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, Hamas.
Yeah, in America.
How afraid am I supposed
You
to
heard
be of
about?
something that sounds like a dip?
I'm not afraid. I'm in the. I mean, I'm not in the, like the population center. Like I'm not in New York or Boston, so I don't have to worry about that stuff.
Maybe that's just where they want to hit, though. How do you know? Maybe they're trying to strike hearts
I know,
deep
right?
into.
Imagine they hit the
take out a nowhere
countryside.
place. They took out a barn, some cows. They mean business. No, but seriously, that's not a threatening name, Hamas. It does sound a lot like what you make from chickpeas. Throw some pita chips in
Actually,
there.
Hamas means violence in Hebrew.
All right.
Let me ask you: if somebody came right now and surrounded your neighborhood, fenced it off, controlled your water, electricity, medicine, food, told you where you can go, when you can go, gave you water only 14 days, would you be happy? How would you handle that situation?
Probably not
You're
well.
asking me? Oh,
It's a general question. Whoever wants, yeah.
well, I'm telling you right now, I'm militant. So
Yeah,
I got
exactly.
He's like that.
rifles, I got
Nice.
ammo. The only thing I'm missing is Kevlar helmet and a tactical vest. But I'm working on that. So if they try to do stuff like that, best believe I'm gonna die fighting.
Get some
I'm not gonna
saltines
run.
Exactly,
also,
bro. Yeah,
just in case.
everybody would do that. Every human being living would do that. They would not support. They will not accept being suppressed.
That's a good point. I live here in the South, so it's kind of like, well, that'd be an interesting thing to see play out. But I do feel you're right. Like, even if you weren't somewhere with arms and everything, you're gonna empty your gasoline tanks out of your cars and anything. You'll figure out a way.
But are you trying to say that, like, over all this time with Hamas being in existence and is Israel having their own intelligence? Yeah, you know what I mean. That they haven't basically co-opted Hamas by now. Like, that's a tricky one for me to buy into.
It'll
I mean,
probably be like the Governor Whitmer thing, where it ends up everyone in Hamas is just CIA, FBI, and random Mossad agents. Like, there is no actual Hamas.
Right. It's just like a honeypot for other people that might want to do harm. That's the way I'd like to think of it in my conspiracy brain. But whether it plays out like that, I do not know. But like, after all that time, you wouldn't be able to uproot some group like that. Jeez, that seems impossible.
I mean, they're expecting us to believe that paragliders flew all over their country, right? Flew into their country.
I mean,
Like, it's
I
almost too. It's a. Can I just say the last thing? Oh, PJ. Just the. It's like Coke versus Pepsi or something like that. But unless people are fighting over it, it really doesn't matter like where the Holy Land is. You know what I mean? If people weren't fighting over it, would we care? Even I don't know. It's just a thought.
I know that it was like a Pearl Harbor where like it's not like America was inside with the Japanese, you know what I mean? But America knew that they were going to bomb Pearl Harbor and let it happen. Same thing happened with Israel. Like it's not like they're working together. That's not what's going on here. But they definitely allowed it to happen for the bigger picture, for the long scheme, right?
It all does work together. You saw
Which
Lord of
is
War. Somebody needs to buy
justification.
somebody needs to sell the weapons. Somebody needs to buy the weapons. You know what I mean? Like, this shit's not all like parties don't know who the other parties are. It's just out of the control of most of the organizations.
Israel sacrificed a city, right, or a town or whatever, a few hundred people, and now they have justification for completely obliterating the Gaza Strip. That's simple as that. It's not like they're working together on it. It's just you use a crisis to your advantage. Or what's that saying?
Well,
What's that
exactly.
quote?
If they don't have a problem cause solution, but if they don't have a crisis, then they can't respond to it. So
Don't let no crisis.
go and use. Yeah. Don't let a good
Yeah,
crisis go to waste. Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
But that's going to sound an awful lot like denialism to somebody who don't know any better. But yeah, I don't know. A lot of times we don't get proper reports on the provocation of warfare, basically. So it's just whatever line makes it to us. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily the real reason.
I saw a video yesterday of this young girl lives in the Gaza, and she said, "Well, I can't wash my hair anymore. The reason being is they stopped the water. And by the way, they only get water every 14 days. Now, listen to those words. They get water every 14 days only.
Wow.
And they have, yeah, and they have to like amass. They have these huge tanks on their roof. So these people that always cry about everybody and everything, they have prisoned off 2.5 million people, and they give them water every 14 days. Let that ring out. Let everybody hear it.
Well, there's propaganda regarding that because those people aren't literally like in a prison state. Like they can leave if they wanted to. It's just that they have nowhere to go. They're poor. The countries around them don't want them. It's like they're immigrants for the countries around. So they're kind of stuck, but they can leave. It's not like they're trapped there.
You should just
How do
convert.
how do you think they got anyways, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
I'm sorry, I was just interrupting with a joke. I was just saying they should all convert, then we wouldn't have this problem.
No, it's not that easy.
Lion,
Bro.
with all due respect, bro, you need to do some research on this. Once you find out how their daily conditions of living is, because it's being suppressed, you will not believe it, bro. You literally will not believe it.
No, I do believe it. Palestine's like a third world country, and right over the border, it's a first world country. It is what it is. Like it's like the people in Palestine are poor. You know, they're living in shacks. They don't have running water. They don't have food. They live in a desert environment. It's arid. It is what it is.
No, it's not like that. It's not what you think. They have like a city, right? It's imagine now Manhattan. Imagine now the Mexicans come cordon off Manhattan and control everything. Everything. You want to leave Manhattan, you got to do a checkpoint. You want water? Well, you can't have it. You want electricity? Sorry. You want food? Well, that's just too bad. Right now, 2.5 million innocent people are living under these conditions. No water, no food, no medicine, no ambulances, no nothing, bro. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I do.
Now, guess which country is helping to facilitate these conditions by one, supplying weapons, and two, closing their eyes and voting against all the resolutions that are passed. Guess which country does that?
America.
Correct, sir.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's no fix for this problem.
Yes, there
Like,
is.
there's no peace agreement that you can possibly sign to get these people to get along. Like, there's literally all there you could possibly do is war and see who wins. Like, that's literally all. There's no other option unless they just stop. You know, they stop fighting and somehow have like this utopia. Like it's never gonna happen, bro. You know what I mean? It's relative
The only
peace.
reason why it doesn't happen is because there's a certain people that don't want it to happen. All you have to do, it's very simple. Everybody knows the solution. You give them their own country. You leave them alone. You let them control their resources, who they can trade with, who they can't. I mean, it's unacceptable, bro. No other country, no other people would accept this. South Africa, you know what they call this? Apartheid. This is called apartheid.
That's not gonna work, SC, bro. Because you know what it is this is a religious war, right? And you got one side that wants the Temple Mount, right? The Muslims, and the other side does too. And that little piece of land, they're all fighting for. So, you're gonna give that whole land to the Muslims, and then Israel what?
No, you don't give that to the Muslims. You make Jerusalem an international city. You give them the Gaza Strip and the other land there, and you let them have their own country. What do you mean,
That
bro?
they
What do you mean
did
it's
that.
not going to
They
work? They
hold on,
stole.
hold on, hold on. Israel gave them the Gaza Strip back in like I forget what the prime minister who did it. He was in a coma for 7 years after he did that. He was cursed for giving away back the Gaza to Palestine. That's what they did, and they want more, and they want more. They're not happy. They want all of Israel until Israel is gone from the map. They're not going to be happy. That's the problem. That little piece of land that Israel has, right? They're surrounded by Muslim countries all the way around. Every single country around there is Muslim. That's the only land in all of the Middle East that is considered a somewhat democratic, free republic, right? Everybody else there is Muslim, bro. Every single country.
You
That's
falling
the
for the
only.
propaganda, Lion.
No,
I
no, no.
like you, bro. But you falling from the propaganda. You cannot be wrong if you tried, bro. Even if you tried to be wrong, you couldn't be more wrong about this.
I don't even support Israel, bro. I don't. I really don't. I'm just trying to tell you the truth, bro. That little piece of land is the only land in all of the Middle East that's not Muslim, and they want it. They want it gone. They want to take a hold of it. Hezbollah, ISIS, all of them.
Lion, let me ask you a question. If your family lived in a piece of land for 700 years, and then somebody just decided to give it away to another people, how would you react, Lion?
I mean, come in and conquer, bro. It's been happening since the beginning of time, bro. That's just humanity, bro.
Okay, so you admit that this is a forceful and wrong act, right?
It's like, well, hold on. America took over Texas and California from the Mexicans, right? If the Mexicans in the future took back Mexico, so be it, bro. I mean, if the Mexicans took back Texas, half of Texas, so be it. I wouldn't
Yeah,
even be
I
pissed.
understand that. It's war. I get it. Land conquered through war. But let me ask you, are you suppressing the Mexicans in California right now, or in anything that you took away from them? Are you suppressing the Mexicans? Do you have them surrounded in camps? Do you have drones flying over them? Do you control the water, electricity, medicine, food? Are you doing that?
No, I get what you're saying, bro, but the
Do
thing is,
you? Do you, bro?
no. Man, this is a big problem, bro, and it's not an easy fix. That's all I'm saying. And you're saying that if they just give them the land, that it's gonna be fixed. That's not true, bro. That's all I'm saying. If you just give them the Gaza Strip and part of Jerusalem, they're not gonna be happy till all the Jews are gone from there, bro. They don't want no
Well,
Jews
then,
there.
look, I'll give you that. If you give them the land, right, and all the demands that they're met, and they still keep doing that, then I will be one of the soldiers on the front line, will wipe them off the face of the earth and give all the land to Israel. How's that? But unless you try it, you will never know, right? Don't fall for the propaganda. If you give the people their land, why should they fight you? What reason would they have to
How
fight you?
much land?
We go back to the 67 borders. You split Israel in half. You allow both people to access to the mosques and all that, and that's that.
I remember now. Actually the guy Ariel Sharon. He has the same name as me. Ariel Sharon. He gave Palestine the Gaza Strip. He gave that whole piece of land, as a peace agreement, and now they want more.
Like I said, you have no idea what you're talking about, bro. Sorry, I got to take a call. I'll be back, and I'll explain to you if you want.
Ariel Sharon, after he did that, he went into a coma for 7 years and died. I kid you not. Go look it up.
I'll do all that today.
So do y'all ever think this type of thing is some sort of, I don't know how all this black magic stuff works or whatever, but Do you think it's some energy harvesting, something more along those lines than it is about Hamas and Israel or Muslims and Jews or anything? Like, how many people in the world right now are having a similar conversation? And not that it is like in this conspiratorial way by any means, right? Discord, we know we're just we're 5-6 people here. Even among all the servers, we're an incredibly small part of the population that would be having this conversation. But having everyone thinking or saying Hamas and Israel and Jews like over and over, and it's on everyone's mind and it's in their energy, whatever all that stuff is. But do you ever think it's more along those lines?
Not really.
Fair.
I mean, it's crossed my mind. It has.
Yeah.
Like, just because I know how the occult works, and they when you study Hermeticism and their
Mhm.
ideas about how they can make change in the world through the mind, because they believe that everything is like like they literally believe in this whole idea of the holographic universe.
Mhm.
It's in the Hermetic writings that consciousness itself can actually, a shift in consciousness can shift the reality that we live in, and they're trying to shape reality to to achieve their own goals, and by affecting the consciousness of the masses a certain way, they can then shift reality to where they want to like maneuver it a certain way. If that makes any sense.
It does. But
Transmutation. It's mental transmutation.
But you don't believe that any of that is real?
No, I do. I just don't believe that what's going on now has anything to do with that.
Okay. Fair enough. It just seems like, I don't know, if you go on any social media right now, that's all it's about, right? I'm sure I don't watch the news or look at that, but I'm sure that's all that is. It just seems like this would certainly be a good way to do that if you were into that sort of thing. I don't know exact, and to me, it's less about anything about the Gaza Strip, but there's something I like, and I don't know, just watch a weird documentary about energy harvesting and these types of things and ley lines, and it just makes you wonder, there's something else going on. I've not read the right books to even begin to understand it, right? But it just seems like it's, yeah, devil just doing something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
So yeah, I'm not picking a side in this. I don't support the state of Israel that we know of today. But so it's called mental transmutation, the art of transforming or changing the condition, quality, or nature of the mind from one condition to another.
No.
The principle of mentalism: the universe is mental. The universe is akin to a mental projection. This is all from the Hermetic writings. That sounds a lot like everybody's talking about holographic universe, right? Well, this goes back far back to even Egypt. You have thesis equals action. Action provokes reaction, which leads to the desired solution. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis, problem, reaction, solution. The Hegelian dialect. This is part of the Hermetic writings. Hermeticism, energetic evolution, transmuting the body, right, into a light body at its fundamental principle, but is also the true meaning, purpose, and goal of life, integrating the higher self and the lower self. But by affecting the consciousness of the masses, you can then achieve transmutation and literally affect material change in the world that we live in. And it can affect, you can, and there's truth to this, like the whole pandemic that we just had, that was part of this process of making a change. But it's all philosophical, bro. You know what I mean? Whether it actually works or not, that's another story.
Fair. always try, and I feel like the way the devil works is division.
Absolutely.
Really. So then, with that, it just seems, whether it's, you could start at pandemic, but it seems like it's everything. Whether you're iPhone or Android, like every single aspect of our lives has to be divided, and us in general. So here's another one. Even though 99% of the world doesn't live or have anything to do with the Gaza Strip in Israel, we're now being like told to pick a side, which I do feel like in general it does seem like lots of people are coming to terms that, hey, there is this third thing where we don't have to pick a side, right? And that seems like that solution is actually just maybe going back and focusing on God.
Yeah.
Instead. I don't know.
Exactly, bro. You got it. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
They want us to choose a side. That's part of the Hegelian dialect. They want us to be like divided, but I'm not choosing a side because I already know that this is just a big play, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful. I like it.
Yes.
Well, I appreciate your words, man. I'm gonna go work a little bit. I'll sit here all morning if I'm not careful. But hope y'all have a great Friday. All this Friday 13th. Terror Day seems like bull.
Oh, enjoy the fake rocket launch.
Yeah, we got a fake rocket launch coming up in 30 minutes.
What?
Anyone wants to watch?
Yeah.
Psych.
You're in Florida?
How good is that it's called Psych?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in North Carolina, but I saw they were live streaming it. You know, like SpaceX always does their big like big movie production of it these days. But no, hope y'all have a great day.
Thank you, man. God bless.
Same.
Peace. Israel's like the 51st state, isn't it? Or is that Puerto Rico? 52nd. I think it's 51st.
You serious or you joking?
Like, it's not public knowledge, but I mean, I think it is. Like, basically, yeah, they're like a state of ours. Like,
No, we are
their
a state of them.
Either we're their state, or they're us.
Yeah,
I don't know.
No,
Either way,
they own us. They own us.
Oh, just
They
financially.
own us. They own the Federal Reserve. They own us, bro. They own our politicians, our governors, our congressmen. They own us, bro.
Yeah, but aside from that,
that little piece of land owns us. That's crazy, right?
it's an idea more than a piece of land. Was that profound? It seemed like it. Ha Fuck with that. Yeah, what are we gonna do? It's funny though that it happens on Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th, something to do with Masons or whatever, and then it's like, what's going on? What I think is that like a bunch of money's gonna just chip loose, and then the economy will change a little bit after this war gets committed. You know what I mean? After all the people can get paid for their weapons and all the cash moves.
Friday the 13th, apparently, back in the day, I really don't know what year this was. I had to research, but
we could say 1666. We don't really know.
There was a movement by the Muslims to literally kill all Rosicrucians, Knights Templars on Friday the 13th, like back in the day. Like they had a movement to kill all the Knights Templars, which is a Christian organization, a corrupt Christian organization, and they did do that. They killed a bunch of Knights Templars. They went to war, and they slaughtered them. So, they probably annihilated them, to be honest, because we haven't heard of them since. Go ahead.
Israel's got the Dome of the Rock, right?
No. Yes and no.
Palestine? Is Palestine
right now? It's actually being occupied by the Muslims, only because the Jews are not allowed to go there because they're not ritually clean.
Well, okay, and then the whole the dome's got like a big painting of Muhammad's dream of the night sky. That's night sky, not night sky. But I think that that's interesting. For one, you know, it's like, you know, right? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's just a vision he had basically, where he's like flying up into the air with some reindeers or some shit. Okay. That besides, that's what's painted on the ceiling, as far as I understand, and then the floor of it is basically like a big Templar cross. So, yeah, like I'm kind of curious as to how people get to disagreeing when their stuff's like so, I don't know, built together. Let's say.
Yeah, it takes a lot of theology, bro, and you have to learn both sides. And you know what I mean. Most of us aren't up to par to even have this conversation.
Yeah.
I
guess,
I just know that according to the Jews, they can't actually step foot in the Temple Mount because they're not cleansed. Because according to the Torah, in order for them to even step foot near the Temple Mount or in the sacred spot, you have to be ritually cleansed, which takes a red heifer. You need to make soap out of a red heifer, which they're about to do. That's why the Muslims are freaking out, because the Jews have the red heifers already in possession. And the reason they had the red heifers in possession is because there was an American farmer that had...
Because it's written in the Bible that it's got to be like that.
Yeah.
It just seems kind of crazy.
Like, I know.
Like all the... You know what I mean? It's like there was a mystery book written a long time ago. I'm going to start like, you know, popping up the clues or something like that, make people think that it's going on right now. But like either it's one natural or two, it's just people are just taking advantage of that concept. So they're really making soap out of red heifers. Okay, fine, whatever.
Yeah, because like if you look at the ingredients, right, they would use water and ashes, and fat from the red heifer, bro, and that's how you make soap. And the oils, certain specific oils that they would add to it.
Okay.
And then you end up with soap.
Oh, okay. So this basically means that it's a posture to take the Dome of the Rock back.
Yeah, we're at the brink of taking the Jews are at the brink of taking the Dome of the Rock back. But for them to do that, they first need the red heifers, and the Muslims know that this is about to happen. That's why all this stuff is kind of coming to a head right now, because they just got the red heifers from an American farmer. An American farmer had literally they raised a red heifer that was blemish free, right? But the reason the way they were able to do that is genetically engineering it.
Yeah, so
which to me, you'd think that would violate, you know, the Torah, but apparently not. The loophole.
That seems like cheatery to me. Either way you look at it.
I know they're cheating. So I'm saying
gonna happen. It's going to happen by God's design that this would occur, and then that would be the time that thing goes down. So forcing it to happen seems like opportunistic bullshit to me.
Exactly. It's all hypocrisy. And they don't even know the formula for the anointing oil that was used in the temple back in the day. They don't know the formula, nor can they prove their descendants from the tribe of Levi, the priests. There's no, like I mentioned last night, there's no genetic basis to establishing a link to any of the tribes. There's zero. So I don't know how they claim to be from this certain tribe, because according to the Torah, you have to be of the line of Zadok to even be considered a high priest or a priest in general.
Okay.
So it's very complicated, and they're basically just forcing it, bro. Every step of the way, they're forcing it. They're forcing the building of the third temple. It's complicated, dude. I know.
People gonna
sorry.
It's all right. Luckily, I only half pay attention to this shit.
And the anointing oil, you know, one of the ingredients in the Hebrew is cannabisum, bro. And even then, that's highly debated amongst the Jews. Was it cannabis? Was it not cannabis? And you think that's very important, very important. And if you don't know that, bro, you can't be. Then you're not a priest.
If you don't know if you know the difference between reeds and some fucking ganj, you know what I mean? You're you're already kind of screwed, right? Like, I don't know. It's almost like, are you even sure it's a red heifer? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's another thing. I don't even believe it's the Hebrew says red heifer, because when you look at the Hebrew, the idea of a red heifer is more of a rabbinical tradition, a rabbinical idea because of the Hebrew, the Masoretic Hebrew. But when you look at the original Hebrew, it doesn't say red heifer, because the word for red is the same word for land. You know that? So the Hebrew could simply be saying a heifer from the land.
Just any old,
Any old heifer. It doesn't have to be a red one, but they've interpreted it to be a red one. Adamah, because Adamah can mean Adam, it can mean red, and it can mean land or humanity. That's how complex the Hebrew is. One word can mean many different things because Hebrew is very contextual. It's only made up of 7,000 words.
yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, not to get into that shit, but what's up, man?
I mean, I feel like it's made from simpler shit. You know what I mean? People complicate language over time. I think all the languages have clear and simple roots to each other in the alphabets. But yeah, like time covers it up, man. Not everything's dated. Like, how do you even like do genetic tracking on a group of people that don't even necessarily need to be from the same like genetic heritage, right? Like, I think, right? Didn't they absorbed a lot of different peoples? You know what
Yes.
I mean? And different spectrums of the Hebraic faiths, and then put them all together. So how are they're not all related? So
We're all
I
related.
don't know. Well, I mean, not in the fucking traditions, you know what I mean? Like that it goes all back that far and everybody correlates. It's like, oh yeah, this is how we contemporarily do it. Hey, you look like that, you look like that. Cool, we're all doing the same thing. Like that I can understand that, but ooh, it's not like, I mean, you know, they say that Ashkenazi is like a legit like gene that they can track, you know what I mean? Which maybe, you know.
Yeah, you can track it to Turkey. And then beyond that, it gets a little obscured. Very obscure, I would say. Because we've all been mingling for thousands of years. I keep saying this.
Yeah.
Genghis Khan, right? Genghis Khan's like the patriarch of like a third of Asia, right? Or some shit like that.
I don't know if I believe that, but yeah, they say that. Yeah,
I believe it.
I kind of
because-
feel like the whole Genghis Khan thing is like fucking all upside down and basically made it so that we hate Chinese people, even though they're not Chinese, they're Mongolian. But whatever, we don't fucking make a difference here. We're in the United States.
like Solomon had 800. He had 300 wives and like 400 concubines, dude, or something like that. Something crazy like that, right? We can only. It never says how many kids he had, but I know he had a ton of children, bro. So think about that, right? And then you if you research population growth, bro, like I already know that there's a ton of Jews in the world that don't even know that they're Jews from Solomon alone, because he had a lot of pagan wives. Reason why he went astray. So like I was saying yesterday, like population growth, people don't realize how fast population can grow. And conservatively, you get one couple, a man and a woman, and they double every 40 years. So every 40 years they have 2 children. And those children have 2 children every 40 years, and their children have 2 children every 4 years. In 1,000 years, you have 1 billion people on the earth. I kid you not. And that's conservatively, because we know families can have up to 12 children plus, right? So you start thinking,
not factoring a lot of stuff, but okay. Yeah, I got
you start thinking, well, if you go back 3,000 years plus, since the tribes of Israel have been mingling with the world, bro, like almost everybody on earth today is somehow connected, bro. I'm telling you, bro, we're all connected genetically. To say that we're not, then you don't understand population growth.
Did you check out those Hyksos people I was telling you about?
Yeah, I was checking them out yesterday. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, they seem like kind of Chinesey, man. You know, And
Yeah, they're Asians, bro. They're Asian Israelites, which
Asian Jews, yeah. So or Israelites.
Jews, Israelites, same thing. Yeah.
See all these
Yeah,
a lot of mixing going on. Yeah, for a long time.
there's Indian Israelites, Chinese Israelites, Ethiopian Israelites, or people call them Jews. I call them Israelites because you can't really prove that they're from the specific tribe of Yahuda. You know what I'm saying? But ignorant people they just say, because they practice Torah, then they're Jews. You know what I mean? But it's, there's 12 tribes, bro. Naphtali, Dan, Reuben, Yosef, Ephraim. And nobody talks about those tribes, right? Everybody just focuses on Yahuda. Levi.
I think it's really interesting that there's 12 tribes, and we do like 12 months. You know what I mean? That's pretty interesting. It's almost like it makes me think that they just like I had a bunch of people together, and they're like, "Okay, everybody get together by your fucking star signs, and we'll just do it like that. You're now your new tribes." That sounds crazy. I think if enough people got down with each other fast enough, it'd be really difficult to tell like who's related to who and all that stuff. It'd just be a mess.
Yeah, and you can't tell if you're like genetics can shift so fast within just one generation, 2 generations, bro. You could be Asian, right? And then in 2 generations, your descendants will be black, and you will have no Oriental traits whatsoever. But you could have had Oriental traits for like 10 generations, and in 2 generations, those Oriental traits are suppressed, right? For dominant traits like black.
Listen, Asian's pretty dominant gene wise. You're gonna have those things.
Like you could have been Chinese for 10 generations, and then all of a sudden turn black for like another 10 generations, then go back to Asians, for another 10 generations. Like that happens, bro. That's why it's very hard to pinpoint.
But it's just like what you look like. I think there's something different about how you are, because that's just the way it is. You're not completely black. Like some part of you would be whatever your previous generation was, some portion of that, and then you're gonna kind of grow up through that. I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with you, but yeah.
Like I have cousins that are from the same. They have the same mom and dad. One's like white and one's brown, dude. Right? And both the mom and dad aren't even like that brown. But it's like sometimes genetics can skip a generation, so you'll inherit your grandfather's genes. It's weird like that, bro. So I know how. I don't know, man.
I don't want to say it's just like pot plants, but I mean, traits stabilize over time. It seems like, even if they're
the way they stabilize is if you keep breeding within the same phenotype, same phenotypes, but it could change drastically in one. Like you could have a stable pot plant, right, for 10 generations, and then you mix it with something else, and then that generation completely changes, dude. But they reverse breed too. They can somehow, like, I've never done it, but I know they can reverse traits and stuff weird ways. I don't know how they do it.
I don't know. I just don't think that Genghis Khan populated all the Mongols, with his seed necessarily. But
No, but he is a patriarch, though. He is a significant patriarch for a large population of people. He had a lot of kids.
like, I wonder if he was even Mongol. I kind of almost feel like he was a ginger, but that's maybe crazy talk. But also, there's a lot of ginger
No.
people. You can say no.
I've heard that. No, I've heard that. I've heard that he is light
Like-
skin.
Caucasus, yeah. Could have been from northwestern China, around that area. There seemed to be a lot of
The Japanese are pretty white, dude,
Japanese are super white.
compared to like Cambodians and Thai people and stuff.
That's so true. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're like the white Asian people.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're Japanese, right?
Yep. Whatever that means.
Land of the rising sun.
I think we're actually probably some amount of Korean from some hundreds of amounts of years back.
Hop on.
Yeah. Yeah, but there were like black Koreans too. There are like Koreans that look like what you think a Korean looks like, and then there are like darker Koreans, which have always existed pretty much.
Snacks, do you speak any Japanese?
I don't. Not really. No. Couple words, but I mostly talk
Nah, he
like
just-
a samurai from some kind of movie. Yeah, that's about That's about.
He's-
my Japanese.
I always found it a really interesting
Anytime
language.
I try to talk like in Japanese, like I'll put on the samurai voice, and I'm like, man, that sounds stupid. I don't want to say it.
Yeah, I learned it a little bit when I was younger, and I always did the same thing. I would say something mundane, like, I like cats, but in the samurai voice.
When I first met Snacks, I didn't even know he was Japanese at all, right? No idea that he was Asian. And like that same week that I met you, Snacks, I had a visitation from an entity. Remember I told you? A masked entity who was
Oh,
had
right.
Japanese lettering on his mask. And I told you that dream, and then I found out that you were Japanese, bro. And I was like, wait, what? And he spoke to me in Japanese. I don't know one lick of Japanese. And I still remember the entity told me, he said, ongunki, something like that, ongunki. And I'm like, what the hell does that mean? I looked it up, bro. And it said, good luck. He said good luck to me. But he was very menacing. And that's the day it was my CDL test. I ended up failing my test that day.
What?
But I
don't-
honestly, bro, like, you don't have to believe me, but I think that there might be an entity that's attached to you because he visited me. And I've never had a Japanese entity ever visit me, bro. And I had no idea that you were even Japanese.
I'm mad powerful.
So just letting you know, bro.
Did he say Ogenki?
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
No, he said unginki. Something like that. I'm not by pronouncing it perfectly, but
All right. Yeah,
I've
it was
appeared in
like,
Hank Hill's dreams too, as my avatar. It's so funny. I had a dream with left lane in it. He was telling me something like really simple. Like I was like, "This is left." He's like, "No, that's not left. That's not left. No, you don't know what left is. You didn't read it right." And I'm like, "What?" And I woke up. And that's the only time I've had a dream about somebody on here. Let's say.
it was weird because the entity came to me and the room was smoky, and he was smoking on something, and he was wearing a mask, but it was a ski mask. It wasn't like those Japanese masks. It was a regular ski mask, but the ski mask had lettering on the side of it. I didn't even know what lettering it was. It just looked Asian.
Wow.
But then I figured out it was Japanese lettering. And he came to me, bro, with like there was smoke all around him. Like marijuana smoke, it looked like, but I'm not saying it was marijuana smoke, but it was like a smoky environment.
All right. Anybody else? If I visit you astrally, let me know.
That wasn't you, bro. It was I know it wasn't you, but
oh, no, okay.
It's definitely something connected to you, though.
All right. I'm worried. I guess they're gonna spook me.
I didn't nothing to be worried about.
I'm already spooking you. I didn't even do anything. I don't know, man. I think everybody has attachments to something else. You know what I mean? Since we're all related to people who've kind of gone, and it's possible that we're all sort of being babysat. I hold to that as an idea. I don't necessarily need you to believe that, but
I believe it.
What do you need me to believe, Snakes? Come on.
What was that?
What do you need me to believe?
Oh, yeah. Your ancestors are helping you out. Here and there.
I'm going to struggle with that one.
Well, think about what you inherited. I'm just saying, like, you know, that's the way I feel about myself.
How's that then? How are they helping you out?
How do I think that? I don't know. Some things will either occur to me or I'll hear a voice in my head that is somebody that used to be around. Like it's advice. I'll do that thing. I'll be like, oh, that's great. I'm glad my grandma fucking told me to put fucking garlic and vinegar in this for health thing. Whatever stuff like of that nature, right? Obviously. You have memories, you know. That's something. But then there's times when I need a little help and it just happens. And I guess I just feel like something good's watching out for me. But I don't know. I don't necessarily equate that to a creator being necessarily. I don't think it's that level either. You know what I mean? I don't think like God's like, oh, let me help you out. I'll just help you. Yeah. My help. You know, but something uniquely is like coming to my aid at occasions, especially when
guardian angels. That's what they're called. And they do exist.
Yes. Sounds like some shit I'm not into. But yeah,
everybody has guardian angels though. Every single one of us. Like it's not the creator himself, but you do have like a guardian.
Yeah, I don't know if it's part of myself. I don't have any idea. I just know that somehow, like, even though my attention wavers, even though I'm not paying attention to something, at the right time, things work out. And sometimes they don't. But it's like, for all the times that they don't work out, most of the times they could have gone a lot worse, you know? And so I'm always thankful for that, whatever that saving grace is, you know what I mean? You know.
That's an honest answer, isn't it? That's as honest as we can be. And God bless the people who are trying to figure it out for themselves. Rather than the people who have just been handed it to on a plate and say, this is how it is. How do we know? Because the book says. Oh, dear. Imagine.
I probably would have gone with this whole Judeo-Christian thing since, you know, that's the country. It's just like, it seems like you fit in more if you just do that thing. I probably would have gotten into it if it wasn't my cousin used to come over and they would see like we had, you know, half Japanese. I got Buddha statues in my house, you know what I mean? And my cousin would come over and like, that's the devil. You see that? That's the devil. I'm like, I didn't even know what the thing was to fucking start with. I don't know Buddha from nothing, right? I'm just like, that's a statue. I don't think of it as God. I don't think of it. I just know my grandmother like says words in front of it that I don't understand. Whatever. It's just like, that's the deal. And ever since then, I was like, well, whatever. If that's the devil, like, I don't know what to trust here. You know what I mean? Just trust something else, you know? Just trust something that seems right to me.
The reason I say what I say is because I've read a lot of material, a lot of literature, and there's a book called Third Baruch, right? That talks about the guardian angels mourning, grieving, because they're assigned over a certain person, right? and they're actually begging the creator, like, listen, like, I don't want to be assigned to this person anymore because this person does not even acknowledge you, doesn't acknowledge anything. It's continuously wicked, right? And they're assigned over a person to protect them, but that person just it's continuously wicked, and they're grieving in heaven, like, why do I have to be assigned to this wicked person? And the creator's like, basically, like, just do your job. And they grieve, they really grieve, and they mourn because of the wickedness that's being done on earth.
I mean, that's one way of looking at it, I suppose. I love that meme, Snakes. That is fucking awesome, by the way.
Oh, the snake.
I'm stealing that totally. Did you make that?
Yeah, I made it technically. I had the idea. Actually, reality had the idea. I just like made something fun with it.
That right there, my friend, is divine inspiration. Oh, I'm allowed to say that.
It almost made me spit coffee out my nose.
Save image. Yoink. That's so good.
I wish it came out a little bit better, but I mean, that's like 3 or 4 generations of it through. I was like, I don't know. A lot of times I'll spend a lot of time trying to get the right one, and nobody thinks it's funny at all. I'm like, oh, fuck. I need a better audience.
Tough crowd.
It's obviously funny. It's just hilarious from the start.
Well, that's the thing, though, isn't it? It's terribly unfunny and it's horrific, but you know we've got to just we've got to laugh, and not at that, but I mean we've got to laugh in general.
Yeah,
it's or you cry, you know. It's terrible.
Yeah. Fuck. Let's laugh it up, man. Laugh till we cry. Get some Kleenex out here. Come on. If something's funny enough, you are bawling, though, aren't you? Come on. Hardest I ever laughed in my life was when I went New Perspective story. I'd memed him in a painting, and I painted it. I painted a picture of him and me as a meme or something, and I made it like a surprise. And it was so fun. I was like on the floor, like in pain, like afraid that I might break something. I was laughing so hard. So hilarious. I live for that, man. Like that kind of like I'll never forget like laughing quite that hard. That was like the greatest, you know.
I get a little bit afraid because I've got once upon a time I laughed a bit too much on acid and I laughed so much I couldn't breathe and it scared the shit out of me. You know, I mean, I literally just couldn't stop. I couldn't stop laughing, and I was like, "Shit!"
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I couldn't stop.
Yeah,
so
that was what it's like. As soon as I could catch my breath, and I would see Dave, and Dave was like, "Ah," and I was like, "Ah!" It's just like this terrible thing. I almost had to like just jump in the pool to get rid of it. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it's too much.
Yeah.
Driving my first stop here, I'm looking up in the sky. There's a freaking giant spot that's all rainbow colored. It's kind of weird.
Some chemicals flowing up in the air. That's all, man.
He's just looking at a guy who's got rainbows
at some
on.
pollution. No, I'm playing.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's really weird, dude. It's just like one particular spot, and it's like pretty far from the sun. It's just a giant rainbow patch.
Sweet.
That eclipse has already happened, then I'm guessing. Dice
What's that?
Oh,
no,
the eclipse.
Not yet.
Oh, I don't know. Isn't that supposed to happen soon or today or something?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Oh, it's tomorrow. Isn't it Saturday?
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow, is it? Oh, you know what it is?
I'm all fucked up.
I'll tell you what it is. Because it's Friday 13th, you know? And I had some shit that's going to go down today. Like some terror cells.
That's what I heard too, man.
Oh, shit. You guys are jinxing.
Must be zombies.
Zombie terrorist? Oh fuck.
Stay out of the subway, New York. That's all I'm saying. Stay out of New York in general, man.
Yeah, what? Like stay out of the subways or something like that. Somebody's gonna like. I
Yeah.
tried to like blow myself up, but it didn't work, and I got caught. And, yeah, it's like I'm in handcuffs now. 3 people are dead.
Screw New York, dude. Just saying.
It's not just zombies, though, man. It's not just zombies. They're making fucking cyborg zombies. All right. Have you
Hell
seen
yeah.
where the nanoparticles are like inside the blood are still piecing themselves together even after the host is dead?
Are you watching Witsit's fucking videos and stuff?
No, actually. Like this.
Okay.
Nah, I haven't. What's up?
Honestly, like no joke. I'm not. I don't think I'm even subscribed to Witsit's video, like Witsit's channel, dude. Like I, up until a couple months ago, didn't even know who Witsit was, man.
Same. I didn't know who Witsit was either. I met him before I started watching him on YouTube. I watched like a couple videos of his, but nah, he's very like good with his YouTube, bro. Like I watched one where he talked about the 3 wobbles, and I was blown away. That's probably like the first video I watched from him.
But yeah, they, yeah, that's apparently me and him, like subscribe to the same stuff because we get a lot of the same information then. Because no, I heard him on here talking about, not about the cyborgs, but about flat out zombies. But yeah, no, the fact that the nanoparticles inside these shots and everything else they're giving people, dude, like putting them still piecing together even after the person's dead. That's kind of weird, just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that anybody that gives the mind away to another person, another thing, a book, whatever it is, then there's a zombie on some level. That's what I'm starting to think. Because I've been pussyfooting around this fucking religious stuff for ages, and it's got to stop. Sorry, it's got to stop. Because people are walking into it's like World War One. They just line people up, walk them into certain death, and they were just like, "Yep, this is what we're doing." Then I guess.
Can I ask you something then? Would you respect if there was a religion out there that actually told you, or inside their book said to go ahead and test the book as much as you can, right? Like put it to the test it as hard as you think you can, dude. Would you like respect that?
Yeah. Yes, that's pretty good. I like that. Where are you going with it?
I'm just saying because that's what, like, not necessarily like the Bible, but like scripture itself. Like I am talking about like the Torah, the Tanakh, the Old Testament and the New Testament, but not in the way that it's taught in most churches, dude. Because that's my problem, man. Dude, trust me, I get with you on that as far as with the whole religion thing, dude. Because I have trouble walking into the average church on Sunday because there's so much of what they're teaching is completely against what's actually written in the book. And all they're doing is cherry picking, like, sentence for sentence every now and then, like a little bit here, a little bit there, and then piecing together like a story. And I don't jive with that. Like a lot of the stuff that they are talking about is flat out wrong, you know? And it's through a Catholic lens, right? And I think that's where it really goes horribly wrong, is when the Catholics get a hold of it. But like, dude,
some people don't even believe the book though at all. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter what people teach from the book. If people don't believe the book at all, like it's redundant. You know what I mean?
No,
like
I get
like
that.
Andy don't believe the book at all. Like he thinks the book's
Made by
fabricated
people. Made by people.
Yeah. So it doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I get Andy. You know what I mean? If he believes that the book is made by people, then there's nothing that you could do to convince him otherwise.
Well, like, so, Andy, do you know anything about, do you know what an ELS code is?
No.
Okay, it's an equal letter sequence code. All right. It's the concept of, like, let's say that you pick up the newspaper, right? What if I told you when you pick up the newspaper this weekend, if you count every like fourth letter, right, and then write down that letter, that will spell out a phrase and then tell you something really deep, right? Like, and it will be coherent. It'll be spelled correctly. It'll be very coherent. It won't be all like what's his name? Who's the guy that they
Gotta say,
attribute?
go north.
Like
Mr. Alien.
Nostradamus kind of shit, you know? Like, it's not going to be like Nostradamus, like, kind of shit. It's going to be like laid out, right? Like, it's going to be like the names of people. Let's say that you were reading a book about like trees, right? Or a chapter about trees, and I told you that every fifth letter, if you counted that, it'll give you the names of a bunch of different trees that are actual real trees, like cedar, oak, like shit like that, encoded inside the text. Like,
yeah, I could believe that. So that
Your whole family.
There's nothing. I don't. The thing is, right? I can't. These people that wrote these things back in the day were clearly legends. They were awesome, and it's deeply profound. I'm not saying it's not. You know, look at what's that? Box 12 notes. You know, for circles of fifth or whatever it's called. That's how is that not divinely inspired as well then, or fucking whatever it is, Archimedes principles, etc., etc. I'm not saying that they're not divinely inspired in some way, but when you start saying it's literally from God's fucking written with his finger, that's something else then, isn't it? Because it's got to come through a person. And then when you start saying this chosen thing or selected, whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's just silly to me. And from now on, I'm just going to say, I'm writing a Bible, and I'm the chosen person. And the rest of you can fuck off.
It's all good.
Does it? Do you see how silly that is, though?
No, but see, like, you're not gonna offend me, bro, because I understand.
I'm not trying to offend you. I'm telling you how it is. I'm trying to fucking wake you up.
I like that, bro, and I want you to be real with me. Tell me how you really feel. I don't want no sugar coated anything. I want you to tell me how you really feel, and I respect you for that. You're not in the middle. Oh, I don't have a vertebrae, so I'm not gonna choose a side because I don't want to offend nobody, and I don't want nobody to hate me. Like, there's people that like are afraid to speak up because they don't want to be hated, bro. And I'm happy that you're actually telling me how you really feel, bro. I'm not offended.
I mean, look, the people like JT and Tora and North and lots of you guys, I love you to bits, and you're awesome. And so I've been trying my best to be respectful, but when you start talking, you've got some wacky ideas out of this thing, and when I don't know, it just sounds mental to me. It really does. Like Jesus coming back, that sounds mental. I hope it does, but can you see it from my perspective at least?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not a conversation that goes anywhere either. It's like, ugh, let's just fucking stop talking about it.
Yeah, last
it was
night
like an old rule.
That Egypt guy, bro. I don't know, man. I couldn't. I had to leave.
Yeah, he would trolling a little bit. I think he'd made a few good points, but he would definitely trolling.
But he caught Noah. You know what I mean? He baited Noah, and
yeah, I mean Noah's young as well, so I don't know.
Just etiquette, man. You gotta, you can't interrupt people, man. I can't stand conversations like that.
Well, this is how it gets them into where they're like, well, we've got the truth. No, we've got the truth. It just reminds me of Life of Brian, where they fucking, he's got the shoe. No, the gourd. It's like, he's the Messiah. I should know. I've followed a few. It's like the human mind is so imbecilic it needs to. It's like innate. It's built into us that we need to follow a thing. And some people have took advantage of that. That's the way I see it.
But you know what? Why do you like Santos Bonacci so much?
I don't. Who told you that?
Well, you always bring him up.
No, I don't. You got me confused.
Maybe I'm confusing you for somebody else.
Yeah. I never trusted that. See, my thing is, in one sentence comes out of someone's mouth, I pretty much made my mind up about whether they're speaking from the heart. Seriously. And you'd be shocked if I told you it was fucking bullshit. But he's one of them. He's another one. He's another bullshitter.
Yeah,
I'm
he
fine.
is.
You know, he says some good stuff, but I'm not gonna. Yeah, I don't. It's very few I listen to where I go, okay, this person's a genuine person. You know, even Eckhart Tolle. I love that guy, but as soon as he got fucking Oprah on his speed dial, I was like, oh fucking hell. So, you know, very few people that speak that I actually agree with 100%. In fact, there's nobody. I've never listened to anyone. I've thought, I agree with that person 100%, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, is it? I suppose.
Yeah, except me, Andy.
Yeah,
You forgot me. You forget. Yeah.
We keep you around for comedy effects, thanks. Go on.
I think I'm confusing you for Carlos.
Yeah,
Carlos is the one that brings him up.
Then people like that's Santos, who do this thing where they just everything's related in some way, whether it sounds a little bit like it, you know, it's as a phonetic similarity. They're like, look, you see, and it's like, wait a minute, what? How did you get that from that? They start making things that aren't there, as far as I can see. That's what it looks like, anyway.
Oh, like fake etymology, right? Like anagrams and stuff like that. They start getting real crazy with it.
That word sounds remotely like the other word. Okay, great.
Palindromes, anagrams. You know what a palindrome is? I think I'm saying it right.
Palindrome.
You know what that is?
I'm not sure.
Race car.
It's when a word means something in reverse also.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
So you can read it from left to right or from right to left. Not all words are like that, but some words do mean something. Or even a sentence.
How do you spell that?
I mean, I'm working right now. I can't really pull up my phone. I'm not sure.
I thought he was saying palindrome.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, then that's the word. But yeah, okay. So Palindrome. But it's the same word that's front, like radar, race car, other palindrome.
Word, phrase, or sequence that reads the same backwards or forwards. That's good. That's a new one to me. Palindrome.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah, those are fun. My favorite one is the sentence, a man, a plan, a canal, Panama.
Whoa, dude. I think you might need to write that down.
Yeah, that one's pretty freaky.
Palindrome. That's a new one to me. I like it. Yeah, that thing I was saying about the Beatles yesterday, I was calling out something I love. You know, snacks. I was literally calling out wizardry. That's what it looked like to me. You look at the lyrics of that song. You could look at it from another perspective and say, well, this is John, you know, he's a bit uncertain of himself, and this is what came out. There's always that aspect to it. But it just looked to me like wizardry because, you know, there's the whole song's about having no direction, having nothing or other.
Oh,
and
it's a real nowhere man. Right, that one?
Yeah, nowhere man. No point of view whatsoever. And so this is why I end up defending the Bible, believe it or not, because at least that does give them some kind of rudder to a point. Same as this. If you look at the Orlinda book, it's got pages and pages of just rules for living, just rules for living. And so I was contrasting it between the circus act, essentially, playing this song, Nowhere Man, to a lot of these German kids. Got no idea what the Orlinda book is about. Yeah. And I was like, look, this is
that. Like those Beatles songs, they're ripped off from German guys. And it's like, have you not heard like She Loves You, Yeah, in German? Didn't that come out?
Which came out first, though?
Don't you wonder who composed it first, though? Some fucking English
Snacks.
guys, German guys, running fucking awesome harmonies. Go ahead.
Don't mess with the Beatles, bro, because Andy's gonna get you, man.
No. Listen, this is my point, Lion. This is my point. I was literally, this is when when I come to words, I love words so much. So for me to throw them all under the bus and talk about that stillness as I do, that pains me a little bit because I love words. But it's, you have to acknowledge the spellcraft. You have to acknowledge that it's the same with the fucking Beatles and the Tavistock shit. Yes, you have to acknowledge it. Does that mean I'm never going to listen to another Beatles song? No, I still love the Beatles, but they were used, as anything is used, for fucking nefarious purposes.
Yeah.
So that's the way I see it. That's the way I see it with this book that you hold so dear. I'm sure. I know there's truth in it. I know there is. I've seen it. I know that it's deeply profound, but I'm sure that it's been used as well and added to and changed and then made into this other thing. And it's like all the greatest spirituality I've ever studied, the whole point of it is to set you free from bloody indoctrination and your own mind. Could listen to this. Could idols, like idolatry, could that extend to your own thoughts? Because I think it could. We can fucking hold up our own thoughts as false idols.
I agree, bro.
Now.
I agree. No, you know what? You can idolize the book itself. Yes, the book itself can become an idol. I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, look into that Orlinda book. It's great. It's an amazing book. It really is. And so when I contrast that from these, this massive group that's singing, very influential, and they're singing this song to these German kids, I was just contrasting one to the other, and it was just like, this is wizardry right here. It really is, and it pains me to say it. But you just have, if you're a truther, that's what you do. That's the way I see it, anyway. But it could be also innocent. It could be innocent where, because I admit, I have to be aware that I'm a little bit cynical. Maybe a little too cynical sometimes. It could be just John's, insecurities out on the page, rather than some other people. Because I do, on some level, entertain the idea that some other people wrote those early songs of the Beatles. It's possible. Like when I listen to Help, listen to Help.
Almost all of them could have been done that way.
Yeah, if you listen to Help, I mean, they openly acknowledge that the producer sort of composed it to, what's his name? Name escapes me now, but you know what I mean, don't you? The
producer guy.
Yeah. He sort of helped them musically because they were sort of musically illiterate. So
he was so nice to do that. Like, do you think maybe he's connected to other people that were just like feeding him shit? Like he's just like a guy doing a job. You know what I mean? Like you would if it was like something that you would have to, if it's crafted, you have as many like break points as you can, with each person knowing as little as they need to, you know, until you get to the musicians here. It does seem like how impactful were they? Like all of England like grew up with that shit. Like that's a wave of culture that was unavoidable to have. Like, but my mother grew up like sneaking listens to 45s of the Beatles on a, you know what I mean, in a record player or at a friend's house or something like that, where she was able to get the. Anyway, it was just the biggest fucking shit ever, you know. And it came over here. It was big. It like crushed a lot of the music scene that we had here. Everybody wanted to try to become the Beatles to some degree.
And ironically, they were selling your stuff back to you, Americans anyway. It came from America, you know, because they were at Liverpool. They were on port. They were literally right there.
But they're ripping off Chess Records. Right?
They'd get all the illegal sort of bootlegs and not everything, and they'd be listening to bloody
Lead Belly.
Yeah. I was just thinking of that reporter, you know, that famous. I can't remember where it is now, but basically, he's like, "What are you going to do in America? What are you going to do?" And they're like, "Want to see Muddy Waters?" And the reporter's like, "Where's that?" Where's that?
And I'm a little suspicious of the name Ringo Starr.
Yeah, his name Richard Starkey, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
it's just it leans slightly Saturnian for me as a code name, but whatever.
How so?
It's like a ring.
Oh, because it's a ring
planet,
star.
like
Yeah.
Ringo Star.
Oh, I never thought of that, dude. That's
I'm
awesome.
a Saturnian guy. I mean, but then it could be like this kind of Captain Planet thing, like where John is like the Jesuit guy, and Paul is like the Vatican guy. You know what I mean? Like where it's like, oh, these are the four faces of like whatever we want the population to look like, and now let's put them on TV, guys. You know what I mean? It's like things like
that
this.
Ringo Starr thing. That's fucking funny, Snakes. Oh my god, I never thought of that.
You see John, he's always like the naturalist, you know, wearing the fucking straw hat or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? He's hip. Everybody's got their identity or something like that, but it's changing from album to album as he's got to grow up, you know, from Help all the way to now they're dropping hard drugs and fucking talking to Dalai Lama and shit, you know what I mean? Like things get serious, right? It's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like
Maharishi.
Whatever. They're talking about all that shit. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole interchange. And it happened at the same time that it was going on with jazz, too. Right? So, like, jazz was getting into India. They're like, you just get these way out chords, bro. You know what I mean? They would do that. And there's just like this whole thing, you know, like people listen to Ravi Shankar or whatever, like in their college dorms smoking grass or whatever, trying to understand the fucking politics in the Vietnam War. Whatever the fuck happened there. It's just like it all happened at the same time. And it's like, a little too much of a traffic jam that fits perfectly together to feel like it just accidentally went that way for me.
Yeah, the older you get, the more you sort of you have an issue with coincidence. You're like, this ain't coincidence. There's people behind, and I can definitely see why someone would say it's the dark power. You know, I definitely see why they would. I mean, I don't necessarily lean that way, but I can definitely see why people are going like, "This is satanic shit." This, because yeah, it's definitely dark. Some of it. I was thinking about something. But I can't really...
You know, if you're trying to mind control people, I know you probably think about this a lot. So it's just like if you're trying to mind control people, like what level of courtesy do you provide them? You know what I mean? Like, how hard do you not mind control them? You know, it's not humanitarian. It's like just trying to force society to become like a certain way, and it seems like this goes on a lot with arts and entertainment. That they're really not by artists; they're by interests. You know, and to say that there's not interests around the entire, like, you know, what the Beatles album cover where they're all like got baby dolls and lunch meat or something like that. You know, that's a Vietnam War protest thing. It looks kind of satanic too, yeah, because it's like babies and meat. But it's also like, yeah, feed your babies to the war machine kind of idea. also fucking England's in on the fucking profit taking here. Okay, like we're trading back and forth with them on bombing runs and shit like that, like competing against the same source of bombs. It's just like the whole thing just fucking reeks, dude. And then the acid wave, yeah, Jimi Hendrix it up. And I don't know, by this time, like, we're all fucking hungover and we get to the 80s. And we're all fucked over by Reaganomics. It's just, it's sad that, like, art has got to be utilized in this way as, like, it's recruited as a weapon, basically. As a tool to inform people.
Yeah, that was a lot. I think that's what they call gish galloping.
Was that? I didn't. I was waiting for you to interrupt me. Cool.
I don't know where you was going with it.
This is the Friday the 13th special, guys.
Yeah. Well, look.
Sorry.
I remember listening to. I was watching bloody not Johnny Carson, the other one. What Beatles were on? Remember? Welcome to the show. That
Sullivan.
guy,
Ed Sullivan.
I'm watching Ed Sullivan, right? I'm watching Help, and I'm listening to the lyrics because I've got all them performances and I love them. And I'm just listening to the lyrics of Help, and I'm like, fuck, this doesn't sound like a song written by a 20-something-year-old, because it sounds like a song written by a 50-year-old.
Yeah. It's corny, episodic, like a TV show kind of fucking dumb shit.
It's basically a dude saying he can't do the things he used to be able to do. Before, he just balls out. He didn't give a shit. But now he's a bit insecure and he's breaking down. That's basically the essence of the song. And I was like, this is written by a 50-year-old. It's got to be.
Just conditioning you to lean on the state because you need it. You realize now that you're older, you need that.
Hey, Jeremy, what's going on over there on the East Coast, dude? Are the terrorists doing anything yet?
Yeah, man on location in the East Coast.
Jeremy. Any cherry bombs in the kids' toilets at the school? Like, what's going on, bro?
Everything's fine over here.
Well, what time's the eclipse, Jeremy? Oh, that's tomorrow.
I don't know.
Sorry, it's tomorrow.
Go back to sleep, Andy.
I never said there weren't any issues with thinking it's always now. No, you know what I do actually. On Fridays I always listen to 80s. Don't ask me why. I have no idea. It just feels right. So I just listen to 80s.
Yeah.
And like I was really young when 80s music was out, because my mum used to deliver car parts because my dad was a mechanic and she ran a car spares shop, and she'd drive around everywhere, all around this sort of county. Well, everywhere, next county, I guess. And I'd be in the car with her, and I'd always escape from my car seat, and I'd be, being a little twat as usual. Jumping around all the seats, and we'd be listening to 80s basically, because that's what we're on Radio 1. So that's my memory of the 80s music. I can't really talk about it because you won't understand the references, but there used to be a guy who did this themed thing called Our Tune, and he'd like tell a story. See, I can't do the thing because it's just, it won't translate unless you're sort of English and you're a certain age. But yeah, I don't know. Turns out they were all Rummans, these DJs, anyway, back then, apparently. They're all on the sex offender list now.
Andy's on about UK radio.
Yeah. I'll make a cup of tea. I'm just waffling. Sorry, guys.
Oh, UK radio. Wow. Whoa.
Don't.
It's like a good song. It's an even better song if you don't hear it coming in your station correctly. Then it's even better. It's more appropriate. Anyway, Friday 13th. What do we got going on here? Suspected activities going to go on? Party favors? What's the location? Do we have any ideas here?
I'm going to say it's a crowded place. Right. I'm going to make a brew. I'll be back.
Don't you wanna smoke marijuana like an iguana from Tijuana? I don't know if that's part of the song, but I thought I'd throw it in.
I have no idea what the words are, except for I'm on Mexican radio. Oh, maybe it is. Yeah. No, maybe. I'll give you a strong maybe. How about that? That's pretty good. See any more rainbow clouds?
No.
I think they're ice clouds, bro. Ice clouds, bro.
Fata Morgana.
They're causing refraction.
It's an internal reflection.
I know all about internal reflection. This what allows me to think so brilliantly. No, I know all about internal reflection because you can shoot a laser into your pee stream and it stays in there.
Oh yeah, I do that all the time.
Don't you? Like if you think of, remember to.
It's the best way to get rid of STDs, bro.
We all need to internally reflect every so often.
But you're only going to get that at boundary layers and menisci, which still sounds like a gay thing to say. But because meniscus probably is also gay sounding. But right, that's where you get those boundary layer activities happening because it's basically like a mirror. You know? Easy enough. But that's a weird thing too. Think about refractivity index, and it's like, yeah, well, like air is water, but water is 100% reflective at certain angles, right?
Yeah, if it's perfectly still.
So what's the index there? Where you get reflections on waves or whatever, you know? It'll just be like, look real bright, like white light. That's 100% reflectivity, maybe. So that's how you're getting the same thing happening with clouds, making little rainbows. All right.
Nope.
All right, Jeremy, you got to say something funny now. Give us a robot joke.
Bro, I almost left when I first came in here this morning because I heard Lion talking about the book or the Bible or whatever scripture. Like, I'm not gonna lie, dude, that shit's probably driving people away. It makes me not want to listen.
Yeah. I don't know. It's either we get some shitty South African accent or we get some scripture shit going. You guys got to work on this stuff. I thought Snacks was going to stand by me on this one, but I guess I'm on my own.
What? I didn't even hear anybody scripturalizing this morning. Poor Jeremy.
Jeremy, it's Friday the 13th, bro. We got to, you know what I mean?
He's gonna stop. He's gonna stop coming here. He's gonna start listening to Christian talk radio. He'll be like, "Yeah, this is about the same."
Oh fuck!
Oh, that fucking whatever that was yesterday with the Christian versus Muslim thing. I didn't appreciate anything happening there. That was not educational or good. Thanks.
I must have missed that part.
Good for you.
What do we got? What do we got?
Yeah. It's just popping as hell over here, man. Yeah. So that's why it's good. Hey, what's up, new guy? Yeah. He was here earlier. I bet you he's working. Not able to talk right now, so everybody done talking. Oh, there he is.
I always try. I gotta avoid work sometimes. Post COVID, I didn't realize until COVID stuff happened you could just kind of not work and no one really notices.
We got to use code words when talking about that. Just saying.
Yeah.
Post that. Sorry.
I'm trying to think of something worse to say instead of that, but I don't know. None of it's coming up very well.
Call it convid or something like that, maybe.
I was not hoping. I was wondering if the server would be even be here after last night. I feel like we checked all the boxes for a server getting nuked.
Oh shit! What happened? What were you guys talking about?
It's just whatever the code word for JQ is.
JQ.
It's like it was like, what would you say the solution would be if a certain group had been kicked out of a number of countries? And I was like, where's Gio? He's gonna be so pissed.
Yeah, it's a tough topic, dude. It's definitely one that should be discussed, but definitely has to be done tactfully.
Yeah, that's one reason I do almost prefer Telegram. I feel like Telegram is just no rules at all. I don't know how they get away with it. Maybe ran by the NSA or something. Who knows? But that's a whole different landscape over there.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever tried it.
I'd recommend it. It's similar to here with, like it's a little different setup, obviously, but the overall it's like voice chats, video chats going on. I haven't really found many that are so frequented. It seems like it's normally a lot of that place feels more like regulars at a bar hanging out. You can go to some servers and it's just stay on the topic, speak this way, do this. Over Telegram feels a little more like everybody just hanging out, shooting the shit a little bit.
Gotcha.
Only way, yeah. And no one's streaming to YouTube, so they're not worried about anything. But I do like Earth Awakenings. That's probably my favorite over here on Discord.
Yeah, we have a lot of fun over here. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks to Jeremy.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. It wouldn't be the same without Jeremy.
We're just trolling him now, I think.
Does everyone own Fag token?
What? Fag token? Is that what you said?
Maybe it's a play on that. It says Fag, but that sounds like Cartman saying it or something.
Feed every gorilla.
Oh, Jeremy's token. Yeah, I've never asked him about that. That's a good question.
For some reason, I'm afraid to go to fagtoken.com on my work computer.
Yeah, that's definitely sus. Your computer's gonna start roboting, dude. Be careful.
Yeah. So is everyone watching the Psych launch?
Which launch? There's a rocket launch or something?
Rocket.
Yep. Currently, it's heading to some meteor known as, or I don't know what they refer to it as, asteroid maybe. It says it's headed to Psyche, which is the way all the CGI they were showing. They said it's possibly the inner core of a planet that didn't quite form or something.
Yay.
Now it's just a rock in space.
You guys heard about that Ripple rocket?
Straight to the moon?
It's the only one that's ever going to go to the moon, bro.
That's a crypto joke, if anybody didn't know.
It was a crypto joke, but there is a Ripley rocket, just saying.
Believe it or not.
I was raised, I've got a ton of brothers, so anytime someone asks a remotely innocent question like that, I always pause before I answer, because it's about to be like a suck on D's kind of thing or something. Oh.
Yeah, you heard about that Sugma coin?
Exactly right. Like, wait a second. I am interested in alt shit coins, but maybe. Wouldn't be surprised if there is one of those, actually.
Yeah, my son actually pulled that on me the other day. And I thought he was talking about like a Sigma email or something. Personality type trait, but no, it was suck my balls.
Is there a coin called shitcoin?
Bound to be.
Yeah, actually, there is. It's called Bitcoin.
No. I'm saying we should create a shitcoin and just call it shitcoin, and it'll be so popular we'll just have to do well. Because it'll be like a cool thing to have.
They did have one. They did a Pepe coin, and then that one took off. So somebody created a Pepe poo poo coin. I don't know how that one ever did, but yeah. Technically, there is a shit coin. They just call it poo poo.
I don't know if that sounds like a good sequel to me. All right, be right back. I gotta buy some green stuff.
Well, if you guys ever want an Earth Awakenings shitcoin, I'll create it for you.
Yeah, that might be an idea. You know, Earth Awakenings coin and stuff, and we can like pass it around to each other.
Well, when's XRP going up, Dice Slow? Because that were a sound investment. Holy shit! I'm glad I only put 100 quid into it. Fucking hell! Can you imagine putting $5,000 into that shit and losing half of it? $82.55. I mean, this is like, yeah, I probably lost half of that money. So I'd like it to go up at some point. That'd be great. They win that court case, right?
Well, they're about 95% way through the court case. So yeah, like they've got to come to some sort of an agreement, or it's going to go higher up the chain.
I'll stick to my usual tactic of buying high and then selling low. No, seriously though, I said before when I bought the thing, I bought a bit of Bitcoin and a bit of XRP. I said before that I did it as though I'd already lost the money, so I'm just glad I didn't put more into it. Oh my god.
Yeah, you just, gotta be patient, dude.
Yeah, I kind of put it in there just to forget about it, but it's amazing. Every time I bring that Exodus up, it's like, oh, it's gone down again. It's gone down again. Oh, okay. It'll be 0 in a minute. Don't listen to Dyslow for your investment advice, folks. That's what I'm saying.
Short dice low.
Okay, I'm reloaded.
What's going on? You leave this place for 2 seconds. The conversation stops. Jeremy, you got any scripture you want to read? Take that as a maybe. Moyak Mustache, what's up? Seen you here in a bit. Alright.
Yeah, I'm waiting for a conversation to break out.
Yeah, you be waiting for a bit. No, I'm just kidding. How's your Halloween setup going?
Oh, I'm not toying with that. The kids are all grown up, and the youngest one, he ain't a good enough help to put together that much work.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear.
Yeah, I haven't done one since the pandemic.
I guess you were just talking about doing one last year.
No, we haven't set up in since the Halloween of the pandemic, or I should say, since before that.
Yeah. That sucks. You should hire yourself out, man. I'm sure there's like people who need Halloween.
Could do that. My stuff is a little quirky though, and I would hate to think of the liability of giving people 250,000 volt igniters for cannons.
Oh, okay. So you went a little extra far with your Halloween decorations, I guess.
Oh yeah. My cannons were I modified spark plugs. I would cut the threads away on the spark plug, just leave the insulator and the electrode in it.
Yeah.
And then I would fire that thing through put 110 volts through an ignition coil, and wirelessly I would trigger that to set off the powder.
So you're getting some Frankenstein vibes?
Oh yeah. And then of course I played with the shit all sorts of different ways. Like take 2 coils, put capacitors on them, step up the voltage a little bit, from 120 to 240 going into the ignition coil. And then I'd take those and I'd set them up opposed to each other. And before you know it, you're talking real voltage, 500,000 volts and stuff. But then I started finding out that I might be making X-rays with some of this shit.
From spark plugs? Damn.
I'm working with those kind of high voltages, and I also did some vacuum tube stuff, vacuum container stuff. Yeah, I probably got a couple of chest X-rays as I was playing.
You missed your calling as a mad scientist.
I used to love to watch the purple corona, come off of the cans from the ignition coils, and just work its way into my workbench. Just be a purple plasma going into the bench.
That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I remember I saw a corona effect just happen spontaneously on a plastic bag when I was by myself in the desert, and I was like, am I insane? Did I just see that? What just happened right there? I don't even know. Whole thing like lit up like an electric jellyfish. Just a plastic bag, and then it didn't do it again. And I was like, wait, why did that happen once, but then I can't make it happen again? That's fucked. I'm Wikipediaing all night, like, what did I just see? Yeah. Oh, and then, yeah, that's funny. So I found the corona field effect occurring, and then probably an amount of weeks later, like actual corona generated. Ha! That's not funny, but it did happen. Happy Halloween, everybody.
I think the other thing that was really scary about my setup was you never knew, or let's put it this way, it had no control on amperage.
Oh.
So, I mean, it would kill you as soon as it looked at you.
I had a friend, he's do like installation art and stuff like that, but he'd have all these like antique gas cans, you know, and then he did something where he was taking them and then he'd put like a propane torch and then just turn the propane torch on and just have them like as like set pieces just going. That was a terrible idea. Now that I think about it, but it was interesting to see. Just like it was like a gas can, but it would have like a spike of flame coming out of it.
Well, some of the best things are the ones that are the dangerous ones.
Yeah. Right. Fun. Yeah.
I also liked with my electricity experiments, took like a light bulb, and I was like, I wonder if I could make a plasma ball out of this. And all I ended up doing was drilling through the glass with the electricity. Just cut a hole right through the glass.
What? You used electricity to put a hole in the bulb?
Yeah. Basically, I
Okay.
connect one side up to the filament, the other side up to the to my probe outside the glass. And when I broke down the glass and everything, it just sent a lightning bolt through there. And after you left that going for a while, it would focus on that one spot and just drill a hole.
Oh. Huh. Pretty cool. You ever play around with Tesla coils too, or?
No, I never got into Tesla coils. I think I'm too lazy.
Oh.
I'd be interested. If somebody gave me one, I'd play with it.
You just need to figure out how to make one from spark plugs.
Van de Graaff generators are also cool, like those. You know, essentially take a natural belt, run it over a plastic comb of some kind, and all of a sudden you got static electricity galore.
Yeah. You know what I've always wanted to make is the Lord Kelvin's accumulator. That seems like so neat.
Lord Kelvin's accumulator. Is that not at the? I was thinking jars.
That's water dripping through an inductor, creating electricity.
Oh, okay. I don't even know about that one.
Yeah, basically, I've seen it like set up where you just basically use like a paint can with the bottom knocked out of it, and then there's a pair of them, and one water source that's split into two columns, each one dripping through its inductor, and then those paint cans are basically crossed over into the receptacle bucket. So the paint can from the opposite side goes to the bucket, just cross like an X, you know what I mean? And it creates a high voltage.
Thunderstorm. I'm looking at Lord Kelvin's thunderstorm.
That was a lot of noise. What? Okay. Contact.
That's cool. The voltage that it builds up on the probes have the little spittles that are being dripped through it going up.
You talking about the Van de Graaff?
No, Lord Kelvin.
Oh yeah.
Moyak, long time no hear. Where you been at?
No, I've been around. Come by here every couple of weeks and just see if there's something fun to talk about.
Oh, we talk about all kinds of good stuff. You miss a lot of good conversations, yeah.
Yeah, I sort of lost interest in it when we became the Witsit show and stuff.
Have you checked out what Alan's doing with the Space Audits channel?
Space audits? I didn't think I was doing anything.
I mean, the one guy, he's doing all the stuff with interferometry and.
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay.
That Discord or YouTube?
Probably. Yeah, I could drop a video or something. You
Jeremy, you need to add more sugar to that.
You're roboting, Dicelaw. Is it me or Dicelaw that's roboting?
It's actually both of you. No, I'm just kidding. It's Dicelaw.
He said some gay. He was like, pour some sugar on me. Is that what he just said?
You're saying something you should put more coffee in your sugar or something? I don't know. Something. I don't know what that means. It's a Def Leppard fan of some kind. It's like you, but you chose Photograph. That's your favorite Def Leppard song? Get out of here. Photograph bullshit. You think Dicelaw was a supreme like hair metal fan? Or I don't mean that. I mean like Motley Crue or something.
I'm a big hair metal fan. And I got no.
You don't say.
Yeah, Dicelaw, you're roboting.
You're dying slowly.
Moyak, you retired now?
Fuck no.
No, you're still working.
Hell yes.
Huh?
Hell yes. Went to Hawaii. That was a disaster of a vacation.
Was it?
Oh my god. If I was going to say, based on that vacation, do I ever want to go back to Hawaii, even if they gave it to me for free? I'd say no.
Did you go during the fires?
No, we went to Pearl Harbor and stuff. We were on the same island. But I gotta say, it was just such a. Let's put it this way: Monday morning is the day before our flight. My wife wakes up and I come down and spot her in the bathroom. And she's been throwing up since 3 a.m. So 3 hours of puking. And I say, okay, hon, do you want to go to the doctor? And she says, nah. And she wants to see her daughter no matter what. It's like, okay. So the next day we get on the plane. She's miserable the whole flight. 23 hours of travel. We get to Hawaii. She gets to my daughter's house, walks upstairs, and goes to sleep after a quick hug. Wakes up the next morning. Yeah, I got to go to the doctor. She's sporting 103 fever and still got acute pain and stuff. I'm like, okay, well, we'll go to the doctor. We find one. Get there, and within 4 hours, she was in surgery.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she decided to start rotting on the inside. She had a gangrenous gallbladder.
She all right now?
Yeah, she's still a little bit tender, but she's doing better now. But the vacation was, like days in the hospital, 1 billion units of antibiotics, and then walking like she was a 90-year-old woman for a couple of days. And then she was light duty the whole vacation, so I couldn't do anything, couldn't swim. And she really didn't want to walk, any kind of real walking.
You're basically just sitting in a house in Hawaii. That's pretty bad. My Florida trip was brutal.
Yeah, sitting in the hospital, looking at her by her feet, watching her take her next breath. And then after those days were over, it's like sitting there on the couch watching reruns of Dick Van Dyke. I spent
Well,
how
I'm
many
glad everyone.
$1,000 doing this?
Yeah. I'm glad you guys are all right.
Oh yeah, it was harrowing. Now my daughter also tried to murder me. She took me out to this place called Electric Beach, and it's the output from a power plant, and the cooling water comes out, and so you have to swim about 500 yards out to where they dump this hot water out, and you swim down into it, and then the current blasts you out into the ocean. It's really kind of cool. 100-degree
You're
water.
swimming in water. Hold on, you're swimming in water waste from a power plant.
Yeah, yep, just cooling water. Thousands of gallons an hour, or millions of gallons an hour. And it's kind of cool because, like, when you go over there, the reason you really go over there is because it's the best place to watch the fish. They all hang out right by the exhaust of this thing. You're swimming in a cloud of fish.
Whoa.
Water is about 100, and when you get down into the jet itself, it's like 103, 104 degrees.
You went to Hawaii just to get flushed down the toilet?
Essentially, yeah.
I'd do that.
And then where she tried to kill me was she swam me out 500 yards, and then I had to come back through the water that's constantly dragging you back out to sea. And me and my old fat self, out of shape self, trying to swim back to the beach. And I got probably within about 50 yards ashore and realized that I couldn't take in air as fast as I needed to. Like, as fast as I could breathe, it still wasn't doing much good. And it's like, shit, I still got 50 yards to go. Yeah, before I ask my daughter to drag me to shore, I'm going to have to just drown. Made it to the beach, and it was like those movies where, they just crawl onto the beach and just lay there. Breathing. Holy shit, was I wore out.
Were you looking for Wilson?
Yep. Wilson! That was the first time I ever felt human swimming. Like, that I was mortal. I could literally have died. I had the safety of people around. I could have called for help. But if I was all alone, that would have been scary.
You were like, oh, wait, I could die right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Better pay attention, brain.
Worst problem is it wasn't even a muscle thing. It was the muscles had plenty to go. It was just aerobically, it was way beyond my ability.
Well, this reminds me of this reminds me of the Hope experiment with the mice. If somebody had pulled you up out of the water, dried you off, and let you rest, like if you were about to drown in the water, and you were just like, fuck it, I'm gonna give up. But somebody pulled you out, let you rest for a second, dried you off, and then threw you back in the thing, you would have been fine. You would have been able to swim even longer. Maybe. I don't know if it works on humans too, but it works on the mice.
Yeah, don't know. When you've reached aerobic capability and you still need to put output, it's
yeah.
Obviously I was able to do it, so I had that little bit more, but it was at the point where, like, wow, I'm really reaching the limits.
There are these, well, I don't know, like extreme adrenaline junkies might try that stuff like that. You know what I mean? Really push it to the limit. I think there's I was listening. Yeah, it's like a basketball player. He's retired now. He's like a 3-point shooter, Kyle Korver, and he got with these guys. And basically, what they do is they go and try something that's like they'll go underwater 20 feet and then move a rock like 100 yards or something crazy like that. Where that's what that's what they're doing. Like no gear, just do it.
You're spending 5 minutes underwater.
It's something like that, yeah. Where it's like, yeah,
What about,
there actually is some
Sorry.
Okay.
What about the guy that climbed the mountain in like boxers? He climbed Mount Everest in boxers.
He didn't climb. I mean,
Oh, you said
what was that, Hoffman or something?
you said people go underwater and move rocks. Is that what you said?
Yes, they'll pick up a boulder and then move it. You're talking about Wim Hof.
Yeah, Wim Hof. Yeah.
I thought you were
Oh.
slanging.
I thought you were talking about Jeremy on the street corner.
What's in that chip bag?
Yeah, Wim Hof did not go up to the top of Mount Everest in shorts. He went to like base camp in shorts. A hell of an achievement. Hell of an achievement. But
he went all the way up to Mount Everest to sell crack. It's a good story.
Yeah, it's a hell of an achievement what he did, but I wouldn't call it going to the top. The summit is light years from where he was.
Oh, all right. I wasn't sure.
Now, he's probably in good enough shape if he did it like a normal human being. He probably could have done Mount Everest and done jumping jacks when he got there. When everybody else gets there, they're doing what I was when I was coming to the beach. I just took a step.
That was mad funny, man. Slinging rock.
Dude, you know what's mental is them fucking cave divers. Them people that just dive under these. They're fucking mental. Why would you do that?
Dive into a hole in the ground. Base jump.
Yeah, I'm watching the. You know that YouTube channel where he tells the stories? What's it called? Mr. Ballon or something like that, I think it's called.
These are the guys who usually critique people's dives when they get into trouble.
I don't know. They're just like adrenaline junkies, I guess.
Okay, so there's a show out there where they just do like diving accidents. That's the whole YouTube channel.
Oh, right.
And the stories they tell, often come across these cave divers and stuff. They get, to get to that hole, you got to swim down a little bit deeper, and all of a sudden your oxygen narcosis kicks in, where you knock your regulator off, the pipe off of your tank. All sorts of disasters happen when you're down there.
Yeah, terrifying.
I would do that.
No, that Mr. Balance, like, I don't know. He tells all kind of disaster stories and spooky shit, and so somebody usually dies at the end. I don't know. Like it's just a thing in story form where he just tells the story, and he does a good job. You can tell it's funny, but when they get to a certain level, I think of followage, that the grabble starts, because you can see there's grabble all over these fucking things. Like they'll be telling a story and then this happened. You're like, that makes no sense. Nobody'd do that. But yeah, I don't know how to explain that exactly. You can spot the grabble though in these stories, but when he just tells the ones where people have got in these caves and they're just horrific. You're just like, why would you even do that? But people. Go on.
I went on a guided spelunking tour, and
Spelunking.
Yeah,
good.
And that was fun. I mean, I enjoyed it. But there's places where I went through, and it's like, you know what? I could get stuck here. And that would trap everybody in there. They'd have to like cut me away to get me out of this hole so that they could get out.
Mr. Balance. Military as well. I always get a bit paranoid with military folks. Sorry, I just automatically assume you're a Mason. That's just what I am. It's like Scottish. There's this. So I've got this book here. It's the Veil of Isis by Walter Winwood Reed. Or I can't remember his name. It's like that. Winwood Reed, and because he's Scottish, and he released a book in the mid 1800s. I'm like, he's a Mason. He might not be, but I just can't help myself, you know.
Yeah, you got something going on there, man.
It's an interesting thing.
The police academy, there's a lot of Masons. Like 90% of cops are Masons. And in the army, they tried recruiting me. They tried recruiting me for the Blue Lodge when I was in the army, man. A lot of people fall into that stuff. But then again, they also have Buddhists. They have representatives for every religion that go. Like they have literally like you can choose a religion when you're in the military, and a lot of people they choose a religion because it's the one day that you get to go and like be, you know what I mean, just be away from the army.
Yeah,
When you're
it's
in
well
basic
it's
or
well
AIT.
known. It's well known in the UK that the police are attached to masonry, so I just assume it's the same in the States as well.
I think it's interesting. The salute. You know, like all the armed services do the salute, right? The police do too, but then they're all. And the Masons do it too, right? They have a salute. You just got to put your feet across at the 45-degree angle with the Masonic salute. But anyway, all that stuff comes from, apparently from the concept of solar god worship. You know, because you're like, you cover the eye out of respect so that you're not like blinded by the light. You know, so like when you salute somebody, you're shielding your eye from their brilliance in a way.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You know, never mind. We don't have to go on that route. But yeah, when I was in the military, you know, they tried recruiting me for
Well,
like,
I'm just saying,
a
like
bunch of stuff, bro.
All these fraternities are like Helios kind of Helios-ish that way because they'll employ that
false
same
light.
Well, no, it's the light of the sun. I mean, that's the most real light we have. Come on.
Well, apparently, according to Scottish Freemasonry, you know, they when you get up the chain, they reveal who the light is, bro.
Oh yeah,
but they don't reveal it till you're like up there. By then, it's too late.
Or you can get the Cliff's Notes version and find out there. But yeah, they keep basically revealing. But that's kind of Scientology does it too. You know, they're like, oh, and the final boss of the world is this, and then
Final boss.
Oh,
This is where you go
That's
clear.
kinda
You
like-
have to adorn a yellow suit with a black stripe, and he's on the top level.
Yeah. Well, this one's like the 3-headed one. You got to take out the toad first, but you got to stun that with some kind of freeze spell. I don't know. That's a tough one.
It is interesting. Like I was talking about the Templars the other day, and how I'm sure the Scottish Rite came from Templars. I'm absolutely convinced of that now.
Right.
It's kind of
Scottish.
Right.
The Scottish Rite Presbyterians were the ones that took out the Apocrypha from the Bible.
Oh, what? What year is that?
What year was this? It's after the death of King James. The Scottish Rite Presbyterians convinced King James's son, King Charles, to take the Apocrypha out of the Bible.
So recently then?
Yeah, recently. And you know,
okay.
You know how you were saying that the Bible was used to control the people and this and that. Well, you know that for most of history, people were illiterate. They couldn't even read the Bible if they wanted to, right? And on top of that, you could only find it written in Aramaic, Greek, and Latin, and Hebrew. And most people weren't. They're barely literate in English, right? In their native language. Never mind these other languages, right? And they made it the governments of the world made it very difficult for people to get a hold of the manuscripts and to translate the manuscripts. They weren't allowed to translate into any other language. They're prohibited. And the people that did try to translate it into their native tongues were persecuted and killed. We see multiple examples of this in the 1500s when they first started translating these manuscripts into their native tongues, like English or German. And what's this guy? William Tyndale was one of the first ones to translate the scriptures into English, and he was burnt at the stake for doing that. So, you know, how could you know, people didn't read the Bible for most of history. They couldn't. It was told to them by the preacher.
Yeah, well, I guess what I'm talking about is like, because I believe there's a guy called Jesus. All right, I'm happy to entertain that idea because it's a nice thought, and he went around and taught righteousness and to different tribes and so on. But then, so somebody who's recognized unity with the one, right, with the one consciousness, and is free essentially, you know, he sees through the veil, the Maya, the play of sorts, and then he wants to do the same. He wants to set other people free. But then the church, they took hold of this and they went, no. Now he's the special boy, and that rest of you back to work. That's what I'm saying. They pedestalize the person, you know. That's where I'm coming from. They pedestalized this person and said, only this is the special boy, and the rest of you can fuck off.
He's got to be a special boy if you're gonna make like a big decision to like make the Vatican part of the Roman thingy, and then use that to kind of like wedge out all the other religious interests. That might
Yeah,
be
I
in
mean,
the
why?
air, generally,
This is why I keep
use
saying,
that
why
as
can't
like
you
a-
be Jesus? Why can't you be Jesus? It even says something like, greater than me, works you'll do, or some shit. I don't know. Why does he say that?
Well, like, yeah, I mean, for me, like, since I'm not like a Bible person per se, but like, I don't mind the idea of Jesus, right? I don't mind that at all. It seems like an all right character, right? Does
He's
all the
like a
good
righteous
things.
dude, yeah.
Right, it's like
Awesome
a
dude.
righteous, yeah, like a Dudley Do Right type, or the original Jesus. Let's call him. Anyway, there's there's like all these things that we can like learn from the life of that and apply them. That's cool. Why that has to be uniquely like made into like this exclusive club, I don't know. Like it would seem that really anybody with like the sense to see things around them might have these same ideas, right? Ideals, and support them. So like he can't be the first person to do this. And in fact, basically, we don't know where much of his training came from. So a lot of it could have been Eastern, right? It's like missing years.
Yeah, it does seem to correlate with stuff like that. I've heard this idea that Jesus went to India and all that stuff, and I don't know who knows.
But like we were going after like some stuff with Indra and Zeus, I think, thunderbolts and the Vajra connection there. And then I came across some Greek statues where the flame is really what Zeus is holding, not a lightning bolt, but a flame, and it's shaped like a Vajra. And then I think like, oh well, Vajra is, some of them look like flames, and yeah, okay, so. But this thing seems only to be ceremonial because it's like unwieldy, I guess. And then this has got something to do with in Iran, the guy Rostam. That's like a figure there. So like it's like the same story happening in three different places, kind of. We call them three different gods, and they're three different cultures. So it's like I don't know. It seems could everything pretty much be everything versus what the Vatican puts up as using Jesus as the exclusionary, like oh we're not Zoroastrianism, we're not anything part of the Indian tradition, we're not this, we're not that, we're just this, like that declaration gets made, that the Constantine seals it up with the Vatican, and then boom, here we are. Crusades, holy wars come later, blah blah blah. But the wars are always happening, right?
Yeah,
it's a lot to go through.
So yeah,
was any of that good? Yeah.
They took out the Scottish Rite Presbyterians convinced King Charles, right, to take out the Apocrypha. There's a meeting that's called the Westminster Confession, right, where they literally had a bunch of politicians of their day, including the king and Scottish Rite Presbyterians that came from Scotland to England, and they literally took out the Apocrypha, including the Wisdom of Solomon and a bunch of other really important texts. Mind you, most people didn't even know how to read the Bible at all. They didn't want people knowing how to read the Bible because they wanted to control the people. So contrary to popular belief, the Anglican Church and the papacy did not want people learning how to read, because if they did, they would know that the whole thing is a setup, that the whole establishment is based on a facade. And for basically most of history, people didn't know how to read, so they were taken advantage of. by the papacy and the Anglican Church. That's the honest truth, bro.
Well, it seems clear that they didn't want people to read in Welsh because they didn't give them a printing press. They didn't give them they could be fined for just for writing in Welsh. They could be arrested or some shit like that. So clearly they did want people reading and writing, but they wanted them reading and writing their language. This fucking language, this stupid language, is made up of. It's a dog of a language. It's the brunt of I don't know. It's a hybrid. It's a mix of fucking so many different ones. I don't know. And like I say, I love it. I love words and like our dabbling in poetry a little bit because I enjoy that. But I go through phases where I'll be like, oh, I'll listen to classical music for a bit, and then I'll stop, and then I'll listen to something completely different for a little bit, and I do that all the time. But it seems they wanted people. Yeah, there's a lot of spellcraft going on with this language, but at the same time, I think it's important to recognise that as a principle. But then, what are we going to do? Just fucking sign to each other? we need it to communicate, obviously. So, yeah, I don't know. You want Snake?
Poetry's interesting shit, man. Like it looks a certain way, and you can organize the words in such a way as that, like your eyes actually have to move from one to the other. You create like this weird. You can create a visual flow that, like, I don't know. It challenges like what you would normally read as far as like two words pairing next to each other or above and below. It's pretty interesting. Like,
yeah, what's
visually aesthetic? Yeah.
What's that little? Is it a little chunk of poetry called a stanza? Have I got that right?
Yeah, stanza.
How do you spell that?
Stanza.
Is that the one where nothing rhymes?
No, it's just like a paragraph, I guess, for a poem.
Yeah, I remember doing different poems and like there's one that doesn't rhyme like at all. Like you're not supposed to make it rhyme.
Approximate rhyme scheme. Approximate rhyme. Eminem uses that quite a bit.
I'm back.
There you go. Did you fix your bad antenna? Is that what you did? Dropping bars here, bro. Come on, pick it up.
Roll out the WWE music, as Jeremy would say. Jeremy, say something funny, bro. Come on, dude.
He's too busy slinging rock.
He's moving them rocks underwater. What you know about rolling down in the deep? He feels like an astronaut in the ocean.
Word, yo, we could have had it all and shit.
What's going on here today?
I don't know if that song really matches, bro. What's that, Jeremy?
That wasn't Jeremy.
Oh, I thought he put down the rock to say something. What happened?
This is all messed up.
Yeah, something's messed up.
Yeah, it's all fucked.
Go, Cookie. What's up, man? Cookie Monster.
What's up? What y'all doing? What are you talking about?
Talking about Jeremy slinging rock in the ocean.
Slinging rock.
We're shooting the shit.
Slinging rock? I always heard that was like a street thing, wasn't it?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on what context of the scenario. I mean, slinging rocks could take down a giant like David did, or it could take down the Great White Hope like Jeremy did on the street corner.
Ooh, sounds exciting.
Damn, that's poetic right there.
Who's this Jeremy guy anyway?
He's the prolific rock mover.
He's the plug.
He's the plug.
He's the plug.
Pling pling.
Humor.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna say some rap lyrics, but I don't think you guys would even know that.
What?
Depends.
You're gonna,
Try it.
you got some J-Lo
He,
lyrics?
he gets picked up in his space coupe, ET. He's trapping early in the morning. Nobody lets Jeremy walk.
Or Jeremy.
I don't even know who sings that song.
Jeremy's Wi-Fi signal is call and collect.
Is it 420 yet?
Always. Are we at lunchtime?
Probably in China.
China. Did we get to Psyche yet?
420 somewhere.
I say that all the time, like it's always 420 somewhere. I'm not sure if that's true, but I say it anyway. Yeah. I don't know if there's a there to be, per se.
Wouldn't that have to be true?
I mean, like,
on a globe Earth?
It could be in the ocean. You know what I mean? There's no land. I mean, there's nobody. You know, just whales or krill or something. They have no joints. How can it be 420 for them?
How are babies born without kneecaps?
Yep. I'm sure over the Pacific there's an area where it's 420 and there's nobody there to smoke. Or they're on a boat. Or they're on a life raft. Or fucking chilling with SpongeBob anyway. What is this? Psyche is what? Asteroid? What are they trying to asteroid mine still? They're doing that?
Yeah,
that's
right.
Amazing.
That was a movie, bro.
Is that what's falling out of the sky?
Oh, hopefully. Yeah. Anybody checked into those, whatever, last deposits, mineral deposits? They had gotten a sample and put a series of articles about it.
Yeah, I think they found an asteroid with like pure adamantium.
Yeah, adamantium. They found Wolverine in there too.
Wolverinium.
Wolverinium, I like that.
Fucking Wolverine's badass, dude. That fucking character is the baddest. I love it.
So, yeah.
Wolverine's pretty dope. I like Gambit for whatever reason.
Yeah, I like him and I like Deadpool. I don't know why. Something cool about somebody that gets taken out and then somehow survives, you know, and then can't be killed. That's just funny. It's cool. I know it's just crazy shit.
There was
a
lot of like weird homo freaking stuff in that movie, bro. I don't know if you caught any of that.
Oh yeah, of course. If it has Ryan, what's his name in it,
What are you
it's probably
talking
gonna have some great stuff in it.
What do you mean? I don't know what you guys are talking about. You seen there's stuff in like Free Guy that was gay too? I didn't notice.
No, they're everywhere.
You probably like Blue Beetle, don't you, Snack?
I don't even know what that is.
I watched something. I think it was called Shazam or something. It had like, what's his name in it? And it was about these killer sharks or some shit. Did you see that yet?
Yeah, it's about like a superhero in the DC comic world. It doesn't matter.
Are you talking about Pootie Tang?
No.
Just talking about
Shazam or whatever the fuck it's called.
Yeah.
Same shit.
I thought Shazam was a character, but I didn't see him in the whole movie. I watched the whole movie and I'm like, where's Shazam? I don't get it.
But he is there. He's the guy in the superhero costume with the cod piece. It was just like, wow, okay, that and what the Flash. It's like, yeah, it's like I don't know.
Flash Gordon was cool when I was a kid, but
I don't know, bro. That costume's pretty gay.
so what? It was the way it was back then, though. See,
Like, if you're the Flash, you actually have to have like an aerodynamic piece of business like in front of your junk, or else it's gonna like accelerate and get hot. You know what I mean? So it's
Right. His bulge definitely
what's wrong
preceded
with
him. I
getting
think
hot?
that's how he got the aerodynamics.
it's a bit
Yeah, I
like
mean, he leads with
off-putting
his head. Yeah.
for a superhero. Like, oh yeah, I have to penetrate the air volume. You
Does he have
know,
a helmet? I wonder if he wears a helmet.
I gotta cut this at an angle, man. You know, whatever geometry's what it is. Don't make too much of it. Okay, don't look.
It rides on the
My
edge.
eyes are right here. My eyes are right here. The Flash would be saying.
I always thought being able to stop time would be the coolest. Just freeze everything and then move around as you want. I used to dream about that when I was a kid. So stupid, but you know, like freeze people and take stuff from them and shit. You know, and kiss girls because they don't want to kiss you.
How do you start?
You're a pervert. You're a
start
weirdo.
I know. And who isn't? And who in here isn't? Come on.
How do you start
when you're 8
the
years
time
old, that's
again?
all you think about, bro.
What were you saying, Godric?
Before you start the time again.
Yeah. Hey, I like to admit what I am. I'm a fucking weirdo. What can I say?
I would always be drifting off in daydream in history class when I'd be talking about the Revolutionary War, and I would think about modern armaments in older times, and you know, just totally not pay attention to what happened at the Gettysburg or anything like that. But you know, thinking how fed missiles.
I was too busy
I could
staring at
travel back
pizza
in
Hut.
time and then fight the Revolutionary War with modern things. That'd be pretty cool. And I wouldn't have to worry about this is bullshit. What am I listening to? Why would I have to listen to this history bullshit? Thank
I was too busy staring at the teacher's ass.
He must have worked out, huh?
Yes. When I was in school, when I was in grade school, man, like all the teachers were girls. It was very rarely ever a dude teacher. But now it's like common.
Did you know that women teachers have a higher case number of sexual intercourse with their students than male teachers?
Great. It's too bad I
And
didn't get it.
dude, it's like if you looked at the numbers since like the 80s, you
Women?
would be astonished. Yes, women teachers, dude, having some sort of an affair with their students, dude. It's like the numbers are astronomical, dude.
Well, I mean, when it comes to boys, I don't really see that big a deal. To be honest with you. As
Yeah,
long
it's
as
not
the
really
boys,
frowned
you know,
upon, is it?
as long as he wants it. I mean, what the hell? What difference does it make? But
Yeah, that's the thing.
not saying
Geo
it's right. Don't
mentions.
get me wrong. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that, like, what's wrong with it? You know what I mean? Like when it comes, but if it was a girl, it'd be a completely different thing because girls are different. Right?
Yeah, you
we've all
can't
had that
jump. You
teacher.
can't jump up and down on a flaccid penis. Remember that.
Why do you think Jeremy's a janitor and still in the 5th grade, bro? He's never
Oh,
left.
is he? Oh, so he's still a PTA tour. Why are we picking on Jeremy?
Because he's not here.
You guys are gonna get fucked up today.
He's MIA. He fell asleep with the thing on again.
He can't hear us anyways in a Faraday cage.
They've been roasting me for like an hour.
Goodwill,
there you go.
Jeremy.
Only an hour.
About the women teachers, that's not really fair because there's more. Isn't there more women teachers than men teachers? Mathematically.
Godric with some irrelevant ass freaking info.
Yeah, shut up, Godric.
Well, he just wanted to throw his 2 cents in there. Give him a break.
It's those horny high school boys you have to blame.
Fucking A, man. Like, I remember when I figured out that the smell of girls is what was making me give a boner. Oh, God, it drove me nuts. My stepmom told me that. And I was like, what? You're kidding me. I didn't believe her. I thought she was lying to me. She's like, yeah. I'm like, no way. She's like, yes way. I'm like, I had to go look it up.
Seaway,
I had to ask my science teacher. I was like, "Is this true?" And he's like, "Yes, sir, it sure is." I went, "Damn, no wonder."
You know what they say, right? Older the berry, the sweeter the juice.
I think so. But man, I'm glad you told me that. Man, it saved my ass later. Not really, but damn, is it just me, or the older you get, the more do you notice it? Like I can just walk into a room like an office, and there'd be women in there, and I'll just be like, "Bam!" You're like, "Holy crap, what happened in here?" And I'll be looking around, and it's almost like they know it. It's almost like they can tell that I've noticed, and they start looking around funny. It's like, wait a minute, they know about this. Only I could go back, play it all over again. I'd screw it up just as bad. Maybe worse. Fine. So what, the trolls all left today, or what? Or is that all in here? We don't have to say hello.
We've had a low troll population, mostly. Troll density has decreased over the last 6 months. That's what my progress reports show. I don't know. My spreadsheets, my numbers, whatever.
Cool.
We've decreased trolling activity here 67%. Sorry. Anyway. So did all the Masons get wiped out on the Friday the 13th? But that's not like now, right? That's not like the anniversary of that shit, is it?
That's today.
But is every Friday the 13th
No, apparently in history there was a call to kill all Knights Templars. The Muslims were like, yeah, kill all the Knights Templars, and it was happened to be on Friday the 13th. Yeah. I don't know what year it was though. It's been a while since I read about that.
Rosicrucians are pretty interesting. We never really talk about them very much. You guys want to not talk about them now?
I asked the Masons about them, and they just looked at me like, "What?" They looked at me like, "How the fuck do you know about that?" I was like, "Oh, you don't think I know things?" I know a master.
It's started by Francis Bacon, right? Allegedly, he's the founder.
Nah, man.
That's the storyline.
That is the storyline. Where he founded it in modern times.
Well,
but it's
so the story behind the Knights Templar, right, is that originally they started off with good intentions. It was like a group of Christians that were really trying to fight with righteous intentions, right? But somehow, little by little, they got usurped, or something happened where they became a sodomite organization, bro. Like literally. And yeah, they became evil.
Well, that's what happens when you get in power. They become evil.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to smudge anybody's name for what I don't know, but
they were trying to protect, because originally, they apparently they had like occult relics. They were in possession of occult relics. It's specifically relics that were connected to the crucifixion of Jesus Christ.
So
and can anybody prove that?
No, but what I do think is a somewhat a provable piece of something is that they traveled to.
Like, who cares?
They traveled through like lands in Asia Minor where these people had different materials, and that they were familiar with tinting glass, and I think that they brought a lot of that chemistry back with them to the churches in Europe for stained glass purposes. So I think that's at least one.
If you really believe that churches were made to worship God, you're an idiot. Because that's not what they're doing. There definitely weren't churches.
It's an enterprise of a sort, isn't it?
Let me guess. Churches were made to gather people around and control them. Is that right?
You know, people talk about the Holy Grail, the Spear of Destiny. You know how they sold his garments? They casted lots on his garments. There was even the thorns, the crown of thorns. Like each individual thorn was sold to the highest bidder. Like there was pieces of the crown of thorns that were sold to different groups. Like that's how like valuable these occult relics were. Like literally people were fighting over just like stupid stuff.
Mm-hmm. People are stupid.
Hitler was after some of these occult relics apparently too, but I can't prove it. Like it's just hearsay, but I believe it.
I have a funny feeling
Hillary
that
Clinton.
everything in our history is all bullshit. Every bit of it. From the very beginning to the very end.
Nah, man, that's not true.
I'd almost bet you that it's all been
There's a
rewritten.
lot of revisionists out there. Revisionists, they're trying to rewrite history. But
Well, it is his story, you know. It's not my story. It's his story. Can we even prove that?
It's the narrative of Western civilization, and I guess with undergirding philosophical structures that have to do with some names that could be dropped. But it's a larger intellectual enterprise. You know what I mean? Everybody's like plugging into here to make all this history change or exist itself, right?
But it's just to keep on this stupid storyline and make everybody think, oh, we should just keep going. We should just duke it out instead of doing something about it.
Someone's got to keep the lights on here.
You know what's
Even
funny
if
to
it's
me?
like lying to everybody.
I want to know
even
how
if you have to
people
lie to
can read
everybody.
the Bible.
Yeah, okay.
I got a question for you. If you've read the Bible, when you read the Bible, do you read in there that we should just sit on our asses with our thumbs crossed and wait for the end of the world to come? Or are you a believer in that we're supposed to be
It doesn't
involved
say
in
that.
doing
It
something?
says like faith without works is dead.
There you go.
There you go, Doc. There you go.
Thanks.
But so is like making money. You know what I mean? Even though I call that worshiping the false prophet, but it's at least real profit. But it's a measure of like what effort goes into time, rather than just pontificating on a pillow with thumb up your ass, saying like I've reached enlightenment. Check this
Look,
shit
you
out.
have to say the whole verse. Faith without works is dead. Faith with works will set you free.
Mm-hmm. There you go. So what are we doing?
With work.
Faith is just in that, like, if you're doing something that's for tomorrow, you're a lot of times, most of the time, you're doing labor for the next day or for someone else, or just in the idea that tomorrow will happen, right? We have faith that everything will progress as if no like crazy calamities will occur. Yeah, that's basically that. You know,
We are to work.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to double talk.
No, my bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just thinking about the demiurge concept. You know what I mean? A lot of people like tie that to Gnosticism, but it's also like this idea that the city itself has like its own life to it, based on its citizenry and just based on the way it's laid out, based on all these like chaotic, weird things that we can't really predict or whatever, or architect out yet, because we're not like expert city builders of fucking societies or whatever. You know, if you think about like Plato's Republic and that kind of shit, but the demiurge like develops out of the city. Like there is a dark side that develops in any city. You know what I mean? Of like whatever, all these things kind of coalesce and become like all these unintended things we didn't ever intend for. Right? We're like it should be a great city, but yeah, like it falls into ruin or certain things, happen. But that's like a demiurge concept that's almost disrelated from the entire Gnostic concept. What do you think?
The word demiurge is
It's like I
strictly
just threw you a
Gnostic.
live grenade. Here you go. What?
Yep, you did.
Pleroma, demiurge. Those words are strictly Gnostic.
But it's also like the patron god of like several Egyptian cities, or the demiurge, where the demiurge has a name and it is this god, but we call that the god of the city. That's the protector of the city, and that basically this thing evolves like
Yahweh is the
habitation.
demiurge. That's what they say. Yahuwah is the demiurge. The father of Jesus Christ is the evil being. He's the Satan. He's the true enemy of the world, and Satan is actually the good guy.
Yeah. So like there's a few different religions that like I think the Iranian tradition would have you think that, and maybe this is true, but it's a version that like the rebellious angel basically, or this is I think they were into Zeus too, man. Like a lot of these things were contemporary and like exchanged in different ways, before there was like formalized religions and churches that you had to abide by. You couldn't like freewheel, take a little this and that. I think people were doing that for a while too, but we don't call that like, or maybe some people don't like the Gnostic thing. They're like, oh, this is like unpure or something, or I don't know. There seems to be like a lot of kickback from Christians about it. What do you think? Like Gnosticism itself, a lot of people confuse it with different
Does
things.
anybody else want to talk? Answer him.
I'm trying to throw it to somebody else. I was trying to throw it to you since you might have opinions about this kind of thing.
Yeah, I
if
mean,
you have to go into scripture, I
the
guess
Nag
we just avoid talking about it.
No, it's all good. Let's talk about the Nag Hammadi manuscripts, right? Who wrote them? Where they come from?
Where's
The
it sound
Nag
like it came
Hammadi.
from?
It's a fascinating collection of manuscripts. The compilation from going back even before Christ, but it comes from Egypt. Its origin is in Egypt.
Okay.
You have there was Gnostic manuscripts that were found in Geniza, Egypt, Alexandria, Egypt.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, some of the same writings were found in the deserts of Judea too.
Mm-hmm.
But
so like, do you know what like Naga in like Indian or Hindu, right? Is it, like out of that is like a serpent, Naga. But you're saying it's a Nag Hammadi, but they're disrelated. And yet they're gonna have like similarities, man. And I need to like, I don't know how to dial into it much more than just being able to like find the words and stuff like that are mentioned in the Rig Vedas.
Going way back, but it's like the partial.
It's the partial Yahweh, right? It's like Yav maybe, or Yavi. Yeah, it's like it's used in there, and so yeah, just trying to trace these religions back, like it's like they all branched off of some things, man. Like you know that too, right? Like
yeah,
all stuff just goes back and back and back. Like
who were the Persians before Persia? What was it called? Right, and it was called Samaria. So before there were Persians, before there were Syrians, before there was Assyria, they were known as the Sumerians. Where the Sumerians come from?
Yeah, but were they even? I don't know. Like, were people like hanging out in India before that? It's like you can't really pinpoint where the origin of man is. You know what I mean? Unless you're like scientists, like working with rocks and being like, oh yeah, we know. I think it's too hard to piece it together. Like, it's really.
Yeah, it is. I mean, if you relied strictly on just archaeological, anthropological evidence, it would be extremely difficult to pinpoint where humans came from. But I rely on the writings that were passed down from our ancestors, like the Book of Jubilees. Then
So,
people say, "Oh, that's biased. That's Jewish writing," but it's not really a Jewish writing.
so we basically just have like what we are like left with here. You know, we have the fragments of these faiths and books and stuff like that. People carry them on; they become religions or whatever. But nobody generates new ones, right? That's not something we can do, right? Because that's just a cult, right? You can't have that. There's just the mystery religions, whatever you want to call them. You know, they're kind of set in stone in a way. You could try to combine them or whatever, but I mean, you just have those basic elements. You can't come up with brand new shit. You know, it's sorry.
So before there were Indians in India, right? Before there were Chinese in China, apparently there was people groups that migrated eastwards from the Fertile Crescent. So from the area that we know as Sumeria, they moved eastwards and then established themselves in what we know as India, China. But before there was anybody there, right? They migrated there from the Fertile Crescent. So everybody came from that area of the world. Right?
I don't believe that.
No, that's fine. So that's what I believe.
I don't think that there's any real scientific reason to believe that.
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people talk about Acadia, right? The Acadians, the Canaanites, Phoenicians, Sumerians. Even modern archaeology agree that those are the most ancient people groups that we know of today. Older than the Chinese, older than the Indians.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, if you take away transportation, communication, literature, the internet, telephony, right? You're like, now you're in like the old world. So we're like books and things, localities, they're very much matter, and things can remain isolated, get lost. You know what I mean? You could like live your whole life inside of like a little kingdom and never know another language or another religion. You know, you could never learn about that stuff, or maybe warfare will happen there, and your shit will get. You have to like take up arms to defend your shit, or I don't know, whatever. Like all kinds of. And we got like the diasporas and all that stuff. Like, so people can just up and just be transported with all their shit, and then remake themselves like somewhere else. We don't know how often, how long, how far back this practice goes. Like, fuck, dude. So, like, these people could have been conquered, made to work in other lands, you know what I mean, and then just like left there, you know, like as a colony or something like that. All these types of situations could happen if you get lost in the fucking sands of time. You know, what are you gonna do? It's a tough fucking jigsaw puzzle, bro. That's all. You know.
I find it fascinating. But according to the Ezra, and I've told you this before, but it's all good, bro. For the people that haven't heard this, America was colonized for the first time. Before there was humans in America, bro, I believe they were colonized for the first time around 2,600 years ago, bro. When the first people came to the Americas, bro. And before that, they first entered what we know of as Asia, right, or modern Siberia. So the easternmost point of Asia is modern Siberia. And before there was anybody in modern Siberia in the Americas, it was empty, bro. It was a vast wilderness, uninhabited by humans, just animals. There's no humans there, bro. Fairly recently, just 2,700 years ago, there was no humans in Siberia. Sounds crazy, right?
I don't know. I don't think we can excavate all that shit. They find they find people all over the place. I guess what it is really is like there must have existed, in my mind, a great kingdom of fucking islands or some shit off of where Japan is, or down through Micronesia, or through the fucking Philippines, or you know, I mean, this is like thousands of islands. Like you can't even visit every single island in your whole life if you like try to, man. Somehow, so many like little bits of land are just underwater, submerged. Like if those are above water, like it could have been just a whole other world that we don't even fucking know about that sank, you know. And then therefore,
Yeah.
like we don't know like what fragments then led to like new beginnings from other things. And I mean, I like some of that new chronology stuff. There's like a girl that has a channel called like New Earth. I thought it was kind of interesting. So it has some ideas. It just basically says that everybody that lives today is a survivor of ancient, and that's true, right? We're all part of like some kind of lineage here, right? But just in consideration, like that, it's either about like one central cradle of civilization that we do know, and then that then supports like all of these other arms of like biblical narratives and you know all these different things that you're going to say, or there are different reasons and rationales for like why people are dispersed and organized into where they are, and there's stories about who they are. Could be just fucking misunderstandings, lies. I don't know. Like all kinds of things are possible here, man. You know, like as far as where people came from or had migrated to in whatever past and whatever epoch you go back to. You know, so because like Polynesians are able to navigate using like techniques that they already have like within their tribe that don't really factor in for you know all the fancy things we need to do navigation with. Or they're just using stars. They're just using currents that appear at like certain times of the year. I don't know what the case may be, but yeah, essentially the the way the globe makes it look, it's like the Atlantic is doable, but the Pacific, it's like you'd be crazy to think that you'd ever make it anywhere. You know, you're going through that much ocean, like on that ball. Do you know what I'm saying? Just the surface area that takes up is crazy. But the actual, when you look on an azimuthal equidistant, it's like it's just down the coast. And yes, currents actually go there, and yes, they like change at different times of the year. So it's possible to do a loop. You just do like a 1 year loop. Just use the currents, take the other one way back. Easy. Yeah. All South America can be populated. Those genes go back to the Black Sea, right? Because that's where the big-headed people fucking went to, it seems, right? They didn't migrate from South America to become extinct in the Black Sea region in the Caspian Sea, right?
That's
If you
another
follow
link right
land
there.
force or stuff, right? So those motherfuckers exodus that bitch, right? And then they're like, we'll just fucking go to China. And then once they got pushed to the edge of China, they're like, we'll go to South America. And then they did. And that's the Nazca fucking culture is branched off of that. Their descendants, you know? Those people arrived in fucking Argentina and shit. From the current, man, because that's just like where it takes you.
Yeah, there's
So
red-headed giants and
it's
red-headed elongated
we have
skulls
corn.
being found in
We don't even need
Peru.
that.
Dude.
We have corn, bro. We have corn. That's a fairly good example here. Okay, like without the Chinese grass mixing with the South American grass, we have no maize, and without maize, we get no cultivation into corn. Simple.
But you know how people say that, oh, like there was no white man here until Columbus came. It's like that's not true, bro. Like there was white people in America when Columbus landed here already, and black people here already before Columbus came. Before the slave trade, there was already black people here and white people here, bro. And the white people that
Right.
were here, some of the white people that were,
So
some
such
of
as
these
to say, like,
skulls that are like 2,000, 3,000
yeah.
years old
So
with red hair were already here.
yeah, but whatever. With
On
the
the
red hair
on the
thing, that's the
Columbus
red hair.
journey, is there any mention of giants on that historical endeavor? I mean, live ones.
No, that's I know. Magellan talks about some big black dudes in Africa area, but not in the Americas. That I know. Not from Columbus, anyway. But
when you say big black dudes, you talking about like Shaquille O'Neal, or you talking about like 20
Do you
feet
believe
tall?
anything that they say
like
about
bigger,
that dude?
maybe bigger than Shaquille. Yeah.
Why would you believe anything that idiot said? He didn't even land in the right place. He's a
I'm talking
moron.
about Magellan.
Columbus, dude. Talking about Columbus. He was a
Okay.
fucking retard, man.
He didn't land in the right place.
Landed in the wrong place.
Columbus was also
And
demanding.
then he took captives and slaves from the people that were supposed to be his friends.
He
He's a real
He landed in
apparently
the right place because he had a globe map, dude.
Yeah,
he,
that's what it was.
he tried to force his men.
That's so funny, dude. Go ahead.
He tried to force his men to swear that Cuba was the continent of China, and that he'd reached China. China, seriously, yeah. Towards the end of
He
the
thought
end.
he thought it landed in India, bro. That's why they called it the West Indies.
Yeah, but furthermore, within his journals that were recently sold at a Christie's auction, he had recorded in there that it was recorded that he had encouraged and like tried to make the men claim and write down that they affirmed that Cuba was mainland China. That's how good of a navigator he was, I guess.
Well, it's definitely 420 now.
It's kind of like a microcosm, though. The whole Columbus thing, like him not knowing like he had landed in a new place because all he had ever considered was that never existed. So, like, don't we fall under the same trap of Columbus if we only consider that the continents that we know of are the only lands that there are?
He was reading the same book that I referenced earlier. It's in his journal, in his notes. He was reading the book of Ezra. That was his whole motive for even going on this expedition and embarking on into the new world, because he knew that there was more land that was undiscovered, because what I mentioned earlier about the lost tribes and them entering into a land where no man had dwelt before, and now that is known as what we know now as modern Siberia and the Americas. There was no humans here when the lost tribes, along with the Assyrians, came over here. Literally.
I just realized it's Friday the 13th, so don't anybody do anything risky today.
It took you long till now to figure that out?
Yeah.
I thought we mentioned it when you first came in.
You should have warned me, bro.
Early bird gets the worm, guys.
Just so.
But just look both ways when you cross the street. That's what I'm saying.
Keep your mind like a steel hinge trap. Keep your. Yeah. I posted the little blurb out of the article from, I think, Forbes or something. Columbus claimed he saw griffins and that he had, tried to make the crew members swear that Cuba was China. But it makes you wonder, like, what would even make him think that?
Maybe he got crazy.
Like, just boat crazy.
Well,
it was on a second voyage.
California is named after Khalifa, which was like apparently an Amazonian queen. You ever heard about that?
Not of the
I
moon.
heard about it.
Sure.
And she had pet griffins.
I think it's tremendously interesting. The cow. We follow the cow down the cow rabbit trail. Pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Because it just comes down to cow basically meaning moon.
Is that what it means?
That's what I get.
So then cow means cut. Because the moon isn't real.
No.
It's not a solid. I'd dare someone to prove that.
It's a timer.
It's a timer.
That's why calendars
Maybe.
are based on it. That's what calendars are based on. Amazon's worship the moon. Amazon worship the moon.
Well, the moon is what makes the Earth cycle. It's not the sun. 52 weeks a
Yeah,
year,
I would agree with that too.
28 days
I call
times
it
how many? 13? Should be 13 months. They fucked that up. So
my
we've been
I,
lied
I,
to, bro.
I completely disagree with that. I talked about it last
You
night,
do.
but I'm not trying to.
Oh, it's cool.
I
It's all
call it
right if you disagree.
it's the Lost Tower.
I expect it.
Or
The moon only
Lost
has
Tower.
a cycle of 28 days once a year, so it can't. It's impossible what you're saying. Because it cycles like literally if you follow the lunations, there's each month one will be 29-day lunation, the next will be 30-day lunation, the next will be 29 30 29 30, and there's an anomaly every year where there's a 28-day lunation, but there's only
Yeah, I
one
know.
28-day lunation there's only one 28-day lunation a year. So if you
I
have
saw it.
28 yeah.
I watched the moon disappear the other day. I was like fucking blown away. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, try that. Try getting up in the morning and seeing the moon coming over the tree in front of your house, and then you look down and you think, I gotta get a picture of this. That's a small little sliver. I wonder if the sun comes up if it's gonna disappear. And I look back up to take a picture of it, and it's gone. It's just gone.
That's pretty cool.
So, yeah, it was it was crazy, bro. I'm still trying to like figure out how the hell that happens.
That might be Rahu.
Obviously, it's not a rock. I'll tell you that much. It's a reflection. That's all it is.
What'd you say, Gouger?
He said the moon disappeared. I said that might be Rahu.
Oh, what Rahu obscured it all at once?
Yeah, the astral body that does the
That's
eclipses.
pretty fast.
It goes through a portal,
Pretty
dude.
fast. These things don't really jump. You know what I mean? They're kind of at slow speeds.
Well, it did because I looked down and looked back up and it was gone. So it did something.
It's only an apparent one we're seeing, but
I forgot to add last night too, and I was beating myself up for not mentioning it. So there's a certain phenomena that occurs that replicates the alignment that happened when the sun, the moon, and the stars were created on the fourth day of the week. Apparently, they were appointed at the same time. All three were appointed at the same time, and it corresponds with the equator. So at the equator, at 0 degrees latitude, the sun and the moon rise on the same latitude, literally, and it keeps the zenith. So it keeps the zenith all the way through that on that day, on the equinox, and it's a full moon. So it's a full moon on the fourth day of the week on the equinox, where the sun and the moon will rise in the same exact point on the horizon and set in the same exact point on the horizon, and they literally trail each other perfectly at 0 degrees latitude, and that phenomenon repeats itself. But I forgot to mention it's a full moon.
The 2,100 and something year cycle for that one, I think, isn't it?
No, it's no, it happens every jubilee, every 49
No, I know, but
years.
I'm saying there's another cycle that's hubbed on that, isn't it? Like the Aztec calendar or whatever that goes by how many rotations and all that. I forget how it works.
Yeah, the Aztecs were a little misguided because they were part.
Yeah,
I mean, because if you understand the lost tribes, right? The lost tribes came to the Americas with the Assyrians, right? And the reason that they were even exiled is because their rebelliousness. So it had adopted some misunderstandings regarding the calendar. Same thing with the Mayan. And the Aztecs are connected to the tribe of Issachar, one of the last 12 tribes. They even in their own writings talk about their patriarch Issachar. And a lot of them started adopting the moon as their main keeper of time instead of the sun.
A friend of mine killed himself the other day, and I'm still trying to like deal with it.
Who killed themselves?
Friend of mine.
Man, sorry for you.
Yeah, I'm still just trying to like deal with it. Like he was so like he just got out of prison. You know, he did some time for some stupid shit he did online or something, and you know he was doing really good. He was getting healthy. He's a big dude, you know, really heavy dude, and he was, you know, he lost some weight. You know, he got off drugs and stuff. He was doing so good, and he got out, and all of our friends were like helping him. You know, getting him a place and everything, getting him back in thing, and we found him dead.
Are you considered
So,
foul play?
no, it wasn't. He did it to himself. But we just can't figure it out. It's like you know, like he gave everybody that he knows all the signals that he wanted to, you know, get back into life and do life again, you know, and not be in that world. And then he just gave up. It's just crazy. You know? Known the guy for years since I was a kid. It's like his brother just died recently, just out of nowhere, had a heart attack. Nobody can figure that out. It's like their family. I don't know. It's just crazy. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to ruin the mood, but it's just on my mind. Just thinking about him today, thinking about his face and stuff, you know. Wish I could have been there for him more. Right.
Yeah, anybody got anything important to say? Huh? I got anything important to say now? Just joking. Sorry, though. That's some heavy stuff.
Yeah, it is. It's harder when people give up, you know. You struggle to understand why.
Yeah. Well, they probably do too.
So if I never do that, disappoint my family like that. It's scary. It's a serious place, boys. It's not a joke. Yes, kitty cat. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Sometimes people lose their mojo too.
Well, I can understand that. Yeah, relate to that for sure. Been there. Somehow survived it. Survived abuse. Survived all kinds of crazy stuff. I don't know how, but did. I think we all been through our own stuff, right? Well, anyway, here's to Christopher, my friend Christopher.
Are you going to his funeral? My thought would be to help the family if they need help with the funeral.
Yeah, they had a candlelight last night. That's all I know about so far.
Guys, what is happening with Discord? They're saying that you got to redo your name. It's updating to change your name. What's that about? Anybody?
Yo, Lion, you there, bro? Yo, Lion, you there? Yes, no. Jeremy, you there?
Yeah, what up?
Chilling, bro. What you want?
Nothing, man. Chilling. About to eat some cereal before work.
You eat cereal?
Oh yeah, bro.
What do you
You
fuck
don't
with?
eat cereal?
I have like oats and shit. I don't know if you call it a cereal. You know, oats or like toast. You know, anything that's high in fiber, so that my poops are good throughout the day. You know.
Bro, you be eating oats? Oats? What are you, some kind of Quaker pilgrim or some shit?
You know, like my mom's British, so like.
Are you Amish?
Nah, my mom is British, so growing up, like we had a lot of she calls it porridge, oats. You know, but it's really good for you,
You
bro.
know,
Like it's good to have. Huh?
you know, porridge was poor people food.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's peasant food, but it's real good for you, bro. You know, it's high in fiber. Make sure like your poops throughout the day stay solid. You know,
All right,
I bet your doodles are running as shit, bro.
bro. I'm
They're
trying to
all
eat
fucked
cereal,
up.
dude.
What are you having?
Frosted mini wheats.
Oh, nice. What's the flex for the weekend?
What's the what? I don't know, man. I'm mad sore, bro. My legs are sore. I don't know. I've been working too hard.
So you just gonna be at home lamping or?
No, I'll probably do some DoorDash Saturday. That's
Jeez,
about it,
bro.
though.
Mhm.
Go make a quick
Y'all
50,
got
50 bucks real quick.
Mhm. You got your spooky season deco up already, or y'all don't really do that?
We don't really decorate for Halloween. We just pass
Say
candy
what,
out.
bro?
We don't really
That's
decorate
all.
for Halloween.
That's fucked up.
You think the kids give a fuck if I got orange lights and a skeleton in the front yard, or they get candy?
I don't know. I mean, it's nice. Like if your house all themed up, you know, carve a pumpkin or two, something, bro. God
Bro,
damn.
all these holidays are a scam, bro. All holidays are scams, dude. It's a big conspiracy to get money. You know what our biggest retail thing happens? Christmas.
Yeah,
They make
obvious.
mad money off of these holidays. Bro. Valentine's Day, huge scam.
Yeah, but I mean, why you gotta see it like that? You know, Ain't no one saying you gotta spend money on Christmas. You can make presents with your bare hands, right?
That's gay. That's the gayest shit I heard all week. Nobody wants a fucking pay, dude. Nobody wants something I made with my bare hands, bro. You think the kids want a PlayStation 5 or some fucking shit I made out of paper mache and cardboard or something?
Word. Yeah, I hear you, but I don't know, man. But you got a point, definitely. Kids these days, they be wanting nice shit. It's a problem.
They're spoiled rotten. Easy times, Easy
Yeah, like
times
my
make
mom.
soft men.
Yeah, like my mom. It doesn't matter whether it's birthdays, Christmas, whatever. All she got us was books. That's all I ever know. Books for Christmas. Some bullshit. But I appreciate it, because like now, like I read like crazy, bro. What's the last book you read?
On Intelligence by Ray Kurzweil. I think that was the name of it.
Say it again.
I think it was called On Intelligence or something Intelligence. It was the Ray Kurzweil book.
Oh, nice.
Went into a lot of stuff about the brain and neocortex, shit like that.
How do you think memories work? Like, what's your whole idea on how we store memories, retrieve them? How do we lose them?
I don't know, but you made me think of that movie. What was it called? Sleepwalkers or something with the dudes in the cabin in the woods. I think it was a Stephen King thing when the aliens invaded. Remember that one? What was it called? Sleepwalkers? Dude, I don't know. I don't know. They say it's in your neocortex. And everyone's building that, like everyone has a model of the world in their brain. Like your model is different from mine. You know the layout of your house, your neighborhood, your city, state, whatever. I don't. So like all of our models of the world are different, but we all have one inside of our brain, basically.
Yeah, but isn't that like more about how we model, build, and rationalize? I'm talking about memory. Like, how do you store certain memories? How do you remember your name? How do you forget your name? How do you forget things? Why does memory
Yeah,
fail us?
I know memory's terrible. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. What, like a fucking neuroscientist or some shit?
I'm just asking for your personal opinion, bro. I'm not trying to hold you to something. I'm just trying to have a
No,
conversation.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm just saying I have no idea how that shit works. I don't think the people that think they know how it works know how it works.
But haven't you thought about it? Like you've never been high and wondered, like, how does my memory work?
Yeah, I know. It's some crazy shit. I know.
So what do you think, bro? Like just give me your own personal opinion on it. Doesn't matter how stupid it sounds.
Bro, I honestly have no idea how it works. I don't know.
What do you think? Like, you just don't know? Damn, bro.
I have no idea, bro. That shit's way beyond me. Yeah, I don't know. I do things, I hear things, I say things, I see things, and I just remember them. Anything
Yeah, but
past
bro, I
that,
mean,
I mean, I have no idea.
there's plenty of shit way beyond you. You engage in conversation. However you talk about relativity and whatnot, and I know you don't really know how none of that shit works.
Well, that's just retarded. Memory's a real thing.
Is
We all
memory a
remember
real
stuff.
thing? I mean,
Yeah. It's real.
we remember things that never happened sometimes. You know, like how real is memory? How reliable is it?
Oh, it's highly unreliable. Yeah, I'll give you that.
So how do you know your memories are real? Like how do you know you've remember? Has that never happened to you where you thought something happened in a certain way, and then someone tells you, "No, that's not what happened, bro. This is what happened," and it blows your mind that you totally remembered like a chain of events that never happened.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, memory's terrible. That's why police have issues with, eyewitness testimony. Memory is not reliable at all. But there are some instances where it's highly reliable. You know what I'm saying? Like I remember my name, for example. I know what my name is. That's highly reliable. I know my
Why
son's
do you
name,
remember?
my wife's name.
Yeah, but why do you remember your son's name or your name? Is it because you hear people say it every day? Like let's say you were told your name at birth and no one ever said your name again. Would you remember it?
Probably not. Probably not, because it could be a repetition thing. Exactly. I say my son's name a lot, so yes, I remember my son's name. If I never said his name for no one ever, and I never heard anyone say his name in it for 30, 40 years, would I still remember? I don't know. I know you forget locker combinations. Like I had a safe for like 20 years. That number was ingrained in my head. I can't even remember that number now because I had to get a new safe about 10 years ago. And now that number is ingrained in my head and I can't even remember those.
So it's a repetition thing? Like you have to retrieve that memory regularly to keep it a memory?
Like it fades out. It gets fuzzier as time goes on. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you go
Why
to
though? Why?
Aruba, I don't know. It's like a use it or lose it kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Or maybe it's because your brain has like limited storage capacity, and if you don't retain that memory, new memories will come in and replace it. Could that
Have
be
you
it?
ever seen the movie Sleepwalkers? What the fuck is the name of the movie? It was like a
No.
Stephen King movie. The aliens came. It was four guys, a few guys in a cabin. They like stopped this alien invasion or some shit. I can't even remember the actual thing,
Never
but
seen it.
one of the guys in the movie, he was like inside. He could go like inside of his mind, and it was all storage boxes and file cabinets and shit. And he was like throwing shit out because he didn't have space.
That's interesting.
That was a dope movie. I can't remember the name. I don't even know if Sleepwalkers is the name of it. I think it is. That was a good fucking movie, though. But yeah, we may have limited. What's up?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was gonna say we may have a limited storage capacity. I don't know if it's limited or if it's I don't know. It would be nice to have 100% recall memory. Like I've seen, there's movies and shows and shit where people can do that. I don't know if that's like a real thing where people just never forget anything. You know what I'm saying? Like you could tell someone a 100-digit number and they'll just remember it. Like some kind of
Yeah, I've
autistic.
seen, that's pretty common in like autistic people. Yeah.
Yeah, like some Rain Man shit or something.
Yeah, like when I was in foster care, I had a foster brother. He was borderline functioning, but you could tell this dude's autistic. But he could remember shit. It was so crazy. Like I would just tell him, like if there was something I needed to do tomorrow and I knew I was gonna forget it, I'll just tell him, "Yo, remind me tomorrow, 11 p.m. I gotta do this. I mean, 11 a.m. I gotta get this done." And he was like a fucking alarm clock or some shit. It was crazy, man.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
But have you heard this idea, which is very prevalent within psychology, that there are certain memories, especially traumatic ones, that your brain hides from you?
It could be. It could be. Yeah.
You think that's the thing?
Maybe. I don't think anything like that has happened to me, but I don't. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't. If that's the thing, then I wouldn't remember it anyway. So yeah, I don't.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you wouldn't even know if it's happened because your brain's hidden that memory from you. Like there could be a whole traumatic event that happened in your life that you were unaware of. Isn't that a bit creepy?
That is creepy, yeah. And I wonder about that sometimes. Like, yeah, I can remember traumatic events though in my life, so I don't know.
Maybe they weren't
I remember
traumatic
being
enough.
in a what's that?
No, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I remember getting shot in the eye with a BB gun. That was pretty fucking traumatic.
Yeah, but you remember that because your eye's gone. Like
That'd be hard to forget. Yeah, that's true.
yeah, it's a bit different, right?
Yeah.
Like something that leaves a scar. You're never gonna forget that.
Yeah. Any scar on my body, I remember it vividly. Yeah. I can remember being in the crib when I was like 2 years old.
What? How?
I don't know. My memory is pretty good.
But like, did you have a voice in your head when you were 2 years old? Like, how do you remember it? Is it a feeling or what?
The vision. I remember the vision. You know what I'm saying? What I could see
Yeah,
when I was in the crib.
okay. I think my earliest memory, I might have been 3. I don't even know how old I was, but I know I would have been turning 3 that year. So I don't know if I was 2 or 3. But there was like a black thing on the floor, and I reached out to touch it, and it moved. I think it was a bug or some shit, and it creeped me the fuck out. Yeah, that's the earliest thing I remember. Yeah, no, just been thinking about it today. Memories, pretty interesting thing, man. Because I got a super bad memory. Like I forget shit a lot. It's bad, bro.
I mean, I'm starting to forget more stuff, like things we went over in this arena like 2, 3 years ago. Like some of the stuff, I just can't recall it.
Same, bro.
We've gone over so much shit with this whole flat Earth thing. Like, there's some stuff I don't know if I'm losing it or what. I'm only in my mid-40s, so I don't know.
Maybe it's the weed. I don't know.
No, it's not that.
Does weed make your memory better? Or what?
Oh, I don't know. Definitely makes you more focused.
Might not make your memory
What?
better, but it definitely gives you better memories.
Yeah. I'm feeling that, man. But yeah, that whole weed makes you more focused. That's a fucking lie.
I don't know about other people, but it definitely does for me. I get focused, bro.
Bro, just check me out when I have no weed. I'm very focused on getting more. I'll run side quests, bro.
I don't know. When I'm high, I got like 100 ideas racing through my mind at once. It's hard to just zone in on one. Like I'll be doing something and then I'll think about something else and then I'll get sidetracked on like another deep thought. And then I'll pull up something on Google and deep dive into that. Like I can't focus when I'm on weed.
Well, they do say
I
you're supposed to be an adult if you take it. So maybe just wait a couple years. Reality.
I get hyper focused if I'm high. So I don't know about anyone else, but
I just get high, dude. No why. That's like I feel it in my forehead. All of a sudden, like whatever somebody was complaining to me about, like, it's like, before I was like, man, I can't tell. Like, am I supposed to be as concerned as you are about this? This really doesn't seem like a big deal. And then I smoke a little weed, and I'm like, oh shit, yeah, this is fucking retarded. Why do you care?
Yeah.
I do get kind of emotional on weed, though. Like, you put on like Dances with Wolves, I'm gonna be shedding some tears. Might be feeling some tingles and jingles. I don't know. I don't know what the weed. It just makes me like kind of an emotional guy, which is not horrible, you know.
Back to that memory thing though. That would be nice if humans had like 100% memory retention or whatever it's called. You know, that would be definitely. I feel
Dude,
like
just
that would
try
be
and mess one
beneficial.
through. Here, take a
No,
picture.
you know what would be nice if you had like external memory storage. You know, like you had like a external HD or like a cloud. You could back up unneeded memories to. You know, and you could like retrieve them later or some shit.
Nah, because then the government's gonna be like implanting memories in you, and that's not chill.
Yeah, somebody hacks your cloud. Somebody hacks
Yeah,
the cloud that your date memories in, and they just put all kinds of fucked up memories. Delete real memories. You'd be all fucked up.
You're like, no, here we're looking through your iCloud storage. You're definitely gay. It's like, no, I swear, I don't remember any of that.
Johnny Mnemonic style would be neat, where they put the hard drive in your brain or something.
Yeah.
No, fuck that. I don't want nothing in my head. Like, I would rather it be external, you know?
It's Friday, guys. Real quick, shout out to all the dead homies out there. You're missed. We love you. You went too soon. I don't think we celebrate our dead enough in America. I think other countries they celebrate the people who passed away, and that's, I don't know. America doesn't like to do that. Cemeteries are like sad places, you know.
Yeah, I get sad when I think about all my dead people.
I know, that's what I'm trying to change that in my life. I don't want to have these like weird, and like today's not an anniversary for me or anything, but I had a dream last night about a friend who had died, and it was nice. It was nice to see their face. I fucking missed that fool, you know.
That's fucking true, though. Like, we don't really celebrate the day here. It's like, yeah.
You know, we just don't talk about it. We just go to therapy or whatever. It's fucking bullshit.
All you get is a little party after for a few hours, and then that's it.
Yeah, like I got family members that have died, and like, you know, in those weeks following, the family's like, we're gonna be a family, we're gonna, and then it's like 3 years later, I haven't heard from any of those people. It just break. I don't know, man. Americans don't handle death well because I think Americans perceive death as a loss rather than a victory, rather than like victorious in life. You're like losing in death. And Americans don't like to lose. Straight up. We're not used, we're like a young country. We're just not down with it. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe somebody can explain it better than I can. I will say though, I don't know if anyone else is noticing this. I dream a lot. I remember my dreams. I remember my dreams almost every night. I've been dreaming about deceased people for like a month straight.
I dream of Genie.
You dream? You
Yeah,
dreamt
those
it?
dreams are crazy when you dream about your dead people. Yeah.
They just been popping up a lot lately. I don't know.
Yo, Flat, I had the craziest dream last night. So, with all this war that's broken out in the Middle East as of late, they're saying it's written in scripture, Isaiah 17, Ezekiel 38, Psalms 83. But at the beginning of Isaiah 17, they talk about Damascus. The airport in Damascus yesterday got hit with an airstrike. Interesting. Now, I get up quite a bit in the middle of the night to urinate due to my overactive bladder. Not the bladder of like a 4-year-old girl. Anyways, now in one of the dreams that I had later on, and it's probably closer to like 5 a.m., I would say, because I was dozing in and out. I
Get
dreamt
your
I was
prostate checked.
hanging out. Pardon me?
Oh, I said get your prostate checked. Anyways, you
I have
dreamt you were
multiple.
hanging out.
I have multiple sclerosis. That's the reason for it. So I'm hanging out. I'm at the kitchen counter. It's about just after 7 o'clock in the morning. It's like my favorite time in the morning when the world and the day is fresh. And I'm texting, having a conversation with somebody's dad. I don't know who. I just know that this guy is this dude's specifically father. Okay. Leave the house, head to the airport. I get to the airport and I'm with a bunch of strangers. Like just a big group of people. I know we're all going to the same place, right? But I don't know who any of these people are. Now we get to the gate, put down my stuff, hanging out. And there's a dude sitting at the seat across from me, and he looks up at me and he says, "Did you have a conversation with my father?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I had a conversation with your father. Everything is well, no problem." The boarding call comes. We all go to the gate, get on the flight, and then I wake up. Now, I know it's crazy. I know that there's a lot of people out there that don't believe it. Some believe it. I'm just looking at everything that's happening. But to be hanging out in the middle of the night in this dream, of course, with a bunch of strangers at an airport and all of this other stuff going on, I'm thinking, is this something where we're talking about this potential rapture event that keeps being talked about? So you mentioned dreams. I figured it was a great opportunity for me to bring up my little personal run-in with a dream I had this morning, and I still remember it clear as day. So it's pretty
No,
cool.
that's good.
Thanks for listening, boy.
Thank you for sharing. I encourage everybody to share their dreams as often as possible. I think it's more important than I think it could be like the first step to solving mental health in America is like getting everybody to start talking about their dreams with each other. Not just the cathartic effect of remembering your dreams, sharing your dreams, but when human beings are, sharing dreams with each other, that's building friendship. And I think, did you guys you guys have all heard how men think about the Roman Empire a lot, right? No?
Sure, I don't know, thinking maybe like the amount of power perhaps that the Roman Empire portrayed, perhaps, maybe.
No, this was like a meme, not a meme, but like it was like a trend. Like women were asking their husbands and their boyfriends, "Hey babe, how often do you think about the fucking Roman Empire or whatever?" And it was going viral for a while. And then everybody was like trying to figure out, well, what is the women's Roman Empire? What are women thinking about constantly? And women, at least in America, I just went through a bunch of reels. They're all thinking about how they miss their friend or something like. I guess all women have an ex-best friend that they think about a lot. And so it's just kind of interesting. You have the men of America thinking about the rise and fall of empires, and you have the women of America thinking about the rise and fall of friendships. And I don't know. I've always taken friendship kind of for granted. I've had a lot of friends for a long time, and I don't know. I don't think everybody has that. So I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. Just commentary. Cut me off, somebody.
You're fine, Platypus. All good, dude. But I mean, you make a good point with relation to the potentiality of people sharing dreams and there being like a type of bonding that occurs. People not being afraid to just get up and talk and speak and form bonds among the commonality of, hey, we dream dreams. You never know who's actually just afraid to step up and say, hey, I had a weird ass dream last night. I was hanging out at an airport talking to somebody's father. Oh, but yeah, man.
I thought you were gonna say that motherfucker's not real.
Yeah, that was a weird phenomenon. I think that was a whole psyop. I saw a bunch of videos about how she was wearing a mask, or that person, that thing was wearing a mask saying that so is not real.
Wait. Who's not real? I missed that.
You haven't seen the viral video, dude? The chick at the airport, she's on the fucking plane. She boarded the plane. They're getting ready to take off, and she gets up from the back of the plane and comes walking down the aisle, shouting and hollering, saying, you know, basically, you guys can stay on here, but I'm not going to crash and burn on this plane. That motherfucker back there is not real.
Yeah, no, that rings a bell. I think I may have seen a short about that.
Yeah, there's been a few of them. There's actually been 3 or 4 separate occasions across the world with different people having similar reactions to a passenger on the plane, which is odd.
Looking like a demon. I'm not flying with that demon. Get the hell out of this pillbox or pillbox. This pill tube in the sky.
It's been kind of a crazy year. Has anybody like already started to kind of take account for all the weird stuff that happened this year? Not just in the news, but maybe like in your own lives. It's been a weird year for me, that's for sure.
Dude, I almost feel like that's almost an understatement, but 2023 has been action packed. Yesterday, I was just saying we got 2.5 months left. This window is closing. Kind of crazy.
Dude, election year next year? Holy smokes. Get it? The term holy smokes comes from the burning of ballots to elect a new pope.
Oh yeah.
And 2023 minus 1948 is exactly 75 years. We all know what happened in 1948. It's when Jerusalem became a nation, I think it was, or the war. No. Sorry, I apologize. The war broke out 75 years ago to the year.
Well,
I saw a video
I
on. Go ahead, Sis.
No, I just want to say, like, I agree. Yeah, this election cycle is like the Kool-Aid Man is going to burst right through the wall.
Yeah, for sure. No, I saw a video I don't think that we're supposed to see. It was a bunch of Orthodox Hasidic Jews in Israel flying Palestinian flags, you know, protesting the military action, just protesting the whole thing in general, and then IDF forces just beating the hell out of these Jewish people. It was I don't know, it was interesting. Just a gentle reminder, you know, there's a gang of people out there that are not down with what the TV is saying. They're on their boots on the ground. They're living it. They're right there, and you'll be lucky if you ever hear about them. You know, don't get caught up by what the TV is telling you. And I had a hunch, you know.
I just wish we were all ahead of this Sriracha shortage and could have profited off it. It's been sweet. That's spicy.
Sriracha, that's that Mexican or the Chinese ketchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard of that. It's got the chicken
Yeah.
on it.
You can't get it anymore. You can't get it anywhere. It's going for $40 a bottle now.
No way.
Yes, way.
Hold on.
Just talking about like Bitcoin level like inflation. We could all have been hot sauce millionaires.
Right. I'm looking at hot sauce online right now. Walmart. $4.52 for a 17-ounce bottle.
You can't actually be at it though. Like it won't be on the shelf.
What?
So what if can I get it on Amazon? Does that still count? Or are you saying you can't go into a store and get Sriracha?
Apparently there are sellers through Amazon selling 2-packs for like $75.
Dude.
I'm looking at a
It's the
2-pack
beginning
for
of the
$23.
Oh,
it's not in stock then.
What you say?
Only six left in stock. Okay, fair enough.
Like
There's 6 2-packs of Sriracha for the entire internet. That's not good.
I wonder if ketchup is next.
No, it's just it's to do with some kind of like bullshit with their chili supplier.
Strange supplier relations coupled with adverse agricultural conditions have left the Hui Fong Foods Sriracha out of stock at many grocers nationwide. It's true. It's true.
Oh man, it's like that time when they changed the label on the Aunt Jemima's, and you're like, oh wow, now that's all a collector's item. Shit,
Yeah.
Wish I was thinking ahead.
I just don't understand why they didn't want her on the bottle. I thought she looked great. I would have eaten. I mean, yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah.
Exactly. Stunning and brave, honestly.
She could have been Muslim. I wouldn't have cared.
Dude, she could have been.
I wouldn't have known.
Whatever. She could have been purple. She could have been a mushroom. She's been like sweet, dude. This sugary stuff, yeah. Well, I will admit, actually, that fake maple syrup makes me want to gag.
Yeah.
I can't
it's kinda
stand
gross.
that stuff. It's disgusting.
Definitely not something. And
Not tight.
you wouldn't
Well,
brand
guys-
it to your people either. Be like, hey, people that look like me have this stuff, right? Because it's healthy for you. Because it give you type 2 diabetes.
Did they take Uncle Ben off the rice box?
Okay.
Is he still there?
Yeah. He's not pictured anymore.
Oh my lord. And then they took the black dude off the cream of wheat. I remember that. That was just really disappointing. I grew up with cream of wheat.
Right, but they didn't take the white guy off the Quakers.
Oh my goodness. Well, I
So
guess
it's just like a
Quakers,
random white guy,
Quakers
like,
aren't
on a
really
box.
around to be upset about it.
How long is he going to last, though? Just be like, I'm the white guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and Colonel Sanders is on the KFC logo too. So what's up with that? Huh?
That's okay.
Well, here's what happened with the Land of Lakes thing. They left the Indian off, and the Land of Lakes thing. They took the Indian off and left the land.
No way. No way. Did they really do that?
Which is ironic because
Yeah.
we took the land and
Dude, that.
they got rid of the Indian and kept the land.
Just like we did.
Yeah, that checks out.
That's one of the most fucked up ones out there. Just because of what happened in the past with the Indians and the land.
Well, what's crazy is like none of these brands had like, a person of color or a marginalized individual in chain. It's like they were always like with a smile on their face. They were fucking loving life, right? They were never like in the field being whipped in chains. They were never pictured in that way. Which is really weird Because that I would want that off my syrup bottles for sure. I don't. That's super depressing. I'm trying to eat pancakes and I'm being reminded of like something horrible. No.
Well, I heard the Aunt Jemima one is cropped thing, and the rest of the picture shows her a chain around her ankle. I don't know how true that is.
That doesn't even make sense. How do you put on clothes? There's chains on your ankles. How would she be wearing clothes? That doesn't even... Chain to what? What do they chain her to in the kitchen? Like, what? They got a chain. They got a chain her to the... That doesn't even make sense.
But we still have Count Chocula.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know.
Count Chocula? I don't think Romanians really care. They're like, yeah, whatever.
He's like,
She
like
was
dark
chained to the homestead. Sorry, Snacks. I thought you were done, dude. Sorry.
Count Chocula. He's got like a tan. He's like melanated. I don't know. I'm just saying.
So what does he say? I want to bite or suck your chocolate. Oh, no. I want to bite your cocoa bean.
I once went on a date with this black chick, and she was super into like if you have melanin in you, like you're like half psychic basically, and like if you're fully melanated, you're like it's got to unlock your superpowers. Wild, bro. There's a lot of interesting beliefs out there. Oh, quick subject change. I don't know if any of you guys know who Johnny Harris is, but he does these YouTube videos for like 20 to 30 minutes long. Kind of a libtard, but he just recently came out with a video about why the moon landing actually happened. And there's a lot of material there that's, in your scope of expertise. You might want to go check it out. Johnny Harris. Look up his moon landing video and leave a comment. Because, he didn't do a very good job of covering his ass.
What was his claim, though? That it was legit?
Oh, yeah, that it's totally legit. And, like, you're just... It's like it's like he decided, he's like, I'm going to make this this thing, but I'm not going to talk to anybody that actually knows what they're talking about who believes we didn't go. He just Wikipedia'd everything. He didn't actually talk to any, real conspiracy theorists. He just needs a little help. That's all I'm saying. He needs pushback.
Or a swift kick in the head.
The funny one is the retro. The funny one is the retro reflectors. Like, it would be impossible for us to put a piece of metal in a retro reflector somewhere that a human's never been. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bro, one of the biggest things for me. Go ahead.
No, Jeremy, insist, dude. Go ahead, please.
One of the biggest things for me is the footage, not of how they're falling, it's of what they're doing to cause them to fall. They're jumping around like bunny rabbits. Right?
Yeah.
You're the most dangerous mission. You're the most dangerous mission humans have ever
You're breaking
done.
up. Jeremy, I'll cut you off so Shirali doesn't get upset. You're breaking up. But what I will say is I agree with you. They're showing themselves. They're like, look, gravity. They're jumping up and they're slowly coming back down. Hey, cool, but you still had to jump up. And let's just say landing on land in the sky? Really? Jeremy, you back?
Well, they
I've entered the bad area. The thing is, though, like you just would not be jumping around like bunny rabbits if you're on that mission. I don't know. You'd be taking very careful steps. Definitely not bouncing and hopping around like things. You know what I'm saying? That's a dead giveaway.
How did they keep the camera batteries from dying is what I want to know. I've done shoots in very cold areas, and I've I've spoken with people who've done like nature documentaries in the Arctic and in cold places, and they say the hardest thing about is not sitting in a tent, for 12 hours or for weeks waiting. It's keeping the batteries alive, because those cold temperatures cause those batteries to just completely drain.
Yeah, those are modern batteries. Well, I don't know if it was hot or cold. Were the batteries in a hot thing or were they in a cold thing? Who the fuck knows? You can't get a straight answer out of these.
No, you really don't, unfortunately, but that's all right. We have logic and reason.
I'll tell you what, whatever batteries that were on the Bliss personal life support system, whatever batteries were inside that are the best batteries on fucking Earth ever to be created. Because I mean, they must have been some fucking dope ass shit in there to be able to power them that whole time they were on walks outside and keep their temperature good. Their all the shit going. Dude, I'm telling you, them jumping around like retards, that's one of the best evidences that it wasn't real. You would never do that, dude. You fall, you hit a rock, you crack your face shield, you tear your suit, you bang the plus up a little bit, personal life support system, you're fucked. You're absolutely fucked. There's no way you'd embarrass yourselves in front of the whole world because you guys are jumping around like morons. You just want to. It's not even. Anytime you bring this up to anyone defending that shit, they got jokes. Oh, that's the way I like it. If I'm gonna die, let it be on the moon. Yeah, just get nonsense back.
What if you jumped and gave just enough pressure or power to propel yourself right off of the surface? What if, like, you input enough anti-gravitational force that you just propel yourself right off the surface of the moon? What then, huh? Would you be lost in space? What do you guys think about that? Am I crazy?
Yeah, I don't think you could jump high enough to do that in your model. Still got 1/6 the gravity of it.
Thank you for the feedback.
Just picture this. They're sharp rocks. You're the farthest away from any other humans that anyone has ever done, anywhere anyone has ever been. And you just start jumping around like that makes no sense.
Jeremy, you're actually kind of right on that. Not kind of, you are probably right on. But if you're doing something, especially for science too, I know you're like, well, leap for, mankind, and they're excited, they're on the moon. However, you have to get the stuff back. You have to come back. And if you're in a territory you ain't never been before, and you don't know if one little nick right of your suit as a human being could take you out, would you be risking that? I'm sorry, I wouldn't be jumping around the moon to that degree, especially the first time that we go. Sorry, my coffee maker. Hang on.
Then there's another thing where they were walking around with face shields up. The face shield had two parts to it. The visor part, there was a clear part, and then there was another part that would reflect the sun where you couldn't see their face. You know what I'm talking about? They'd be out of Earth's atmosphere with that face shield up, with the second part of it up that reflects. That would burn your face off or something. Because you're not being protected from the rays from Earth's atmosphere, from Earth's magnetic field, whatever stops that shit, ozone, whatever it is. Like, you don't have that up there. You would never. That would be built in. That wouldn't even be an option.
Crazy sidebar. You guys know what Hamas means in Hebrew?
Yes.
Bro, I was wondering who was going
Violence.
to chime in on that one, baby. There's my man. That's right.
I think that yesterday morning or sometime recently.
I just threw it up in the text chat. Please have a read, folks. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Yo, Jeremy, hook up our friend Europia. Did I read that wrong? Europia 79. Need some verification up in this BRH, please.
All right, give me 1 second.
We will
Where you
suss
from,
out a
Killian?
Platypus,
AR.
there. Do you know the command platypus?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
You're lying. Were you saying something?
Yeah, I was wondering where you're from.
Originally, or where I live?
Yeah, both.
Born Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Family originally from Trinidad and Tobago. Living in basically Toronto, Ontario, Canada now.
That's
But
what's
yeah,
up, Trinidad.
the islands. Lived in Barbados
Oh,
for
so
2 years.
you're from the Caribbean too, bro. And that's what's up. Yeah, I got a best friend who's from Barbados.
Hey, Ocean Spray is where I grew up. I used to put a towel. Me and my neighbor were like, I think like 7, 8 years old. We put a towel around our necks in our swimming suits and run around like Superman on the beach. It was awesome. But yeah, dude, it's crazy how these people from these little places, these islands, seem to have the most open perspective on what this place actually is. Coming from ground zero, baby.
Everybody loves Florida, bro, but never been to the true Caribbean. You know what I'm saying? Florida Keys and forward.
Yeah, dude. When you're surrounded by water, it gives you a completely different perspective on life. And I don't mean literally from the perspective of like, is it a globe or is it flat, so on and so forth. No, I actually mean like the whole thing changes as soon as you get closer to the equator. The zest for life gets flipped on its head, and all of a sudden, work is actually an accessory to life versus life being an accessory to work in the northern hemisphere. In my stupid opinion, of course, or humble opinion, I should say. Mwah.
You know, I was looking at some news article the other day, and I guess Stephen Hawking went to Little St. James. So he went to Pedophile Island, and Congress was asking for photo evidence, and they did supply photo evidence of Stephen Hawking going to Little St. James. It's like, what do you do? What was he doing over there, dude? Like, he can't even walk. Like, what are you gonna do?
Take
They
me
hooked him up
to
with
the
a no-train
island.
wheelchair.
I want to go to the island.
It's like, is it even wheelchair accessible? Like, I don't understand. Not like, and I know that aren't you handicapped or not handicapped, but right? 'Cause I remember you posted a picture one time, and I never asked you about this, but you had like a workout thing, and I seen a wheelchair. So it's like, are you like you can't walk or something? What's up with that? If you don't mind me asking.
I have so multiple sclerosis was the first thing I started dealing with, and then some degenerative disc disease in my lower back. So sciatica, combination of stuff. Basically, that nerve getting pinched in my right leg. It just leads to me when I walk. It's kind of an unpredicted thing. I don't feel comfortable or stable. I kind of like if I'm walking down a hallway, I'll use the wall in my hands, kind of like Spider-Man, and kind of shoot down the hallway. But if I'm like out going somewhere, like again, going to the gym or whatever, I'll definitely use my wheelchair just to make sure. Because if I trip and fall, size 13 feet, I'm like 6'2". It's not easy. Like I'll dislocate my shoulder, bust my nose, whatever. But yeah, tripping and falling really isn't an option for me. So I take the safe route, use the wheelchair, so I can make sure that I have the endurance to get to where I need to go, basically. Thanks for asking that.
I meant to ask you before, but that's why I just want to get to know you more. That's why I'm asking you where you're from and all these questions. But I'm just curious about you, bro. That's all.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Are you like? So you say you're from Trinidad, so I'm assuming that you're colored, right? But I see your profile pic, or I see your pic. You got a beard on, but you look kind of light skinned, so I can't really tell if you're black, brown, white. It's
Yeah,
hard to tell by the voice. Your voice, I can't tell at all.
Yeah, back home they call us red boys or red niggers, so to speak, which is basically like an Indian person, somebody who has Indian culture. You go under the sun, you tan up, right? People from the Middle East, they go underneath the sun, they tan up. It's the same idea. But yeah, it's the redskin in me that gives me the tonnage that I get. And where are you from originally?
I was born in Puerto Rico, Bayamón, Puerto Rico.
I remember you mentioned that before, and I wasn't sure if it was Spanish or where, but yeah, Puerto Rico. Because when you said it, I was like, yeah, Puerto Rico. Oh, good shit, man.
But yeah, both my grandparents were born in PR. All of them, 500 years go back, to PR. Then my mom and dad moved over here when I was a baby. I was like, toddler or whatever. And I grew up in America. I went to school in America.
You served too.
Yeah, Massachusetts, basically most of my life.
Very dope.
Yo, I'm from Massachusetts. Little known fact. I've lived in California for almost 30 years now, but yeah, I was born there.
I've kind of always had like a identity crisis growing up because well,
you're never from anywhere.
Yeah,
Puerto
exactly.
Rico, people will be like,
I'm,
"Nah, dude, you're from the United States," and people from the United States are like, "What are you, like Mexican or something? Hablo inglés?"
It kind of sucks because Puerto Ricans don't know I'm Puerto Rican until I start speaking Spanish because I look white, so it's it sucks. And then I don't know, man. I wasn't really accepted growing up because I grew up in the hood, and then I went to somewhat suburban area, but not really suburban. And then I don't know, it was just weird. Kind of there's always these culture wars going on in America, man. Especially I went to a prep school, man, and they didn't really like anybody that was below a certain pay grade. If your family didn't come from money, the sports didn't really take you serious because all the family members or all the dads had connections with the coaches and stuff, and they had there's always politics and stuff.
No, I had a very similar upbringing. I was poor, but I was allowed to go to this very rich private school because they had some kind of program. Every time I go to Brazil or hang out with Brazilian people, my Portuguese sucks. I don't even really speak it anymore, and so they're like, "Nah, you're American." But if I go hang out with Americans, they're like, "Oh, you're so exotic. What are you? Where are you from? You've got a great tan."
So I'm in grade 8, and again, wasn't the cool kid growing up or anything like that. As Lion was mentioning, with his experiences, ran the same kind of same pattern, if you will. And kids would ask me, they're like, "Killian, what are you? Are you white or are you black?" And it was literally a binary choice for them. And I would respond to them, and I'm like, honestly, I have no idea what to even say because from the islands, and that was literally the definition of an identity crisis. I couldn't identify what the hell I was beyond just being able to, in my mind's eye now, say, well, I'm a human, but that's all I got for you. Concepts, they escape us. So you're Pia 79. I see you've been unmuted. You gonna say hello? Oh, typing. It won't let me talk. Sorry. Uh-oh. I think that's you, button, though. You've been unmuted.
I think they've been unmuted. Hold on, let me check it out. Yeah, they're self-muted.
Yeah, no, 100% they are. He just muted up and unmuted. It's all good. Ball's in your court, my friend.
It's kind of rare that we get new people in here that will talk. I'm hoping that'll change. I think a lot of the new, I'm not saying this about Europa, by the way, but I know not a lot of the new users are just like stock accounts from older users.
I had to exit out and rejoin. That was the problem.
Oh, what up? What's up, Europia?
Hey.
You ready to get grilled about the flat Earth, dog? What's up?
Dude, don't do that to me. Come on now.
Oh, we got ourselves a paid NASA shill. That's exactly what a shill would say.
Europea is in the building.
Dude, I had to freaking go through some binary and try to figure out this file format, so I'm just trying to take a break and take it easy from that.
Right on. Right on. What brings you to this this little corner of the internet?
I had some minor problems over in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, so thought I'd check you guys out.
Oh, for sure. Well, welcome. Good to have you.
Problems? Do tell. Share.
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you about it. Also, I was curious about your guys' server. You know, what do you guys do? But yeah, I mean, over there, this was like a year ago. One guy told me not to worry about it because apparently I got banned by some moderator that was just like way out of control, and they didn't notice it for a while, and he was like on a complete ban spree or whatever. And that kind of left a bad taste in my mouth because dude banned me for just asking a question, and it's funny because the question was some. I mean, I could go back in the chat log and look up the history, but it was something along the lines of, "Are there any shills here?" You know, and you had just brought up that topic.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like a running joke, I think, in the community amongst people that are a little more level-headed, where it's like, obviously, when you're talking conspiracies and you know, these grand lies or whatever, some people take it a little too far, and all of a sudden everybody's a shill, and everybody that disagrees with them is, you know, a so and so.
Well. So I was in the voice chat on the live stream, and so there was a lot of stuff going on in the voice chat, and you know, at first, you know, this one guy, you know, he was a little bit ridiculous, and so I'm like, is this guy just like an AI bot computer or something, or is he like a shill? What's going on? I guess some people are just that hard headed into their ego and their ways, and they're not really open minded.
Yeah, some people for sure.
So what's this server all about?
It's just an open platform where we want everybody to have their piece, you know, be able to have their say and share what they think is going on. Obviously, there are some topics that we do not discuss here because we're live streaming on YouTube. So, like,
I know what you're talking.
Yeah.
I can take a good guess what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you can use like words that are not synonymous with the things that we're not allowed to talk about, but use them in a way like contextually where we still get the message, that's fine. But we do just try to self-censor to a point so that we don't have to worry about getting taken down off YouTube.
You were just talking about multiple things that we can't talk about. I mean, the first thing that popped to mind was the last major event
Yeah, the last major event.
And I'm trying to think of the other ones.
Yeah, just like how many cookies can you bake in 4 years? If you're like running the ovens 24/7, that kind of questioning those narratives,
dude,
stuff.
come on.
Yeah, well, I'm just we don't.
Oh my
this
God.
is not a cooking. This is not a cooking Discord, right? We're not here to talk about baking.
Oh my God.
I got dying over here about it. I was like, what did he just say? Oh, okay, honey, I got you though. I think we get where you're at. And what you're cooking in the kitchen and putting down.
I just cooked a pizza. That's all I do.
Yeah, I'm over here with some herbs and spices for sure. I think the last big one is like we definitely don't like attack people's religions or their life choices. We can disagree, but we try to just Geo. This is Geo's server. You should definitely ask him. I'm just a mod. I just work here. I don't know, but
I think one of the main ones too is when I spoke to Gio in the very beginning, who was making this, is about having a server where everybody can come to and there's respect. Like this is not like other ones where people scream and holler or put people down and call people names. You're a trash bag. You're this. You're that. Not recommended here because if that keeps up, I'm sure they will ban people. It's about respect.
Yes, 100%. It's about respect, and we're not always the best at keeping the peace, but we try.
I'm not familiar with Geo. Is he famous? Is he like a famous YouTuber?
No, he's just a good guy. He's a nice guy. That's what I would say. He's just a nice guy. You want him on your team for sure.
Yeah,
I was invited by someone in the Flat Earth Discord.
It might be
Nice.
me. I invite everybody over there to hear. Why not?
How you feeling today, Andy?
I'm good.
You good? I hope I didn't offend you yesterday with some of the Israel Palestine stuff. I wasn't trying to wind you up at all.
No. Like I said, when I watch these rabbis talking about the fucking supremacist bullshit, that does wind me up a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, because I just think, oh, for fuck's sake, get this. Imagine this, right? Imagine these people saying, after all the bullshit that they spout, like, you've got to be friendly to the Jew or this, that, the other. And then afterwards they say, but America's going to get destroyed anyway. Because it's written down in this fucking old book or something. It's like, what? What the fuck? The cojones on these fucking people. Seriously, I'm like, why are we putting up with that? I have no idea. But people do. So, I don't know. I just speak truth and I try my best to be subtle about it if it's a topic where I think the algorithms might pick up on individual words. But I'm not very good at
and also it's not like racism or anti-Semitic or whatever to criticize like people and nations and what they do. Because there's even like Jews against Israel and Zionism and what they do.
Yeah, that's part of the grabble as well. So I don't give a shit about that. That's part of the trickery, Because then because nobody wants to be thought of as racist, so they clam up and they don't speak, So I don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah, I haven't really been keeping up with the news lately, so I've kind of been in the dark about all this Ukraine shit and everything in the Middle East.
Well, you better get used to it because this, to me, I mean, I'm not usually the fearmonger. I'm usually the one that tries to keep people's feet on the ground. But to me, I can't see any other. To me, it's inevitable that the protocols of Zion's fucking prophecies are going to come true. This is it. This is it now. This is fucking World War III. Russia's going to get involved with Iran, and then that's it. As far as I can see.
I was trained for this, so I'm not worried about it.
I'm not saying you should be worried, but it's millions of people going to die. So, hey,
So, Andy, asking on that question, when you talk about Russia, do you think that? Well, okay, I have to be respectful, obviously, because you're not really paying attention to scripture, right? Because you said this whole book and you laugh, right?
Well, if they wrote the script and they're playing the script out, it's just so fucking obvious, right?
Because the crazy part is, I was talking about it. I'm not sure if you were listening, but before you dropped in, I had mentioned them talking about Damascus and in Isaiah 17 about Damascus becoming a heap of rubble, basically, and the fact that Damascus was hit last night, the airports. So then I'm looking towards.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it just happened. One of the strikes last night, Damascus got hit. So then I'm looking at what's happening with Russia, with Putin, and the rise of Gog, Magog in Ezekiel 38. And they talk about the attackers coming in from the east, because that's where Russia would be in reference to the Middle East if there was an invasion to take place. So when you saying Russia joining in and getting in on it, you're 100% right. Like I think that's what we're heading for. Please go ahead, dude.
No, that's exactly what we're talking about. What is it? Magog or something, isn't it? I can never remember the word.
You got it. No, you got it. Gog and Magog. You're 100%
Gog and
right.
Magog, yeah. And it's like they're just playing it out. And like I say, when you look into I didn't look into it too much, but it just looks all staged to me. The whole, the paragliders and the gay rave and all that shit. That just looks all staged to me. So, I'm gonna say it again. This doesn't look like God's planning. This looks like Grabbler's planning. That's what it looks like to me. Fucking 4D chess, and of course they took on the emotional heartstrings, and everybody's like, "Oh, well, what about the thing? You can't say that." No, this is a time we've got to speak up. We've got to speak the truth. I've got to speak I hate this fucking my truth, but I've got to speak. I just hate this time where we just like can't say certain words. No, that's the road to tyranny right there, folks. The moment they start taking words away, we're fucked. This is why Owen Benjamin fucking leant so hard in, in the way he did. So yeah, I'm gonna just keep speaking, and regardless, I do accept that at some point it's gonna hurt my social credit score.
I mean, honestly, if you can't have a free and open discussion, about things, then there's only one alternative left.
Yeah, fascism. So I'm gonna keep speaking. This is what happened a few years back. I just decided that's it. We've got to start fucking speaking out about this. Once people start dropping left, right, and centre with this, the thing 3 years ago or whatever it was, I was like, we've got to start speaking out about this shit. Because they don't even hide the Grabble well anymore. They're not even trying to hide it. They're just like, they don't give a fuck, do they? They're just like, well, we've got to wipe these people out, and this is how they're going to do it. And, I suppose the script is that everybody rises up against Israel, and then the two halves, the Muslims and Christians, all destroy each other. I guess that's the script, isn't it? It'd be nice if we could just, I don't know, not do that. But I don't know if you feel it, but it just seems inevitable because it's like a moth to a flame. I don't know. I don't know. You'd stop them. I don't know why you'd be like. This is why I was saying this morning or earlier, my morning, I suppose. I'm talking more your morning because I'm an American time. But I feel like I just need to pull the rug out from underneath of the lot of you and just say, look, enough of this bloody religious stuff. Because people are just, they are like moths to a flame. I just want to like wake you up and say, no, this is fucking Grabbler chess 101. They're just walking everyone into, it's like World War One. They just walked everyone into death. Just instant death. What are we fighting for here? This inch of land? What? Yeah. You're going to go and fight your brother. There he is. The brother was. We're going to line you up, and you just walk into no man's land. Okay. Can you imagine?
I'm just going to go out here on a limb and say, and please, Andy, correct me if I'm wrong. Here's where I sympathize with you. This shit is super fucking terrible. Like, I am so jaded to the world right now. I should be crying, but I'm not. I'm almost indifferent because it's so disgusting. And I want to blame something, just like you. And I feel like you're blaming religion, and I can see why. It's because the belligerents on each side are extremely religious, and it's maddening. Is that so far? Am I correct?
That's a part of it, I suppose. I don't know what you want to call it. This fucking glee to, well, it's God's plan. So, it's just this big fucking smile on your face to annihilation or something. I don't know. It's like, you can't wait. This is why, I said death cult yesterday. They can't wait. It's like, what? No, fucking do something. You got to do something about it. No, it'll be fine.
I believe that Jerusalem is going to get destroyed.
Like that, you see?
Obliterated.
That's exactly what's said.
Completely obliterated. Messiah in chapter 24 of Matthew says, "Let them which be in Yahuda or Judah flee into the mountains. Let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of his house. Neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes. And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days, breastfeeding. But pray ye that your fight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath. For then shall be great tribulation, such as what was not since the beginning of the world to this time, nor ever shall be."
Andy,
He's
you
talking
didn't pass
about.
out, did you?
No, I'm good.
Are you okay?
I don't mind. Line's alright. It's that kind of attitude I'm talking about, where you just like.
Hold on. Now, I'm not trying to have a Bible study, but I just want to elaborate on this because, like, what Messiah is prophesying here is a time in the future. He's not talking about the destruction of the temple in 70 AD. Things like that happen already, like the Babylonians when they pillaged Jerusalem. What's going on right now has never happened. There's going to be a kinetic war in Israel where it's going to completely obliterate Jerusalem, right? And then in Ezekiel, he prophesies the same thing, and he says, and this has never happened before. It says, "And the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of man, the house of Israel has become dross to me. All of them are bronze and tin and iron and lead in the midst of a furnace. They have become dross of silver. Therefore, thus said the Master Yahweh, because all of you have become dross. Therefore, see, I am gathering you into the midst of Jerusalem." Right? And they were gathered in 1948, the rabbinical Jews with the Rothschilds, but this was God's will that they would be gathered there. The evil Jews would be gathered in Jerusalem, and they established themselves for the first time in 2,000 years. Israel was established as a state. And it says here, as they gather silver and bronze and iron and lead into a tin and tin into the midst of a furnace to blow fire on it, to melt it. So I will gather you in my displeasure and in my wrath, and I shall blow and melt you. And I shall gather you and blow on you with my fire, with the fire of my wrath, and you shall be melted in the midst. As silver is melted in the midst of a furnace, so are you melted in the midst, and you shall know that I, Yahweh, have poured out my wrath on you.
Yeah, that's my point.
And this has never happened before.
Can we not do that?
Yeah, no, hold on.
I'm saying,
lion.
But Jerusalem has never melted before.
I hear you. I know what the book says. I'm not disputing it. I was trying to talk to Andy just about exactly kind of what you're doing. And
he made my point for me. It's great.
No, I know he did. I know he did. But I need to rebut that, or not rebut, but I just need to have my two cents on it. And this is what I'm going to say. So just please listen very carefully. Christians, non-Christians, atheists, whatever. just because what is happening in the news looks similar to what is happening or what has been written down in a book does not mean it's happening. Does that mean it's not going to happen? No, that's not what I said. I just said this is not necessarily confirmation. And I think it's just very important to remember that, because no man knows the hour, so we shouldn't be living our lives any differently. We shouldn't be expecting the hour for any reason, because nobody knows when it's going to happen. You should just be living your life.
I think you're
normally.
misunderstanding me. I'm
Hold
not
on,
saying.
Lion, hold on. Lion, please, just before you take that, my points really quick. Let me just say, right, that as well, it is also noted or noted in Scripture that we can still pay attention to the signs that are given.
For sure, but you guys aren't really.
Just here, real quick.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's the end of the world. I'm not saying it's the end of the world. There's still they still have to build a third temple. But all I'm saying is that what we know of as Israel right now is not the Israel spoken of in the scriptures. The state of Israel right now and the people that inherited that land are not the ones spoken of in the scriptures. The ones that he gathered in 1948 are the ones that are going to be destroyed. Those are the ones that they're not in covenant with him. They don't uphold the Torah. They uphold the Talmud. Those are not his people. Just to you know what I mean? I want to make that very clear. And I'm not saying it's the end of the world. And I'm not saying that they're going to get annihilated next week. They still have to build a third temple, but we see prophecy already manifesting, bro.
And
no
how many
country, no people in the
believe
world
that
have.
they're not his people.
I have this. This is the important thing I was trying to make. I can really sympathize with the way Andy feels, because as a Christian, I'm not trying to stop prophecy, but it is not my job to fulfill prophecy or to. I am not a biblical scholar. I am not an authority on the scriptures. I'm just one guy, and I think our job as Christians should not be, hey, this looks exactly like what it says in the book. It should be like, yo, war is terrible. Pray for both sides, and if you're not into praying, just cry, because if like this is just all really bad, and highlighting like, oh, my book says this, and their book, it's wonderful that you are knowledgeable in the scriptures, but I think the thing that people need to be hearing from Christians right now is not, well, it's that we need to stop the war at all costs. War is bad.
Well, that's my point, isn't it? Like, from Lion's point of view, or whoever who are heavily invested in this thing, they actually not only they're not looking to stop it, they sort of they're sort of excited about it. You know, they're sort of gleeful. They're like, yes, here we are. You know, and then it sort of reiterates this. Well, the belief it fulfills the book. You know, and like I said, to me, it doesn't look like God's planning. It looks like Grabbler's. Because if you think that stuff that was real, it didn't look real to me anyway. It just looked like it looked staged, like all those things. Now the terrible devastation in Palestine, that looked real. That looked very real. So yeah, that's where I'm coming from. You know.
But there's going to be mutual destruction, and the scriptures show that both the Gaza Strip, the whole Gaza Strip is going to be destroyed, and also Jerusalem. There's going to be mutual destruction from both sides. They're going to destroy each other. This is what we see in the scriptures. Now,
Yeah,
you say
I don't know if
it's
you guys have
not
heard,
related, but
let me just say, as of our midnight, there's 7 a.m. local, there was an evacuation order made to the people of the Gaza Strip. 1.1 million Palestine people were asked to leave. Okay, so I'm not going to say that anybody is picking sides or anything like that. We are people's people at the end of the day, and it sucks when people are suffering within the war. It's the us tipping our hat, or I say us, me tipping my hat to what's happening over there. It is simply just to say it is written in scripture, and we really should be paying attention. That's all.
How many freaking times I'm gonna hear you guys say today that it's written in freaking scripture? And I'm trying to hold my tongue, but you're making it really hard for me. Like, really, really freaking hard, man.
I nearly wrote a comment yesterday or whatever because I saw SE there, and I was going to write a comment. SE's neck's hurting from all the fucking head shaking.
My neck is broken, bro. My tongue has fucking worked on it. It's sticking to the.
Dude, when your head falls
I don't have
off,
any
I'll
problem.
be right behind you, ready to pick it up and put it back on. But at the end of the day, brother, it's not our, I would say our fault. That sounds bad. But for us just to say, hey, this is what this thing says, bro, don't kill the messenger.
No, and that's not what I was getting at either. Like, I don't have a. Go ahead, SE. Sorry.
I was just gonna say it is absolutely your guys' fault, and I'm gonna give it to you straight like I usually do. It is your fault. Yes, the people that are calling themselves Christians today, and I don't care if you get insulted, the ones that are supporting this, the ones that are going by the Bible. If you call your Savior, you're part of the problem. Your people in the Bible Belt are supporting this murder. You're sending billions of dollars every year to this entity. So yes, you are part of the problem. Sorry.
We don't support Israel, SE. I just finished saying that those are rabbinical Jews over there, not in covenant with the Most High. They're going to be destroyed. The Jews are going to be destroyed. Like, what don't you understand? I don't
Well, let me
support the
explain
state
to
of
you what
Israel.
you don't understand.
Andy, I hope.
Let me.
I'll just DM you.
What you don't understand. Right now, your government has sent 2 aircraft carrier battle groups in the area. Not 1, 2. Do you know what that means?
War is imminent.
That's right. And why are you making war? For what? For who again? For people that are keeping 6 million people in a prison camp. You think that you should support this? You Christian good people are supporting apartheid.
Dude. I don't think you understand, dude. Dude, you don't understand, dude. I don't support the evil cabal over there, bro.
Does your government give them money here?
SE, don't be ignorant, dude. And so, like, you don't pay taxes, SE? Your Canadian self? Right, you pay your taxes, and that money goes to Justine Castro.
I just want to point out that this conflict seems to make people want to just all of a sudden start having a conflict with each other, and I've been a victim of it as well. I've fallen for the trap. I'm really trying to say, everybody, we should just be on our best behavior, not argue with each other, not be fighting over this, because I mean, this is how the self-fulfilling prophecy starts. If we just all start arguing, and the next thing you know, we're all at war. Like, I would. Okay, let's say World War III is inevitable. Let's say this is the biblical prophecy filling out. Do you want to spend your last days just arguing with people, or do you want to go, hug your mom, or go do something nice for somebody? Go spend a day at the beach. You know what I'm saying? I'm not living my life like any of this is going to happen. Okay, we get it. You don't believe in the Bible. I get it. That's fine. It was a hypothetical.
No, there is no prophecy happening here, bro. It's all a game by the scientists.
Dude, you're just yelling. I don't even think you heard what I said. Did you? Essie, did you even hear what I just said?
Did you hear what I said earlier? That's why I'm
heard
annoyed
every
too.
word. Why are you guys not letting me speak? Is it like am I hurting you or something?
No.
When can I speak?
You can speak now. Go ahead.
Okay, so I know I hurt your feelings, but every single word I said was true. Now, you can try to do it this way or that way. You have to take responsibility for these actions. If not for the United States of America, there would be no war in Israel today, and there would be no war in the Ukraine today. That's a fact.
Yeah,
So
you
as
didn't hurt my feelings. You didn't even accurately describe my position in any way, shape, or form, or I think anyone's position here in the chat.
well
To be
said.
totally fair, I think you completely missed.
And he definitely
you.
misrepresented mine before he even started talking, because I had a point before that, which stated that we are all people, right? Ain't nobody picking sides or voting, choosing, like vying for one side versus the other, right? But if something, Essie, and this is where I really like from my in my heart, I'm like, are you just being like specifically ignorant to just the idea of something being written, right? And it's not to say that, hey, we're pushing again for one side versus another side to win. No, we're just saying that this is written as such. It's almost like a historical book that is actually presenting things that are unfolding. And if you can't appreciate that, for us being like, call it somewhat of a super sleuth, putting together clues and saying that this could potentially be a plot line that's playing out in front of us, then brother, you're just sitting there watching it all happen and you're not standing on anything, bro, dude.
Okay, let me respond to that. I understand that you think the Bible is a prophetic thing, right? But all these things that are happening now, right? They've been attributed to other events in world history. Every 100 years, every war, somehow you guys attribute to the Bible. Now, for me, it's complete and utter nonsense, man. If you believe somebody can prophesy what's happening today, then you're no worse than the Big Bang cosmologist. You're the same thing. You believe in a fairy tale.
It's all good, SC. Just understand this, that you can't group us with like normie Christians that have been deceived into supporting the state of Israel. I'm not one of those people, bro. I don't support the state of Israel. I don't support the rabbinical Jews. I don't support the Ashkenazis over there that promote the Talmud, bro. And I understand that there are evil people doing atrocities to the Palestinians. I'm aware of that, bro. And I don't support them. I don't know why you keep saying I support them, bro. I don't know. You keep saying that.
Can I
Like
say
I just
one
told
thing
you
real
many times.
quick as well?
Let me
Because
rephrase.
I'm actually
Let me
coming from
rephrase.
your standpoint a lot, Essie, and you know that. And I've always even said too that people can write a book and then make it, play in action, and then you think it's a real prophecy happening. We could be being played on a grand scale of a book, even. But when you made a comment a second ago, I'm just being a good friend because I call my friends out like on a good level. Though I'm not gonna call you out like that. But when you say like I cannot say and make a claim that it's not the prophecy, you can't do that because you can't verify until it happens later if it is or isn't. Now the thing is people have a right to believe in whatever the hell they want, fairy tales or not. Doesn't make it factual. But neither was the statement saying that it's not. There's a possibility, and I have to put it in my heart that it can be true. I don't have to, actually, you don't have to, but I have to because it's been empowered to me by God. I'm not saying from a book, but the actual creator. So when that happens, is there a possibility that there is actually some supernatural stuff going on here and there is a prophecy? Yes. It's a possibility, even if it's a 0.0001. And I'm going to say the same thing to the globe side when we say it to them, right? Is there a 0.0001? Then you guys should not be saying it's not true or can't be. Same thing with this. You can't say it can't be for a fact.
Well, okay, I'll accept the criticism. That's only my opinion, right? But in my opinion, to me, this is like Nostradamus, right? It's the same thing as Nostradamus. Somebody that wrote a book and everybody interprets the things. The lion from the east ate the slam of the west. All a bunch of nonsense. And people try to attribute it. The lion is America. The lamb is France. Or to me personally, it's absolute nonsense. I'm sorry, man. That's just the way I
And
feel.
you have every right, honey, you have every right to feel that way. And there's moments that I feel like sometimes I stand right there with you. And I just don't want to fault any book, but there is something higher and there's a creator. And I don't think anybody that sees this prophecy, supposedly quotation mark, whatever you want to call it, happening, actually wants war, actually wants people to die. What it is they're saying, holy shit, it's about to go down possibly. And I didn't think it was going to live this time. Y'all, this is crazy because it's getting crazy already out here. And this is even crazier. So buckle up just in case. That's just someone giving you a gift of love. That's nothing else.
Well said, Stacy. I like that. Very well.
Absolutely. And Andy has a good point. He says that there's some Christians out there, and I'm not saying you guys, right, that are welcoming this. They're saying, "Oh, great,
Not
the
yeah.
Messiah is coming." Like this is insane.
You're right. And I'm vocal to those Christians, and I'm trying to wake them up. Like on Facebook, I'm vocal, and I'm actually pushing against these normie Christians that are supporting the state of Israel. Literally, this morning I was being harassed by Christians because I don't support Israel. So like it's kind of like I'm not trying to get frustrated or mad at you, but trust me, bro. I understand, man. I don't support those people over there.
Thank you, Lion, for just saying that. Because SE, people like Lion and I, we're getting it from all sides: Jews, Palestinians, Christians, non-Christians, atheists. Because I mean, I've literally just said I don't want to pick sides. I just want. I'm going to pray for the widows and orphans, and that's like that is infuriating to the. And here's what you're doing. That would be like me saying, "Se, why are you so infuriated that I don't want war? What are you, a warmonger? Like, you're responsible for all wars everywhere because you're mad that, you know what I'm saying? It's like nobody here has the point of view that you're trying to paint people with, and yeah, it's going to sound like we're upset because you're misrepresenting us on a live stream on the internet. We're like, dude, that is not what we think.
And then also, I was trying to jump in and make a point because I don't know if you guys are flat earthers or globers, but I think a lot of people have like converted over and seen some of the evidence, and so a lot of us have realized that we've been duped about this. So the natural question is, what else have we been duped about?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're all flat earthers here. I don't think there's any globers present.
Guys. Hold on, bro. I think you started to sit.
No, Essie, your mic is super low. I didn't even hear you until I stopped talking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, his mic is really bad. We need to buy him a new mic.
He's on the road today.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the car right now. You don't talk, but you guys triggered me a little bit.
I love you, Essie.
I'm certainly glad.
I think a lot of us have pondered. Oh, sorry, Ken. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. You're totally good, Stacey. Please.
I think a lot of us have pondered the question once you realize you've been lied to the scale of right what you're standing on, that almost anything could be a lie. And a lot of people will fall back onto that book because it's something they've experienced in their life a little bit. There's a relationship with a higher power, and they feel like that's maybe a way of speaking or getting answers from that higher power, because I think a lot of people already know that exists within their heart and souls. So now they're trying to find a connection to it on this earth, right? But the thing is you're right. The best plan of all would be to write a book, do a reset, put all these different books out, fight over war and religion, the biggest war of all that keeps the money going, keeps all the people in the situations that we're in, and probably how it's all working. But it doesn't mean there isn't something better and a creator.
You were saying it's good and true. Is that what you're saying?
What's that now? Sorry.
You said a lot, and you said you believe it to be good and true.
What do I believe to be good and true? Sorry, I said a lot like you just said.
What you were just talking about, your faith, the Bible, or whatever you're referencing.
I actually don't know. That is my honest answer, and I've been saying that
the higher power.
I believe in a higher power that we know that's there. I do. In your heart and soul, I think it's already within. Whether you believe it or not necessarily, it's already there. That's what gives you hope every day. That's the reason people have love in the first place, in their hearts and souls and all of that. And there's good people out here. They are connected already within.
Yeah, and there's people taking advantage of that, Stacey, isn't there? There's people taking advantage of that, don't you think?
For sure.
And it's a little bit frustrating, that's all. It's just like, I get a bit overly cynical though, so I don't know. There's a part of me that's like, I shouldn't share that part, I should just keep that to myself because I'm a little bit overly cynical. And when it comes to egos and how insane people are, I just go, okay, these people are about to wipe each other out. Okay, that seems to be what they want, apparently. It's just so sad. Why though? You don't have to do that, but like a moth to a flame, they're gonna do it anyway. So you just gotta make your peace with it, haven't you?
I typed it out in chat why they have to do it. You must have missed it.
Andy, before I would say probably like 3 years ago, I invested a lot of time in understanding a very particular ethno-religious group that seems to have a lot of control in many different areas of the world. And if what is happening today had happened, 3 years ago when I was hyper focused on that, and I'm not saying that you're hyper focused on that, but I know who Adam Green is. I know what kind of rabbit holes you're probably going down if you're watching it.
Oh, I watched him years ago. I watched him years and years ago anyway, so I know he's well researched. He seems like a good dude.
No, let's just call them the Brazilians, dude. They have had their part in a lot of world events that have happened recently. A lot of like cultural things that are going on. Like it all seems to be coming out of that country. I just want to say I hear your frustration, and I'm like, man, I wish there was a way that you could focus on. There's got to be a silver lining to this. I don't know what it is. I wish I did. I could tell you what it is. But maybe we can find it together. And
yeah, I'll tell you what it is. The eugenicists, they're going to be really happy with the result.
Yeah. Sure. No, you're right. I mean,
there's going to be a lot less people in the world.
Yeah. I will say this again. I said it during the whole everybody thought zombies were going to happen. By the way, the 4th passed, nothing happened. The 11th passed, nothing happened. I don't know what the next date is, but I hope you guys stop doing that. And it kind of applies to this. We're really great at looking back and being like, hey, wait a minute, I think they lied to us. But as a community, we suck at predicting the end of the world. We absolutely have a 0% track record of predicting the end of the world, guys. And I don't think this is it. Sorry. I know you spent a lot of money on guns and freeze-dried food. And like you, I dug a hole underneath my house to make a bunker that will never get used.
Well, my point was that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's people, clearly, they're very powerful people, that I think were behind the whole thing, that are playing this out, regardless of whether or not it's true or whether we believe it, or they're clearly playing it out.
I'm pretty sure the feds have developed companies and infiltrated the bunker development companies to like figure out like where they are. So like if it's never going to be used, then why are they mapping out all the locations?
Yeah, I mean these people don't spend. These people don't spend that kind of money. Look at FEMA camps. Look at all this. What are they doing that for? What's all the fucking tanks and bombs and bullets and you know what I mean? It's for a thing. All right.
It's budget justification. I'm telling you guys, it's all about keeping the money flowing, keeping the fear flowing, dude. If we all realize that the only people trying to go to war are the fucking people we're giving money to every year through our taxes, and we're like, wait, we don't actually need all these guns, bombs, and their tanks, like we don't need that, the world would be a much different place. It's budget justification, guys. That's literally all it is.
They can't keep control if they don't have us to keep mindlessly doing all their stuff for them.
I just want to push back a little bit. Like, we've been very fortunate in America for the last, 80 years, relatively. Like, we haven't been invaded. We haven't had a collapse of the economic system. We grew up with PlayStation 1 and 2, and a lot of us have been spoiled, right? And we don't even save up food anymore over the winter. Like, for hundreds and hundreds of years, people used to save up food over the winter, right? They would can up food and all that. We don't do that. There's no canning going on. Nobody expects any famine to happen. Everybody's so comfortable and complacent. and lackadaisical that, oh, we're untouchable until that one day hits, and then you're caught with your pants down, and then what, right? So like I know what you're saying, bro. Like everybody's always been talking about the end of the world, the end of the world. Like, yeah, we've been so fortunate that we haven't had to suffer like our grandparents suffered during the Great Depression or during World War I and World War II, right? And even then, it wasn't our land that was getting bombed. Yeah, Pearl Harbor, we lost a couple thousand soldiers. So what, right? All I'm saying is that we have to be militant, and we always got to be prepared. You know, God bless that you don't have to use your bunker, right? But if that one day when shit hits the fan, you have it, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. That's all.
No, I hear you, bro. I've got a ton of guns and bullets. I got them. We got the guns, dude. It's just, I don't know.
What would you guys do if you
I'll
were
tell
in
you
the
what. Let me just
Palestinian
finish this real quick,
position now?
Essie. Let me just finish, and then if I'm wrong, you guys can say I told you so as much as you want, but I will still fight alongside you for the Great War or whatever. Go ahead, Essie.
Question to everybody. Now that I'm out of the car and I can talk properly. What would you guys do if you were under Israeli occupation? If your neighborhood was cornered off, fenced off, soldiers patrolling it, you cannot leave your own country without another country giving you permission. Your water is controlled. You get water every 14 days. Your electricity is controlled. Your food is controlled. Your medicine is controlled. And they steal your land on a yearly basis. What would you do as an American citizen?
I'm not really sure, to be honest. I don't know. What would you do?
The answer is you die to be free. That's the proper fucking response from an American. Hello?
That's exactly right.
Well, to be honest, no, not even close, dude. Because like every single thing that he just listed, that's life in America. You can't just fucking go wherever you want. There's gated communities everywhere. There's cops everywhere. They're fucking taxing us to no end. The dollar isn't worth jack shit. I mean, dude, I got plenty of shit to be pissed off about. And yeah,
You're
it
not
could get worse. But am I just gonna go like kill people? Nah. I'm not. I'm sorry, dude. If the answer you're looking for is let's go to war, nope, not happening. I'm not gonna do it, dude. I'm not getting tricked.
No, that's not what he said.
Bro,
that's not what he said at all.
Dude, okay. What was your answer, SC? If it's not go to war, if it's not take up arms against your oppressors, what's the answer?
First of all, you're not seriously comparing your life in America
Dude,
to
just
a
answer the
Gaza
question.
Strip.
No, answer the
No,
question, dude.
you
I'm not
answer the
playing
question.
I'm not playing games.
You're not going to spiel and you're going to interrupt me again, right? This is becoming a habit. I asked you a question. So you're not going to answer what you would do under these conditions.
I just told you I'll never go to war. What's your answer? I answered your question. Go ahead.
Okay.
What's your answer?
My question was, are you equating your life in America to people in the Gaza Strip?
Yes, I did that. Now, are you going to answer my question and honor this conversation, or are you just going to try to belittle my points?
You're not
I'm
really
not
the leader.
belittling you. I just want to make that clear. You're comparing life in the States to Gaza. Okay, that's a complete joke. What was your question?
Because you
My answer is never. I'm never going to go to war with these oppressors. I'm not going to pick up arms and murder human beings about it. And I'm asking you, what is your answer to your own question? If, like Andy tried to defend you and say that's not what you're trying to say, if your answer is not war, what is it?
It's war, war, and more war on the oppressor. Freedom or death? That's my answer. Freedom or death, Platypus.
What has that gotten anybody? Because we sit here on a daily basis and talk about war is bullshit. And the military doesn't even realize what they're signing up for. And I have military that's family. People who have come home from war and say, what the fuck have I done? It's all for money. It's all for shaking hands and the controllers to be at play and win. So why would we go to war if war is not doing anything? Sorry, this is where I'm passionate because all we're doing is killing each other exactly what they want. We're fighting over the damn shit on a constant basis instead of just like, you know what? Trying to help your neighbor every day of your life. Having some love, having some understanding,
Guys, come
and
on
stop being so
now.
fucking angry.
We just need to pray to solve the problem. More prayer.
No.
Yeah,
Did
that's
I
part of
mention
it.
that one time? But you
That's
might want
definitely
to
part
start
of
praying
it.
because praying doesn't have to be about Jesus Christ, but praying for some hope. Gives you some hope.
We're well beyond that, Stacy. We're well beyond that. I'm sorry, but it's the God's honest
Here,
truth.
why is anyone here? Because I think you have a little bit of hope, whether you whether you want to admit it or not. Because that's why you talk to people.
Yeah,
Well,
the reason I'm trying to talk to people is to tell the people that are responsible indirectly for sure, which are the Americans. The Americans
Jeez
are
Louise, dude.
indirectly. You see, he's not gonna let me get it out because he
I'm
knows
with
it's true.
Stacey on this. I'm
Essie,
sorry, but like
you're
I just
literally
I'm
saying
with
a group
Stacey
of
on it.
people
Yes,
are
I literally said
responsible.
that. Yes,
Yeah, I know. That's
and if you
ridiculous. I
didn't
reject
interrupt
that
me, I
notion.
will tell you why and how precisely. Would you like me to?
Not really, because it's you tried already, and it's like, dude, that's
I mean,
literally
I
not how any of this works.
kind of agree and disagree. I mean, I agree with his sentiment, but at the same time, we are, our government is under our control. It's not under the control of the people. But I actually do want to hear what SE has to say, though.
Well, you said it perfectly. I couldn't have said it better. You said it perfectly, my friend. Say it again.
I mean, it's. I'm pretty sure it's like over 70% of Congress is under their control, not under our control.
Yes, brother. Yes.
So
We
Essie,
already
you
know
just
that, though. I mean, we already know that. So I just don't see how productive this conversation can be at this point. But yeah, I've already said what everybody's kind of said what I feel as well.
I got an idea.
No disrespect, Essie, but it's like, why do we need to just be reminded of any of that? It doesn't do anything, and here we are, just bickering over nothing, which is exactly what they want, which is exactly right. So
No, it's speaking truth. Hello, it's speaking truth.
yeah, but
That's what
it's
it's
not going to
about.
change anything. We already know how we got
How
here.
is an American citizen responsible for their government having full citizenship with Israel or money that goes to Israel? Blanketing Americans as being responsible for the state of Israel is the most retarded shit I have ever heard. Yes, Essie, you're full of retarded shit. Stop it.
Yeah. Well, on this one subject, I would tend to agree. We're not Israel. Israel's not us. They own our congressman. We all know that. What does it matter repeating it? So
Because I'll tell you why it matters. It matters because we're talking about a thing happening today, and I have people reading the scripture. That's why.
well, they say it's happening. Again, there's not been a single video that hasn't been completely fabricated and done up, and a lot of them have been fact checked as incorrect as well. I just can't. I wish that it's not that I don't lack compassion or empathy at all. I'm the opposite of that. Like I have too much of that, in fact. But when everything that they put out there is intended for this and crafted as a fabrication, I don't believe anything of I mean, why would I exert energy into anything like this? Because that's literally just signing up to lose already by default, because you're putting energy that you don't need to be putting towards it, because that's what they want. I mean, I don't know what's going on. I really don't. And I don't know anybody there. I can't go there myself. If I could go there myself, that'd be great. But I still wouldn't, exert energy into fixing anything that's not here at the home front. I just wouldn't do it. We already know how we got here. Now it's a matter of, okay, how do we reverse it? Wake more people up to the facts of the matter about Israel owning our Congress. I mean, that's been the case since the Rothschilds and the banking about 100+ years ago. We already know that. So maybe, if I had it my way, if I was president for a day, I would just do two things. I would just abolish the Federal Reserve, and I would make sure that there was no Israel money allowed in or out, like at all. Don't care.
I'm voting for you, Blaze. I'm voting for you.
It's not Blaze, but
I did want to respond to his point. about why it matters is that, like, I'll give you an example. Like in math and science, you're working through some of the problems. If you can't identify the problem, that's really the first step.
Yeah, the problem is not everyday Americans. Spoiler alert. It's a select group of planted Jewish people with an extreme in-group preference who've been put there through nepotism, bribery, blackmail, whatever, however. And the average American has literally not... Dude, the average American can't even point to Israel on a map. To come in here and blanket all Americans as being the problem because we're not taking our guns and shooting our elected leaders or unelected leaders is just, dude, it's just warmongering. It's more warmongering.
And every country should do the same for their country then. Oh, it's just ridiculous.
You're like sickened by what's happening in the Middle East. So you're like, we need to go and get our guns and kill our governments. What? Dude, don't you get it? You live by the sword, you die by the sword. You want to come and talk shit about Christians? Fine. But you're going to hear from him, dude.
And if you allow evil, if you do nothing and allow evil to continue, then that's the easiest way. Famous quote.
I mean, if you really, the reality is it took generations to get, where they are. And, I mean, it would take, to non-violently get us out of it, it would take generations. And to just revert to violence, like, violence is the most unpopular thing. Like, it's like how to lose any kind of social movement. Violence instantly loses you the favor of the masses.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, bro. And sometimes you gotta take responsibility, right? And I'm not an American hater, right? I mean, you're my neighbors, we're next door, we're basically the same thing. What blood America has on its hands, Canada has on its hands. We follow yous everywhere. So what I'm gonna say now has nothing to do with going against America. Iran was a great country. Iran was almost democratic. They had elections. They were one of the most popular places in the Middle East. Everybody was living free. Everybody was living great. Until they decided that they made a big crime. They decided that they should have the control of their oil system. They should be the ones controlling their resources and not other countries. Well, guess what? The British and the Americans didn't like that. So all the problems with Iran, with Ayatollah Khamenei's, that's all in the Americans' fucking hands. The Americans did all this.
You're right.
That place was a great place to live before you guys put your nose in there.
No, it was actually just me. I went there and I single-handedly killed Ayatollah Khamenei. Oh, man, I've been wanting to get that off my chest for a while, dude.
Just admit the faults of your country.
I do. I'm completely dude, I bombed Baghdad. I actually killed Abu Baghdadi. He was crying like a little bitch. Abu Baghdadi cried like a bitch when I busted through his wall with fucking 10 attack dogs and a fucking killer robot. Dude, yeah, as an American, as a regular American, I am responsible for all of that. You're right, dude.
Bro, maybe you need a coffee or something.
I mean, if you're gonna have
I'm agreeing with you, dude. I am completely responsible for everything my government's done, including slavery, dude. I'm actually gonna go give half my paycheck to BLM now. Thank you.
Now you're sounding like a baller cornered or something.
Nah, dude. I'm just showing you the slippery slope that you're choosing to live and die on. It's like you want to go back in time and play the victimhood card. Oh, America did this, America did that. Dude, the people that are voting in America today weren't even alive for 9/11. They don't know who Ayatollah Khamenei is. They don't even know where Iran on a map is. Like, you need to take your fight to legislators and elected officials. The average flat earther on a Discord is like not responsible for anything of that nature. It's just not.
When did I say that you're responsible, bro? Why are you making this weird? Like
you Americans, that's on you Americans. You keep saying that.
Yeah.
Am I mishearing you?
Yeah, that's on you Americans. What's the problem with that?
My vote mattered, and that don't matter. So I mean, the only other option that you're saying is, yeah, if we're in tyranny, use your guns, go to war against your government, which you supposedly have a right to do. But I'm going to tell you right now, if you do that here, good luck.
I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you the opposite. Listen to what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that your government has the power to stop the war in 2 countries right now, in Ukraine and in Israel. Let me finish, please. Your country has the power right now to make a 2-state solution in Israel, and the fighting will stop immediately. That's the only country that has the power to do that is your country.
Listen, let's see, America, right? The people at the top are in bed with Israel, with the Yahudim, right? They're sodomites. They're in bed with the Yahudim, right? And you know how many people hate America? Just as many people as hate the Jews. America's hated by the world, especially now more than ever.
That's what I'm trying to tell you,
know that,
bro.
right? And I don't support my government. I hate my government, and I don't support Israel. Just to make that clear, bro. But just
okay, so why are you fighting me then? We're on the
so
same
you're
page.
asking our government to do something. Our government's just as bad as their government. They work together.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
This is word salad. Well, I feel like we're going around in circles here. It's like, so it's not everyday Americans that are responsible for it. Oh, but it is because they're not using their guns. But I'm not telling you to go to war. But war is really bad. But you probably should keep your government in check with all your guns. It's just like, I don't really know. I feel like you're playing some kind of like Greek word game with us, where like there's no winning against you. Like we're not even actually having an argument. You're just trying to find like pressure points to hit like Christians or people who are anti-war or Americans who don't want to take up arms against their government because that's just more war begetting war. I gotta go.
Don't forget, written in scripture.
Everybody is literally like they're shaking hands behind the scenes, right? So it's not about your country or my country. In reality, it's a big theater, not just an American theater. The whole world is a theater. So if that's the case, it ain't just America. It's all over the world. People need to start taking responsibility for it. They need to do something about it. Because as much as we can change shit here in America and we need to, everywhere can change. This is nonsense, Essie, because you know damn well that we don't really know what's going on, but we damn well know they're shaking hands, they're playing us.
It's not
So what do
fantasy.
you do?
You don't realize the power your country has, Stacy. You don't realize the
Really? What
influence.
power? Because they're all in on it together.
Well, we can go down that route if you like, right? It's not a problem. I'm with you, right? We can just absolve. Nobody has a responsibility. We're all in it together. Yeah, we can do that. Or we can say the American military is the most powerful military force ever assembled. And you have military bases in over 300 countries. You run the show. Now, whether you realize that or not, Stacy, I mean, that's not on me, right? You got to understand what power the United States wields around the world and what influence.
Well, I didn't give them that power, nor did most of the people that gave it. Like, they have it for another reason, Essie. And they have it for a reason, for their little gameplay. This is a book, basically, that we're living right now. What do you want us to do about it? That's the issue. Is there is a way to go about it, you think, in your head, but you're not really telling me, because if they're all really are shaking hands behind the scenes and everything you hear, even North Korea, is yes, it's being done to them, but it's all by design, then what the hell do we do? Because the powers that be that we can't even get to, right, are going to keep playing this game. So how do we get to them then? That's how you shut it down. That's who you blame, and that's what's going on.
Yeah, well, that's like maybe above our pay grade, above our control, but at least we can talk about it, and we can at least lay blame where blame should be laid, so people could understand, right? Because
so what are people here in America going to do about it?
there's good guys
Because
and
we
bad.
have to vote for these people that our vote doesn't even fucking count. I mean, we got dead people counting and stuff. How do you fix the problem?
Well, I could only see one way to fix the problem. That's through lobby groups. But that's not even what we're talking. We're talking about just at least making people aware of the situation, right? Because if you watch the news, all you're going to hear is, oh, the brave people of Israel have been attacked. Yes, they have. It's a barbaric act. like killing people, dancing. I mean, who can condone that? That's barbaric. But they don't talk about the underlying issues, why these things are happening.
Sam, just be careful with swim attacks. You don't have to, but just my advice, opinion. How you speak it and how much you say it's America's fault, because there's a lot of people here, unfortunately, and other countries too, that are very proud of where they're from, and they wave their flags and they have it in their yards, but they're for different reasons. Some of them for quite good, but when they hear stuff the way you're saying it, they're not going to be on your side, or we're going to get the opposite of what you're actually wanting in your heart. Because I know a lot of your stances. Right. I know you understand that the bigger picture is every country is being controlled, and we don't want it.
Yeah, that's why I say it, because I know it's going to affect American people. That's the whole
But we're
reason I
not
want
going to
ears.
give the help.
Yeah.
They're going to people to shut you out instantly and basically just start getting angry at you. I
But you
promise
can
you,
speak
because
for
I'm
yourself.
quite kind person, and if you were triggering me and platypus and other people that actually come from your viewpoint too, and triggering in a way that makes you feel uncomfortable and not in a good way, makes you want to turn off and go, no, thank you, because the energy is bad that's creating in me, right? Because there's a positive way to go about this conversation to make people understand what's really going down.
I was having a hard time
can I
hearing
do
this,
all
and
these
everyone
people?
just like immediately started getting really defensive, and I could barely even hear them.
Yeah, they do that all the time. They go mental. When it comes to religion or this subject, they go crazy. They just can't accept the truth. It's mind-boggling. And I'm the bad guy for saying the truth. That's how it always happens.
But as far as solutions, the other side seems pretty arrogant. So you have to wait for a couple things. It seems like more people every day are waking up to the truth. So you have to slowly wait for that tipping point, and then also for the enemy to make a mistake, and then opportune on that.
Yeah, Ben blames Canada. Yeah, we just follow the Americans, bro. So we're just as guilty as you are. We've been in every war with you guys. You just drag us along by the short hairs. Wherever America goes, Canada says, "Okay, master. Okay, where do you want us?"
Truth be told, wasn't this really all set up by Britain? I mean, in the beginning, it was Britain, not the U.S.
That is what some people
because
claim.
of Iran.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
spot on, bro.
So I could post an interview with Lord Rothschild explaining. Oh, like literally, the interviewer's like, "What's your? Do you feel conflicted as a British citizen? Is your loyalty to Israel or Britain?"
Yeah, it was one of the Rothschilds that got the Balfour Declaration.
Right. So I'm just saying, as an American, I would like to blame the British people.
Me too,
Well,
by
they
the way.
started in the Middle East. You know that, right? You can't blame the British with Iran. British Petroleum. All this started because of an oil company. Let that sink in. All these Middle Eastern.
I think it started in Germany.
Because of an oil company.
Was the British oil company, audience?
Yes.
Blame Britain.
Petroleum.
But now we blame Britain.
But you guys took over the mantle after World War II. You became the big bullies.
We were infiltrated by the British. They've been hating us forever. That it's them, bro. I mean, I'm kind of half joking.
You know why the British hate Americans? I'll tell you why. Because in World War II, that help that you supposedly sent them, well, that wasn't help. They finished paying off that debt, I think, 10 years ago. That's what killed the British Empire and you guys took over. So the British resent the Americans because you took their empire away from them.
Yeah, but
I know it's crazy, but
totally.
Yeah, you maybe remember something. Someone said there was like 3 arms of the globalist, and America is like the military arm, and I think England is like the financial arm or center, and I forget what the third one is.
Hey, dude, that's no joke, dude. Like the Lords of London, like there is so much of the financial structure just based out of Britain, man. Like it's that's very true, I think.
You know what's funny though? The people that are in good right now, that have it good, they don't want to go back in history, right? Like Stacy is saying, the further we go back, the more we blame. Yeah, of course, you got it good. You're sitting on the best country in the world, right? Which we all know was stolen from the Indians. So why would we want to go back and look at history, right? Because heaven forbid that we're in fault of something, right? And I blame myself too. I'm not putting myself out of it. It's all of us. That's how humans are. Humans are the only species in the world that will hunt, for example, all the fish, right? All the cod. We're the only species that will extinct another species, right? And we don't see it. We don't see how evil we are. But we are.
You guys know about the British Commonwealth? Have you heard of the British Commonwealth?
Of course.
Well, not just USC, because you're Canadian, right? You probably know of it because you're Canadian, and Canada's part of the British Commonwealth. But, well, as of the Queen's passing, I don't know what's happened to it since then, but do other people know about the British Commonwealth and all the different countries that are part of the British Commonwealth, i.e., the Caribbean, as an example, Barbados? Like, why would an island be part of the British Commonwealth? So asking that question to people, right, who don't know about the British Commonwealth, that's my question. Why would the British up in the UK, Northern Hemisphere, need to work towards providing some kind of a Commonwealth colonization to an independent island sitting out in the middle of nowhere? Trade? Control? Money manipulation? Taxes?
All of it.
Laundering? What are we talking about?
We're talking about the strong taking advantage over the weak. That's what our species does. Humanity. Welcome to humanity. That's what we do. That's what we have been doing. And that's what we're going to continue to do. Right now, as we speak, right now, right at this moment, there is 1.5 million people on donkeys, on any possible car they have, to go from one side of the jail to the other side of the jail because they can't leave, right? So they're leaving their homes so an army could demolish their homes. That's what's happening right now as we speak. And people are telling me about how the Palestine this and blah, blah, freaking blah.
Exactly. 1.1 million Palestinians were asked to leave their homes as of 7 a.m. this morning.
That's correct. So you tell me now, if you get an evacuation order, all of Manhattan, please leave. Now, you can't leave Manhattan because, you know, like the movie, Escape Manhattan, there's a wall there. Now, you got to go to the edge of the wall with your children and your family and watch your homes being bombed. While people freaking here in the States say, oh, it's prophesized. I'm sick of this shit, man. And so is Andy.
Bro, don't bring all.
If there's a lesson to be gleaned out of this, it's persistence. Persistence. That's what you should take away from it, because these money changers, they've been doing it for a long time. They got booted out of every place because everybody saw what they were up to, and then eventually they got it. I mean, you got to take your hat off to them.
Oh, yeah. They're freaking smart. They fooled all these people here. Sorry, guys. All of you in here are fooled, man. I'm sorry. And any one of you says the word Yahweh, you're under the spell, bro. You're gone. They're controlling you. And if that insults you, well, get insulted.
Well, you're acting as the arbiter and basically poisoning the well at that point. But you do you, SE. You do you, buddy.
That's what I'm doing right now, bro.
Can you elaborate on that poisoning the well, please?
It's the truth. Everything I told you is true. I didn't poison nothing. Every word I spoke is the truth.
Yeah, it's all good, SE,
Yeah,
and
you
I'm glad that
did.
you're speaking up. And I told Andy earlier, tell us how you really feel. You know, and I want to know how you really feel about everything, about your beliefs and all that. And I don't want you to sugarcoat anything, right? But and I know that you are a vocal, you're a voice for those that are listening, that are here, that are afraid to speak up, but they feel the same way as you. And I know they
Exactly.
might not be vocal, but they're you know what I mean? They're cheering you on, bro. And it's all good. We need people like you to engage us. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. I don't hate you, bro. You're speaking your truth. It's all good, man. Do your thing.
I don't hate you too, Lion. I heard your story. I know you were a player before. I respect that. And I respect the fact that you're really controlling yourself and you're being a
Yeah.
real Christian. I respect that a lot in you, Lion. I just want you to know that.
I mean,
know you're a tough guy.
I've
I
yeah,
know
me too.
Lion is a tough guy and he's very humble. That's a man right there. I've been around, man. I've been around. I know I can read people like the back of my hand, bro. That's my problem.
I just don't like that you think, well, and that's my opinion, not like, right? It doesn't matter, really. That you think that he's poisoning the well, though, because your statement refers to exactly what he was speaking on at the moment, the same as being prophesized. And I understood his viewpoint. And it's almost like you're basically saying that he's the type of person that is poisoning the well.
Can you explain that phrase?
Yeah.
Poisoning the well?
You want her
From the
to explain it,
standpoint of
or
It's a
him
logical
making a statement like,
fallacy.
if you proclaim Yahweh, then blah, 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 right? So the poisoning the well is the statement of, if you proclaim this, and then everything else that comes after that is literally it. Because again, Essie, and I'm saying this respectfully to you, you are literally acting as the arbiter. The arbiter is the person who proclaims the truth. They have the truth. I know the truth, therefore stand with me, and everything that else that comes saying otherwise is false. And that is a problem to me in today's day and age, because you lose respect for anything else outside of what you are proclaiming to be the truth. But again, as I said earlier, you do you. We'll see what happens when it comes.
I'm not.
Oh,
I'm not
hold
sure
on,
I
hold on. I gotta
fully
answer that.
understand,
Hold on,
because
please.
the Christians
Please,
feel like
guys.
they're the arbiters of truth also, and they try to push their truth onto everyone else.
Yes, fair enough. But I'm not saying that I have the truth. That's not what I'm saying. The truth and everything. I just said the things that I tell you, all the things that I told you now. Play the tape back, right? Everything I told you was true. None of it was lies. And not my truth. Not my truth. When I tell you Gaza, what's going on there, that's true. When I tell you they get water every 14 days, that's true. When I tell you they control the food, that's true. When I tell you they control the water, the electricity, the medicine, that's all true. So don't tell me I'm not saying the truth. When I told you about Iran with the BP, that's all true. When I told you about the guilt of your American government, that's all true. Every word I spoke was the truth. So don't be telling me that's my truth. You ever hear of the sins of the father?
Yes, I've heard of it, SE. Nobody else is speaking.
Yeah, it's that thing, Andy.
Yeah, the thing of the, that thingamajig.
So I think we all need to do a bit of soul searching. All of us.
I mean, dude, I would just say that the world is so interconnected, and I mean, you've got so many international organizations at this point. Like, I mean, you really can't put all of the blame at the feet of America. And additionally, I would just also argue that, I mean, far as like I understand like what the college churches are their doctrine is, but like people that have really studied the Bible, they don't really like that the narrative of this is all it's Israel's the good guy. Like we don't think that either. Just saying,
Look, we got to understand, right? It's not just America, right? It's in our species, right? That's the way we're made, right? Just like the male lion. When a male lion takes over the pride, what does it do? The first thing it does, it kills all the baby male lions from the other male lion. Why? Because he doesn't want anyone to challenge him, right? That's how we are, right? And us, we're even worse because we're not happy just to have one little pride. No, 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 no. We want to take it all, right? When an empire is built, what's the number one thing of the Roman emperor and all the other empires? You know what it is? I'll tell you. To expand the empire. Now, how do you expand the empire? Well, you look over there, that piece of land you don't know where there's other people that live there, and you just go take it over by force. That's what we do.
I mean, you say we, bro, dude, Essie, there's no way that you could convince me that I could convince you to go do that. Or any most regular people. Regular people they want to just be left alone, bro. They just want their little yard, have their little garden, have their little honey hole, at home, have their little
Couldn't
kids
agree with you more. Yeah.
Yeah, bro, it's not like you keep I mean, brother, I'm telling you, I don't think most human nature is. I think that there is a small group of psychopaths that always float to the top in the, I don't know what the cream floats to whatever. These psychopaths float to the top. They're the oil, we're the water, or whatever, and they always take control, and people are usually just so oh, just leave me alone. Like they literally, basically organize these bootstrap, they basically make a gang, and people will just go along because they're just want to be left alone. I think most people just want to be left alone. Like I don't think
couldn't agree with you more. Yeah, but that's the problem is when we get to the society level, right? Of course, every individual family, father wants just to go and work, supply, have food for his family. Mother wants to take care, or that's the way it used to be. But you know what I mean? Nobody wants war. I'm talking about a level of society when we reach the city-state level. Once we reach the city-state level, and everybody's done it, Christian, Muslims, Hindus, just look back in history, right? We kill each other. And I don't mean us individual. When we societize, and that's why I hate religion. That's why public enemy for me, number one, is religion. When we organize as a group, then we tend to do these atrocities to each other. We've been doing it since the beginning of time.
Again, I would say that I kind of disagree, man. Like I really think that most I don't think that's like a human problem, even with the organization or whatever. I think, in my opinion, this is my theory. I don't really have any evidence for this, but I think that they're psychopathic, psycho freak shows want to be in power. And so whenever we set up these things, and humans aren't recognizing the fact that that's where all the psychos go. You know what I mean? Like, this is where they go. I don't know why, but it's where they end up.
Yeah, but it's been happening since the beginning of time. Would you agree?
Yeah,
this is not just a Muslim Christian thing or a democratic or an American thing or a British thing. No, go back. Roman, Persians, Africans, the Zulus, go to every nation, the Indians. They all fight each other for land and power. That's what we are. That's how we're made. I told you, like the lion. The lion kills all the males of the other male lion that was before him. That's just the way we are. Our kings kill all their brothers and sisters in the past so they don't take the throne. We're just like animals. Think about it. Look all the stories. How many kings have killed their brothers because they were afraid they're the ones that are going to take over? That's what we do. We're built that way. Now you go make peace with the Creator as why. I'm just telling you the truth.
Yeah, man. I really think that it's more of a. I think the phenomenon is more localized to just the people that want to become in leadership, and and then I think there's also a large portion of humans that somehow believe, like, I don't know, man, like you just see like us, right? Like for some reason there's so many humans that are just like, that can't happen. Like, no, everything's fine. Like NASA can't lie to you. The Israel, the TV says it's good. It's good. Like I don't know, man. It's really weird.
Yeah, the only people that can do that is us, the luxury in the West, Europe, Canada, the States, where we haven't never seen war, we never tasted war. War only happens on TV. But put one of these freaking families in Ukraine or in Israel or in the Gaza right now, and you'll see a newfound love in God and a change of heart instantly. I want any American family just to live 1 month in the Gaza. 1 month. That's it. That's all it'll take to change your whole worldview.
So a lot of different people, not just America.
Yeah. I don't want to pick on America. Westerners. Let me just say Westerners. Any Westerner. Pick a country. Italy, Greece, Belgium, whatever. Ireland, UK, New Zealand, Australia. Any one of those places. Take your family, your adorable children, and your dog, and go live in the Gaza for a month.
Well,
And then come back and talk to me.
We really need to keep this in context. This is definitely the British people. So.
No, but we have come to a point where we've become jaded, right? And we just don't feel anymore. You know, we are almost a soulless society. You know, men could be women, women could be, and anything could be anything. There's no right and wrong. Well, there's right for Ukraine, but there's a different right for Israel or Gaza. I mean, yeah.
Don't forget too, the people that are in power for God knows how long have been put there by design. So we haven't had a play in that as actually humankind. So as much as I want to compare that, you say when they get into this power that they are these types of people. Well, no, I feel like these people are chosen and they are groomed and they're doing a job. So I don't know if real humans have ever had the chance to be in that power to be good people out there controlling the world. No.
Yeah, we gotta open our eyes and we gotta realize that, you know, put yourself in the shoe of the person that you're judging. I think we forgot about that little simple fact. Like, try to live without water for 14 days, or medicine, or you know, food, or whatever your enemy now decides. Imagine if Russia was controlling the food supply, medical supply, water supply of the states, and gave you only 14 days of water. 14 days. You have to wait every 14 days to get water for a few hours. Just think of that. Imagine that. That's what the Gazans are living under for 50 years. Okay, I'm done ranting. I'll stop.
It's a little bit good because the topic is so intense, even intense for me, that we need to try to flow into something else.
Agreed.
How does light propagate? Go. If interested, of course.
Can we go into the eclipse that's going on tomorrow? Anybody gonna go see this thing?
Dude, I'm going hunting. It's 11:15 a.m. my local, 11:15 Eastern. Anybody who's hanging out on the Eastern time board or time zone that wants to check it out, that's what time it will be occurring our local. But for me, locally, it's going to be raining, unfortunately. Sad face.
Yeah.
What are you using? What are you going after?
The eclipse tomorrow.
The eclipse. Dude, so I just did this long 1,000-mile trip up to the Montana, and it was beautiful skies. It was clear, gorgeous, and you could see like 100 freaking miles. And last night, man, I was just checking out the sky, man, and they started spraying, and it's complete freaking white out here in Southern California, man. 100%. It's just like a white sky mixed with a little bit of blue. Disgusting.
Yo, Flat Earth dude, man. I hope all is well. It's been a minute, brother.
Yeah, man. I'm always listening.
Kenny dude.
What's up? Yeah, they just bombed us with these white clouds all morning, man. It's just disgusting. So they're trying to block it out for whatever reason, man. It's my theory, but they don't want us to see something.
Weren't they gonna shoot something at it though? I heard NASA has like 4 rockets ready to shoot at it or something.
What? I
Yeah,
didn't hear that.
like I heard some crazy stuff.
That's crazy.
Maybe they're trying to get some angles of it. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I was gonna go up to the center line up in Nevada, check out the actual Ring of Fire eclipse, but it's not gonna happen.
Yo, dude.
Yo, what's up?
What was that crazy when we were driving through Nevada? Like, what was that crazy like lifted like pillar
power
of
plant? The power plant,
like,
yeah.
After the power plant, there was like something on our left, just like a big pillar of rock, basically. Like it was crazy
I have to
tall.
go back to my pictures and look.
Okay.
There
It was like
something,
it was flat forever, and it just looked like you could fit a whole town on that little thing.
Oh, those big giant mesas?
Yeah.
Yeah, those things are crazy, man.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, man, you're not interrupting. I'm interrupting. I really enjoyed the talk about America and Israel and all that, and the whole fucking shitty situation that's going on. But it's shitty situations been going on for long before we were alive, and probably long after, man. But if you look at all the history books, it's all full of shitty situations. There's no shortage of those. We haven't had 1,000 years of peace. That would be cool. Oh. I'd like to check that out.
So how many years do you guys think we can survive without killing each other on this planet?
Repeat that again. What?
Yeah, repeat that.
Like, will we be the 4th generation? Like, I believe there was a civilization like 12,000 years ago, and they got wiped out. And then another one, and maybe they got wiped out. Are we on our verge of wiping ourselves out? Do you think we're going to make it through? What do you guys think?
This isn't based on the populace. This is the controller's decision if they're going to hit the reset button or not. This has nothing to do with the free people.
Well,
agreed.
So how do you think all that melted? How do you think all the melted buildings happened? Was that man-made or was that natural?
Well, if you believe in the Vedas, they have in their stories flying craft and bombs and all kinds of things exploding. So we do have. I'm not saying that's how it is, but how else can a rock get melted like that? Yeah, need a lot of energy.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot.
It depends.
For it, but
It depends what time frame you're talking about. You're talking about the Middle Ages, the Renaissance time, because apparently there was like a reset in the 1300s. There was another reset in like the 1800s. And how big are these resets? Are we talking about just like Europe? the whole world. You know what I mean?
I don't know. It looks like it might have been a worldwide thing, but
Well, look, if we
some of
go
these,
back to the
I just want to say some of these castles that do show, like they show signs of melting, right? Or you see some of these mountains that used to be like old castles. Those weren't
right.
built like that long ago. So you know what I mean? So what happened? And what couldn't have been worldwide?
yeah, it's
I was
freaked
really
out.
sorry. I was just going to say I was really interested when you said there was a reset in the 1300s. I didn't know about that, but I haven't researched it anyway. But I truly believe that we didn't start exploring until the 1400s. So that makes more sense if there was a reset in the 1300s.
Yeah. There's writings of but it was due to natural phenomena. But what he's talking about, the Vedas talk about like kinetic war. Like I mean, I'm not sure if that nuclear bombs exist, but you know, there's evidence of kinetic war a long time ago, antediluvian kinetic war that could have also melted things. But most of the melted buildings that we see, I think, are due to natural phenomena, electrical phenomena, and things that the sun was acting up. Native Americans talk about the sun seeing like they cave painted stuff like that they seen in the sky because there was like so like even I talked about it last week or a couple days ago. Dr. Robert Schoch, he talks about like there being like electrical storms beyond anything we can ever imagine.
What I was gonna say was, it's all in the stones, right? If you take the people in Peru and Central South America, and you ask them, like the Incas were asked, "Did you build these walls?" And they say, "No, we found them like that." So to me,
In
that's
Peru,
proof.
in
Yeah.
Peru, they talk about the I forget what they call them, but they were the ones with the red hair and the elongated skulls that they still find remains of today. They say that those were the rulers, and then the fact that we find those elongated skulls around the world, including Egypt, it seems like all these megalithic um, eras had these rulers that weren't of the same origins as us. Like they've even done genetic DNA testing and found that they were some other like potential subset of humanoid. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, bro. It reminded me of when you said Egyptian with the elongated skulls. Now that's a freaky story in and of itself, because that king, that reign, tried to change the Egyptian religion and make one, listen to this now, make one god. And he tried to deface all the other statues and that and change them, the story goes. And when the other pharaoh took over, they changed it back. So that pharaoh with the elongated skull tried to change religion to monotheism. I can't say it. You know, single God belief. And that was the one with the elongated skull, bro.
That's a rabbit hole that I'm fascinated to talk about. You know, Brian Forrester's work is insane, and I don't know why nobody talks about it. Because I think, you know, like I did, I thought all this was bullshit, just like flat Earth. Like, yeah, the longer the skulls, like, yeah. And then like I just, you know, humbled myself, started looking into it. Come to find out, like there's hundreds of these skulls just like all over the place in Paracas, Peru. Like all over, like so much so that the government made a law that you can't export any of these things. And if you're caught exporting any of these remains, it's prison time.
Think about it, bro. And those skulls go back, right? Like you said, they go in South America, Central America. They even found mummies with skulls like that. So they're not these are real things. Now, of course, people say, yeah, there's tribes in Africa that do that. There's a tribe that makes their neck longer. They put multiple rings. And there's other tribes that flatten the heads of kids. Sorry, I got a call there. So these things are like not just hearsay. Now that freaked me out when I put together the elongated skull and the monotheism. In other words, single God belief back in the day in Egypt. And that, I think, goes back to the Sumerians. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff intertwined.
There's independent writings from, like, I'm not talking about the Bible. Like, you have Ciesa de Leon. You have I can't think of his name right now, but there's like Dominican and Portuguese and Spanish explorers besides Columbus that went to South America, right? Before the Columbian reign, right? Before Colombia was called Colombia. They write in their journals, bro. These explorers, conquistadors, they talk about the natives of Peru worshiping skeletal remains of these elongated skull beings, right? And these skeletal remains are like 7 feet tall, and they're enshrined in a cave on a throne, and they bring flowers to these skeletal remains, and they worship these skeletal remains. But we're talking about the 1500s or whatever. Before America, they started landing in South America first. Some of these explorers landed in South America first.
Have you seen the caves they have and the burial cave things that they have? How they have the mummies like crunched down and wrapped up. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, man.
That's
Yeah.
mind blowing. You seen that, huh, bro? Yeah, that's freaked out, man.
So they had doctors evaluate these remains, and you're talking about a 6 foot, 6'2", right, 11-year-old. Because they look at the rib cage, they look at the teeth, they look at the bones, and they're like, yeah, this is a 10-year-old or 11-year-old, but he's like 6-7 feet tall, and he's got an elongated skull, and it's in a museum in Peru. Like, anybody can go see it, but nobody knows about this stuff. They think it's all like bullshit, but it's not.
They call it crypto archaeology. Crypto meaning hidden, right? All this stuff is hidden for the regular people.
Suppressed. I think because academia, if you start truly evaluating this stuff, they're gonna think you're like, academia would just think you're crazy, like, oh, you know what I mean? So it like dissuades people from really looking into this stuff. But Brian Forster, like, he doesn't care, and he submitted samples of multiple different skulls to multiple different labs around the world, and he's even sent like full heads, right? Full heads, and never to be seen again. They just get taken, they get stolen. Nobody knows what happened to them, and he gets pissed off. So he has to be careful where he sends the stuff to.
First off, that whole deformed skull thing. I mean, I don't know what that means, but like, we could do that just like SE was saying with the people with the necks. Like, we could elongate skulls. I don't know if that has any significance of. Like, are you saying it's aliens?
Well, hear me out, right? Because the first thing that people do, right, to rationalize this is that's what they'll say. They'll reduce it to mere head binding, right? Which is a practice that even people in South America still do today, and around the world, head binding. But why are people head binding? Like, what's the whole point, right? Because they were emulating their rulers. They wanted to be like their rulers. So this is why this practice even began. But Brian Forster is very smart, because he's been able to debunk those naysayers that say it's just head binding, because it would be impossible, because you can't change the volume of somebody's brain by head binding, right? And you're talking about there's 20% more brain mass and volume, which you can't change that by head binding. That's a genetic, predisposition.
Yeah, but did they find any brains though? Or just hold on, hold on. Did they find any brains or just the skulls?
I don't know if the actual. I mean, these skulls are 2,000, 3,000 years old.
You can't
But
find soft tissue. Soft tissue decomposes.
hear me out, right? So there's a part, right, that the back of your skull, where the spine connects to the skull. It's called the foramen magnum, right? Now, this is something I like the Alien movie, bro, because the foramen magnum. This is another point where you can't achieve by head binding. The foramen magnum is not where it would normally be in a Homo sapien. It's all the way to the back of the skull. And that like
Yeah, but
normally in a human being, the foramen magnum is right in the middle of the skull. And these beings, that's at the back of the skull.
Yeah, but as far as the whole brain thing, well, let's not just skate over that first point you made with the brain thing, where you can't have more, that much more brains, which I would agree with. Yeah, if there was more brain, then yeah, that would definitely say something. But I mean, if we didn't find any brains, how do you know how much brain? We know we can misshape the skull. We can make the skull any shape we want. So, like, we could do that now. It doesn't mean that person has more brains.
You know what we can do though that they found? Let me say this, bro. It's very important. What we can't fix is this. I believe they call them the sutures of the skull. In other words, we have like lines, the way the skull forms, right? When we're young, and I forget exactly how they explain it. And these elongated skulls don't have that. There's
Some
like
of them,
lines.
not all of
Yeah,
them.
yeah, yeah.
Some of them have no sutures at all, which is inexplainable. And not only that, so when you ask me about how do we know that these skulls have more volume, because the space where the brain would reside has literally 20% more volume than a Homo sapien. These creatures literally had bigger brains, genetically bigger brains, and
No, bro, they had a bigger
everything about
skull.
this.
Dude, they had a bigger skull. You don't know if they had bigger brains because we don't have one of them to check.
All right. Okay. So let's just say that they had a bigger skull, but the same size brains. Then that brain would be moving around like crazy, bro. You'd have what do football players get? The CT. The brain would be loose in there, bro. It'd be moving around, hitting. You know what I mean?
All right, that's a good point. That's a good point. So you're saying these skulls had 20% more volume, despite the shape. It's had 20% more volume. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, literally 20% more volume. The foramen magnum is completely shifted to the back, where normally it's in the center. And like he mentioned, the sutures. Some of these skulls have 0 sutures. And on top of that, he sent. Go ahead.
You're doing a lot of ands. I'd like to see how the mainstream rationalizes that volume thing, because that's a good point, actually, now that I think of it.
And they found fetuses with elongated skulls, with all the same attributes as the adult ones, except they're fetuses with elongated skulls. You're not gonna headbind a fetus and get it to position that quick, bro. We're talking about 6-month-old fetuses approximately with all the same things, right? So these beings are coming out of the womb like this. And not only that, what's my other point I was gonna make? You made me forget. Oh, the genetic test, bro. He sent samples to different labs, bro. They came back with these things are hybrids. They're part human, and the other part they have no idea, unknown to modern science. They're humanoids, literally chimeras, not chimeras, but hybrids, specifically hybrids. So then people, when like a naysayer will hear that, oh, then these were apes. These weren't humans. These are just apes that you're finding. That's where we're at now. They just now, like the naysayers, like the materialists of the world, they just think that these are just another ape species. That's all. They're not human at all. So that's where we're at.
Gotta ask yourself, why are we unlike all? Go on, Jeremy. Go on, bro.
Did you ever see Lloyd Pye? Everything You Know Is Wrong.
That title does sound familiar, to be honest with you, but what is it, a documentary? Probably in the Faraday cage, huh?
Yeah. Or he's just teasing us.
I don't know, but if he's not going to talk, I also want to say that. So when they genetically tested these skulls, they look at the haplogroups.
It's a 2-hour lecture Lloyd Pye gives. I'm in the Faraday cage. It's a 2-hour lecture Lloyd Pye gives about just the past, like.
Go ahead. Nobody was interrupting you.
So if we switch to Tesla technology, he can adjust his telephone to go right through that cage. It's adjustable, so get on it, guys.
So yeah, so when they tested these skulls, there's something called mitochondrial DNA, right? And I'm sure you guys already know this comes from your mother's side. A group of Y chromosome sequences, and they found out that looking at haplogroups, that these beings originate near the Caspian Sea. And if you know anything about the Caspian Sea, it's near the Caucasus Mountains, and that's the area known as Canaan in the scriptures, where in the scriptures they talked about these beings with 6 fingers and 6 toes and giants. And then now this is empirical evidence. And mind you, Brian Forster, he's an atheist. He does not believe in any of that. But even he found this very intriguing. And these beings have red hair, just like the Native Americans talked about red-haired giants. And Ciesa de Leon, Ciesa de Leon, when he wrote down in his journal, he would talk to the people about their history, their past, where they came from, this and that. And the people told him a tale, right? Because he wasn't around when this happened. But they told him a tale that he wrote down in his journal. And he said that there was a people group that came on ships and landed in the coast that we know of as Peru today, on the beach. They were all men, not one woman on those ships, and that they had homosexual tendencies. They were sodomites, and that they would literally publicly have anal sex with no shame, and that they were very cannibalistic. They persecuted the people in South America, the natives in South America. These people were tormented by these Nephilim beings, in my opinion, and they prayed to the Creator. Mind you, they didn't believe in Yahweh. They weren't using Yahweh. They just prayed to the Creator, whoever the Creator may be, to eradicate these beings from the midst of them. And then the story goes from the natives in South America that something happened that within an instant, all these giants were completely destroyed supernaturally.
I think you're conflating the North America, well, whatever all these accounts are.
Nope. No, I'm not conflating at all. They had the same testimony. The Anasazi in the 4 corners of America had the same testimony as the South Americans, that they were red-haired giants and they were cannibals, and it's consistent with biblical accounts of the Canaanites.
I think it's a red herring.
And there's genetic testing. There's genetic testing that links all these empirical evidence that links these accounts, verifying the native account and the biblical account of these people.
But I'm just saying, I think it's a red herring. Okay, go ahead.
But these people over time, they did mingle with regular humans, and their genes were slowly suppressed, right? Over time, as they continue to mingle their seeds with regular people, there's less and less of their traits are shown.
So somebody
we see that happen
3,000
too.
years ago in Egypt knew what was happening in North America. Basically, what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just following the red hair. It's a red herring.
It's a red beard.
Oh, I get it now. I didn't get it at first, but I get it now.
But also, maybe. It also could be wrong. There could just be like a race of large-headed. Because like the large-headedness, I've never encountered that in North American stuff. They're just like, oh yeah, double teeth, red hair, fingers, but never a giant-ass head. And then I don't see any like old American folk, if there's anything that's ever real, but I never see them with big Caracas heads. And yeah, so that's that. Like, but these people must have had a homeland that we don't really know about, because it seems like they moved. They like left Asia or something like that and came down to South America. Does it seem like that to you?
Can you ask that again? I wasn't following.
Like they left near somewhere near Turkey, right? Or they originated there and then traveled to South America, or is it the other way around?
By ship.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, from my understanding, way before Columbus, we had the first people to come to the Americas. According to my philosophical bias, I already mentioned the Book of Ezra. There was nobody here, bro. In both North and South America, this was a vast wilderness uninhabited by humans, just animals. And some of the animals here were very ferocious. So even humans, when they first came here, were scared of like the grizzly bear. And apparently there was those Icelandic, I'm not Icelandic, Ice Age animals, like the saber-toothed tiger. Like those things existed when the Assyrians with the lost tribes of Israel came over the Bering Strait into the Americas. Because in my understanding, the first ones here were the Assyrians and the lost tribes captive. Those were the first ones to come to the Americas and then make their way down to South America, right? And then after they had gotten here, the word was spread and went back, because they did migrate back and forth. The word made it back to Egypt that people had made it here and that there was more land. And even the Egyptians came over. And then we also hear the Canaanites came over here on ships through the Anastasia and the Peruvian natives. Way before the Polynesians, way before the Vikings, way before Columbus, way before the Chinese, these people were here.
And you're getting this
but
from
unlike,
where, Lion?
just all the different evidences, bro. It's just it's all over the place. You kind of have to add it together, bro. You got to put it together.
Assyrians? I never heard that before. The Assyrians being the first to land in North America or the Americas.
Yeah, man.
Okay,
Yeah, man.
cool. I'm not doubting
the
it.
Assyrians
Yeah.
with the Assyrians with the lost tribes in captivity. So they had them in chains and as servants, and they brought them over here. But they also mingled with them, right? So they took the Assyrians were already mingling with Israel to begin with. Before Israel was the northern house, mind you, the northern house. Before the northern house was exiled, they were already mingling with Assyria, right? They were already taking their wives, mingling, and then eventually they were just taken over by Assyria, and then Assyria took them over here. And there's a lot of connections, but I can't pull it up right now. I'm in my car. I can show you.
I don't know how you can prove or disprove, or what I'm going to tell you now, prove or disprove, but I think it's a pre-Diluvian civilization. And the guy Forster that you were talking about, he thinks, like I corresponded with him, in one of his YouTube channels, because I think there's a single civilization pre-Diluvian that I call them the melty rock civilization, the ones that they were able to manipulate huge rocks, multiple ton. And he said he thinks there were two civilizations pre-Diluvian that were worldwide, by the way. Worldwide.
Those rocks ain't melt. I thought you were done. My bad.
No. Go on, bro. I was done.
Dude, them rocks ain't melted, bro. If you melt
rock, it has it'll have signs of vitrification on it. Those rocks don't have that.
Agreed. This is not the type of melting you think, right? It's more like a softening. Now some say it's cement. Some say it's cement forms. That's one of the theories. And even the pyramids. But if you look at it, cement doesn't behave that way, right? And as a matter of fact, I was just thinking about that the other day. I was stuck in traffic and I was looking at cement things on the side. And if you notice, there's like bubbles on them, right? Like if you see how they are, you'll see like either pieces fall off, rocks in them, or they don't look solid after a while. And these rocks, they don't look that way. So I don't know, man. But then I've seen some that do look like poured cement. So I'm starting to think now that they had both technologies. I'm not sure about that one.
Bro, it's not, dude. That you can see the marks when they were hit, where they were hitting them with stone.
You're roboting, bro. You're super roboting.
They didn't melt it. They didn't do anything crazy.
Jeremy, you're a robot.
They just
That's a hell of a
chipped
long
away
robot.
at it with something.
It's starting.
Uh,
It's beginning, guys. Jeremy's turning into a robot. For real, though.
But we got the gist of what he's saying. He thinks that it's like a cement, not a cement. The stoneworks, like the chisel marks and that. Yeah, you do see those. You do see also what looks like scoop marks in some of them, and some of them do look poured. You know. But like I said, the cement, the poured thing, to me, it doesn't look like viable. Because I looked at how cement is, and it doesn't look the same, man. And another thing that also goes against that, because they say when rocks form naturally, the way the shells and stones are inside are aligned all over the place, right? Because of the years that it takes and the Earth's magnetic field. But the poured ones, they're all aligned in the same manner. So they're able to distinguish in that way. As you can see, I looked into it just a little bit.
You know, it's pretty clear the timeline's really bad. I mean, they have that one professor from, I believe, Northridge, who got let go because he was finding soft tissue in dinosaur bones. Well, you know, quote unquote dinosaur bones.
Yeah, the lady. I think it was a lady. Yeah.
It's a dude. His name's like Mark. There might have been a lady too. I don't know about her, but there was a guy named Mark something. Mark, yeah. Yep. Yeah, and he won in court. He beat him because they said he was just trying to, you know, propagate his religious views, and you know, it was proven false in court.
Okay, wow, I didn't know that one. Okay, yep, more stuff.
Post his thing in chat. Let's see.
Oh yeah, the Giants. Yeah, I heard that one. Yeah, I definitely heard that one. It's either that or they had cranes. They had mechanized equipment, or they had, I don't know, sonar, a sonic, or whatever, anti-gravity, we'll call it whatever you want, right? Something to lift these heavy things that involve technology.
It could have used buoyancy and
dude, that is not a good trichotomy. There's other
ways. I've seen a dude do it by himself.
Yeah,
With
no, we haven't heard of the
leverage.
Coral Castle guy.
See, I just want to
No,
push
not
a little.
the Coral Castle guy, different guy.
So what are you saying, Jeremy? You believe in the way that they say they did it with the stones and the chisels like that?
Okay. Hold on, I'm getting to a good spot. Listen, am I good now? Team of janitors.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. The walls you're talking about, they clearly look like they were bashed with other rocks, because you can see like where the corners where they come to meet other pieces of the wall. You know what I mean? The marks get smaller because they had to do fine. There's also pieces of the walls that were unfinished, and you could just see they were just chiseling it out. But as far as like how they moved them, I mean, bro, that can be done with sand, with the removal of sand, with leverage. There's all kinds of ways. Just straight up manpower. You get a rope. You tie a rope to a rock. They just did this over in Europe somewhere. They moved a friggin' 1,600-ton rock or something just with sheer manpower.
You're talking about now moving, I believe, 100 pieces up in the king's upper chamber, 100 pieces of slab, like rectangular slabs, weighing 70 tons, I think. And they had to move them up 300 feet. You think you can do that with ropes and manpower?
As far as the pyramids, well, I didn't know we were specifically talking about the Great Pyramid. As far as the Great Pyramid goes, it actually looks like there was evidence of they had like a dummy system, like the Eiffel Tower does. You know, you got weight on one side, it lifts the elevator, and then you let it down. There's actually evidence that that was going on with it.
Okay. I haven't heard that one.
No, there's a place where I think it's the I don't know what the thing is. It's a giant hallway, and then it leads to a thing, but it looks like the stone was worn out over time from rope going against it so much, or something looked like something was grinding against it. They actually cemented it over. They went in there and cemented it over. So I don't know.
Oh, 70 tons, 100 pieces, put perfectly in line. I don't know, man. That takes some serious planning. Like today, how would you think they would do it today? Is there a machine that could lift 300 feet in the air, 70, 100-ton piece of rock? Maybe there is, but it's probably one of the top cranes ever built. 300 feet, bro.
I hear you. They could have had a ramp or something. Look, I don't know. The point is, I don't think they did it like they say they did it. I don't even think they know who did it. You know what I'm saying? So I also think it was a pre-Diluvian thing going on, where we had Atlantis. There's a lot of evidence for Atlantis. Like our far back history is definitely like something's off with it.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that these skulls are not antediluvian. I know, SE, you said you believe that they're antediluvian. They're not antediluvian. I don't think they would have survived.
Skulls.
Yeah,
The stone builders. The stone builders.
The elongated skulls. They're not antediluvian.
Yeah, that's a different story. I never said the skulls were just to be clear, right?
All right. I thought you did. But some of the buildings in South America are definitely antediluvian, but not all of them. So before the Assyrians came to the Americas, there was already remnants of a previous civilization in this land, right? When they came here, all this stuff was already buried underneath silt from the flood.
It was buried under sand. Now, I don't know about silt from a flood, but yeah, all these things were found. I believe, when was it? In the 1700s, when Napoleon went over, and they were buried. Most of this stuff was buried under sand.
going back to the head binding too, like Brian Forster, he'll compare like a legitimate skull that was due to head binding, or a longer skull that was due to head binding, and a regular skull that's born like that. And there's big differences, bro. Like you can emulate the shape, but you can't change the volume. You can't change the position of the foreign magnum, the bone density, all these things. You can't do that with head binding. And he'll show you the
I would
difference.
definitely like to hear the mainstream's argument against the volume part, because you would have to have you have to have something there so your shit's not just, you can't have the brain just rattling around. Obviously, that'd be fucking crazy, right? You couldn't have just a brain and then 20% empty space. Yeah, your brain would be knocking around all over the place. So they got to have some kind of excuse for that. If they say the brain was bigger, then you're gonna have a problem with with evolution. So
Yeah, and don't
you'd be
forget
prone
the
to
sutures as
concussions.
well, huh? The 3 pieces of our skull. Some of them had 1 piece skull. That's unlike any other human skull. No
Yeah,
suture lines. Yeah.
Babies are born with the top of the skull not fully formed yet. So when it closes in, you end up having these sutures. Well, these beings were born with fully formed skulls with no sutures, showing that they're not Homo sapiens. But Homo sapiens aren't born like that.
Yep. I don't know what they were. I'm not saying they're aliens or whatever, but that's a big thing to take into effect. The size, as the lion says, and the sutures. That's a problem there.
So pretty much like that picture I just posted. Smooth 1-piece suture.
Kind of like that, yeah.
But it's very like all these
Xenomorph,
skulls have
acid for
different
glow.
characteristics. Some of them are more human-like, and some of them are more alien-like. Because there was varying skulls. Like there's some elongated skulls that are legitimately elongated, but still have some sutures. But the sutures might differ from a Homo sapien sutures. So you could see the mingling, and like I mentioned earlier, the more you mingle with the human race, the less of these genes are going to be expressed. Eventually, you might have Nephilim blood in you, won't even know it, because it's just been bred out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The reason why I said the sutures, because Jeremy was right in what he said. Like just like the way they can elongate necks with putting rings, well, they can reshape the skull, right? But they can't change the volume, like you said, or the lines, right? The sutures. So those 2 things, that's a big thing. That
So obviously we won planet or plain Earth. You know what I mean? Because these guys are not around. We don't see the big-headed people, so we won. It's not like they're controlling things from the shadows in some kind of weird deep underground military city.
yeah. Hey, I posted a thing on the skull so people could have an idea. Well, I'm sure most people here do, but just in case.
all right, first off, this archaeology thing, this shit's not even a science, bro. They're just finding stuff, dude. If I go out and find a can on the ground, or somebody buried something in the dirt a long time ago or whatever, like just finding stuff isn't like, I wouldn't consider that science. Like, okay, you found something. We have this thing. Now what?
Yeah,
You know what
it's
I'm
a
saying?
lot of it is stories. Just like the sky, they look at something and they make a story. Yeah. But if you find a skull without sutures, well, then you go, well, hold on a minute. First of all, you test it. Is it plastic? Was it made in China? And if the thing is bone, well, you got a new species there.
What do you keep talking about? What is this suture thing you keep talking about?
Can you look at the live stream text one?
Yeah.
See those lines on the skulls?
Top or bottom picture?
Bottom. And top.
Okay, I see the lines.
Okay, those are how human skulls should look like. But they found the skull without those lines. Like just one piece, right? And they were elongated, if I remember correctly. Those are the ones Lion is talking about.
So our brain, our heads, our skull is in like 3-4 pieces there, it looks like, whatever.
3, yeah, I believe, yeah.
And they found skulls where it's just one solid piece?
Yeah.
Yep.
No suture whatsoever.
How do you do that? What's a suture? Isn't it a stitch?
That's what they call these lines.
Yeah.
Oh, those lines are called sutures? Okay.
And so the reason we have that is because when we're born as babies, you know, the cradle of the head or the top of the head is open, bro. It's exposed. It's not fully sealed yet. And so you know, you get a little older, and then your skull seals in, and it makes those sutures.
So how do they okay, so we got the volume and the suture thing. We need to you go to get some mainstream answers on this.
Oh, and the form magnum. You see, look it up. Form magnum. So, yeah, so this is a normal human skull's form magnum. Right in the middle. Now, in these things, it's all the way at the back, dude. Like literally out of the Alien movie, bro. And you can't change the form magnum, bro, by head binding. That's literally the place where the spine connects to the skull.
Well, as soon as Kosho or Zanuck comes in here, I'm sure they'll have some crazy nutcase cockamamie story to fix that whole problem. So don't even sweat it.
Yeah, this Forster guy goes into detail. It's one of his things. Like he's into these elongated skulls, and they're all over the place. It's crazy.
All right. First of all, I was trying to tell you guys to watch Lloyd Pye. Everything You Know Is Wrong. It's a 2-hour lecture he gives. It's awesome. It's a lot of. Some of the stuff's a little kooky. Some of the stuff he's dead wrong on, but some of the stuff is good. It's like anything. You gotta chew the meat and spit out the bones, or whatever the saying is. That being said, he's also the guy. Well, in that lecture I told you to watch just now, he actually says that a geneticist. He was in contact with a geneticist, and he said the whole key to this is in the DNA. It's in the genes or whatever. So there's that. He also did that star. He's the same dude, Lloyd Pye. He's the
Star
dude.
Child.
Yeah, he's the dude that did that Star Child thing, which I don't know how real or whatever that was. I was never into that, but it's like kind of what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, same thing, bro. There's multiple Star Child skulls that have been found, and it's in line with the same stuff, bro. It's insane. You got a skull that looks human, except for it has like a completely different arrangement, and where the nose is and the mouth is. Literally alienated.
The thing is though with this, I don't know if they had that tested or not. I'm very weary of these new age things that they have. Right? Look at all the crystal skulls. Those were all found to be fake.
No, yeah, no, yeah, that's not. Yeah, I'm not talking about that. None of that stuff.
No, I'm just saying all the new age stuff. Like, there's a lot of like trickery
Yeah,
going on. You know what I'm saying? So, I think he did get the Star Child tested. I'm not sure though, but
what do you even think of that DNA test, the shotgun archeo DNA test? Like, they have to prime it with certain kinds of things in order for it to kind of come up.
like, how do you get DNA out of a skull that's thousands of years old? You're saying?
Listen to the name of these three satchers: coronal satcher, sagittal satcher, lambdoid satcher. Suture, my bad. Yeah, thank you. Coronal, sagittal, and lambdoid.
Also, the word you were looking for earlier is monotheistic. Monotheism.
Yeah, I couldn't say it. I got brain block. Yeah. Monotheism. Yeah.
Sorry, I see those three languages.
But yeah, watch. Is English one of them?
Sometimes.
I know he speaks fluent Canadian, but I don't know how good his English is. Seriously though, that Lloyd Pie, everything you know is wrong. Like, if you're ever just like kicking around looking for something to watch, that was a good watch. He went a bit off the rails with the Zachariah Sitchin thing. Other than that, like, a lot of his stuff was good in that. There's a lot of good stuff in that. A lot of meat. He goes over evolution and just tons of stuff. It's awesome. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah. We went a little AWOL with these skulls, but the stones is. I think the stones is the only way we'll figure anything out in the past. Everything else could be lied.
Bro, I don't think there's anything crazy going. If you tie a rope to a stone, as long as the rope is strong enough, you can move anything.
I'm sure there's a lot of
give me enough dudes.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
No, go ahead. I was, and then I started. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm sure there's a lot of construction guys that are laughing right now. If you tie a rope, you can move anything, right? Well, how about 300 feet, 70 tons?
Yeah, in the air, that's tough. But they did just move like a... What's up? 70 feet in the air is tough. I'll give you that. They did just move like a 1,600-ton stone in like Yugoslavia or some shit a few decades ago, just by sheer manpower. Like, getting it in the air, that's another thing. Not impossible to do. I mean, did you ever see the videos of that one guy in his backyard? He's got these giant Stonehenge-looking blocks, and he's moving them around. He's getting them higher in elevation. Like, it's all about pitch points and leverage and shit. It's not like anything too crazy.
Yeah, I've explored all those ideas. They put one wood and they shimmy it. They put another wood. Yeah, I've seen all those things, bro. You know what the best one I've seen? I haven't heard anybody talk about. Ready?
What is it? Yeah, we're ready. 1, 2, 3, go.
Water and air.
Water and air. Then what?
A tube with water, with an opening.
Yeah.
And they said they would put like a balloon. Now you say, how do you get a balloon? Well, they'd say they would get skin hides, tie them together, put air in them, and put them in and just float it up.
You think they were floating the rocks up?
That's one of the theories, by air. Yeah, they had a tube, a shaft filled with water. I don't believe any of it. I'm just saying a theory that I'm sure a lot of people haven't heard of. Have you heard of it?
No, but there is a shaft, and it looks like there was a lot of grinding in the shaft from things being dragged on it and shit. Like I said, there was the one thing that had a V in it. They cemented that over. It looked like there was just rope there or something that was like dragged so many times it wore the friggin' rock out. And right underneath that, there's a lot of evidence of like grinding. Shit was like grinding. I forget what that chamber or whatever is called, but that's neat too about lifting it with water. Once you have to have the whole pyramid, are you saying there was like a shaft in the middle where they would do it?
No, on the side. This is how they envision it, right? Now, I don't know how the hell they got the water up there to begin with, but they envision like flooding each plane as they go up, right? And on the side, there's a tube filled with water, and they would tie the rock on the bottom of a pigskin, put air in it, and it would just lift it up, and then they would just maneuver it when it got to the top.
I mean, that's a neat way. Do you know how much you would need though to lift 70 tons, or
I
however
know.
many tons? I don't
They're
think
all
that there's any
crazy.
single. You talking about the granite ones in the king's chamber, or is it queen's chamber? Whatever. You talking about the granite ones where they did all those? They like stacked them
Triangle,
and
like
shit.
those teepee. Yeah, it looks like a teepee kind of an arrangement.
You know why they had to do it like that, right? Because otherwise
for
you
the
wouldn't have been
weight.
able to have an opening there that would support the weight. That was the only way you could support the weight on it.
Yeah.
I mean, that was some heavy physics stuff right there. Like whoever designed that, you had to know a lot about physics to be able to do that.
Bro, master craftsman, master everything, bro.
Like that wasn't just done. Like you had to be deep. That's what I'm saying, dude. It was not the Egyptians that built that shit, dude. There's
I
no
don't think
friggin'
so.
way. There's
Agreed,
no
but you're
way,
saying
man.
they chiseled them, bro. You're saying at the same time there's chisel marks on them.
Hold on, man. I didn't know we were talking about the pyramids. I thought you were talking about the walls and Puma Punku and shit, whatever. The H blocks or the walls that fit together with all those crazy shaped blocks. I thought you were talking about that.
Well, we were talking about all of it, to be fair. So, yeah.
Those walls, I know the walls you're talking about. You were talking about the walls with all different shapes. Those have clear indication that they were not even chiseled. It looks like they were just banged with rocks. Because when you get to the corners and the sides where they had to fit them into other stones, those little pop marks get smaller. Like they were doing finer detail, chiseling away of it so that they can make it fit nice. You know what I'm saying?
Does this look like chiseling to you?
No, not chiseling. They were like banging it with another rock. It looks like there's like indications of that all over it. Hold
Did
on,
you see
let me
what I
look.
just posted?
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. There's clear, and you see all those marks in it. You see all those marks. All those little
Yeah, that could be from
spots?
weathering, bro. You think that's from chiseling?
It's from banging it with another rock. They get smaller as you get toward the sides. Get a close up on one of the edges. If you look at like the middle of it, like the face of it, those marks are the spots are bigger. When you get towards the edges, they get really, really smaller.
I don't know, bro. Like I'll post you one that may look like what you're saying. Hold on, but this one, I don't know, bro. Like this one, maybe you can convince me, and that's a big maybe. Because look how many edges these rocks have, man. They're like 5 sides, like 5, 6 sides on them. Who would do a thing like that? Why would like? It just doesn't.
I don't know. They do say that wall's earthquake proof, though. I think it went through some earthquakes and stuff.
Yeah, they say irregular, but this is like uber irregular, like irregular to a point of absurdity almost.
It is crazy. I mean, maybe they just fitted it together for the rocks they were working with. I don't know, bro. I don't know. There's clear indication though that wasn't done with any kind of futuristic thing or anything. It's just people were just banging it with a rock, pretty much.
I don't know, man. Look at that. You think somebody banged that with a rock? I say no way. No way, bro. Look at that. And why would you waste your time banging? Like, look, look how many things here he banged on this rock. I see one side, 2, 3, 4, then a curve, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. This is a 12-sided rock from only the top that I can count. Why would you make 12 sides on one rock?
I don't know, bro. Maybe
it was so easy for you guys.
Maybe it made it stronger.
Maybe.
Maybe building a wall with those crazy shaped rocks makes it stronger or something. I don't know. I don't know why you would do that. I have no idea. Maybe those were the shapes of the rocks that were there and they were just working with what they had, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. What if you had a machine that any rock available, you can just reshape it in seconds and just, oh, this one, okay, slap this, cut this, do that. Even if they were poured forms, it still doesn't make sense. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. This boggles my mind.
It looks
almost
like it's like a
as much
map.
as the pyramids. Yeah.
It's almost like state lines. It's just like it's like a big
Yeah.
map.
That's what I'm saying. It's not like your way makes any more. It's not like any other way makes any more sense. You know what I'm saying? Like even if you have a machine or you're melting them, nothing makes sense to do it in that many different shapes. So it's like they were probably just like the general outline of the shapes of the. They were probably just the general outline of the shapes of the rocks they had, and they just had to form. Maybe they just formed them a little bit or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that I don't know, man.
If that was concrete, it'd probably still be cooling off.
Yeah. It's insane, man.
They say that about the Hoover Dam.
Well, Hoover Dam, we know how they did
that's
it.
the only way. That's the only way it really makes any sense is that those were the general outline of the shapes of the rocks that they already had. So they just formed, regardless of the method to build them, if they were chiseling them or lasers or whatever. That makes the most sense that those were just the general shape of the rocks and they just formed them a little bit. You know, it would take a little bit off of this side, a little bit off of that side. They were playing Tetris.
That's what it appears. Yeah. That's the most logical
There's no
thing.
other reason. My bad.
No, I was going to say that makes the most logical sense because that's what we see, right? It appears they found different size rocks and they just like shaped them at will into these weird things. Yeah.
Or that shape, those rock shapes make the wall more structurally sound or something. There's that.
Well, we know that. That's a fact. We know that irregular rocks are irregular formation of wall stacking is less prone to earthquakes. That we know for a fact. But this, I mean, come on. Like, what did the king? He gave the instructions. I want this wall to stand for 1,000,000 years. Make it so. Okay, boss. It's obvious there's a lot of stuff we don't know, from buildings to molecules to atoms to cosmology to a lot of freaking things.
I think they call it rabbit holes. A million things
Yeah,
we can
don't
go
go
look
down
at.
one.
Sheesh. There's so many. Can't keep up. No way. I don't know. I wasn't looking at the text there. Were you guys looking at some rocks?
Yeah, the ones in Peru and this and that. This is the guy Forrester. This is the man. This
Robert
guy has
Forrester, yeah. I
more
know.
knowledge than I think
Yeah.
anybody on the planet.
Yeah, dude. Didn't his
Do we
YouTube
need Artez
channel
over here, right?
Didn't his YouTube channel get taken out?
Well, no, I don't think so. When?
Okay. I'm just asking, man. I thought I was subscribed to him years ago, but I never see anything posted by him, so I must be unsubscribed.
This
It's
is the
part
bridge.
of my.
All right.
Go ahead, bro.
Well, I'm glad he's still doing it. He's still looking at this stuff. He's always had something interesting to look at. So
Yeah, as a matter of fact, he lives in Peru and he gives tours. You can go if you want to go on vacation. As a matter of fact, it's on my bucket list to take a tour with this dude.
Ancient structures.
Structures. Yeah, I was on some hangouts with him years ago. Back Sun and Moon. Karen, she got him on there a couple times.
Oh yeah, yeah, interesting. I
Yeah.
would love to talk to this guy. Yeah.
Send him an email, man. He might even join here and talk about some shit.
I don't want to scare the guy, man.
That'd be.
We'd have to control it like crazy. Like it would have to be one of those. Yeah.
It would have to be an event, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, I did correspond with him on his YouTube. He's pretty accessible. He'll reply to. Well, he replied to me. Yeah.
Yeah, he seems.
He's a super cool dude. Super cool dude with a lot of knowledge, and he's very humble. That would be great to talk to him.
Let's do it. Make it happen.
Yeah, he says he thinks there's two. I think he said 2 or 3. I'm pretty sure it was 2. 2 pre-Diluvian civilizations that he agreed all worked with stones all over the world. In other words, pre-Diluvian, pre-flood, before 12,000 years. He believes the whole world was occupied with an advanced civilization. And I believe the same thing.
Well, if you look at like
Yeah.
star forts and architecture and megaliths, I mean, obviously they had some advanced technologies. My goodness.
Well, they're pushing the line right now. Göbekli Tepe got to push right up into right up to 12,000, I think. What is it?
I think they brought it to 8,000 there.
Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah.
At least they got it like 12,000 years ago. I'm not sure about the exact date, but it was right up to the flood.
That are way older. Like the oldest civilization structures they found. I forgot how old it is, but it's almost like 100,000 years or something.
Yeah, we're definitely not the first tenants of this place.
Yeah, we're talking about giant megalithic. You can like like little stone huts and shit. Okay, whatever. But when you start getting to megalithic structures, you can't just
wave that away as some barbaric people. You know what I'm saying? Like barbaric people didn't build Göbekli Tepe. That took you know, you had to be somewhat advanced to build that. It's done in high relief. The carvings at Göbekli Tepe is done in high relief. I don't know who knows what that is. It's when you instead of chiseling something in rock, you chisel the rock away from it to have, you know, like if you were going to make A, you wouldn't just carve A. You would carve the rock out from around the A so that the A is what's left. Like, that's not something like barbarian cavemen do. You know what I'm saying? That's advanced. That's an advanced form of carving.
Isn't that something that ants do? Don't ants do that?
Yeah, I know. Ants carve things in high relief. Yeah, that's what they do.
I mean, they do. They don't build them. They
You're losing it. You're losing it.
Here we go.
You're losing it, Kosha. Dude, ants build homes in the ground by taking away dirt. Yeah, they're not carving things into stone. Dude, it's not the same thing, bro. What the hell, Kosho?
In some ways, it's even more complex.
You're losing it, bro.
Big ass deer in the road. But yeah, in some ways, it's more complex, man. But I get your point, though.
No, it's not the same thing. Ant colonies are very neat, but that's not comparable to humans doing it.
Don't ants lift like 20 times their weight? That's something
pretty
crazy like.
Pretty incredible.
It is neat, but if you try to scale that up, you run into a scaling fallacy.
You got scaling fallacy, false equivalence fallacy.
Yeah. Yeah, you get a scaling fallacy if you try to scale that ants can lift 10 times their weight thing up.
Yeah,
in fact, that's the example they use when they give when they tell you what a scaling fallacy is. That's the example they actually use is the ant thing.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I bet you at Göbekli Tepe for the last 10,000 years, I bet you there's been at least 10,000 ant piles at Göbekli Tepe. They probably just laugh at Göbekli Tepe and they're like, "Oh my God, look at this bullshit. We're gonna build at Göbekli Tepe again." Like, yeah, we're gonna build another ant pile over here. All right.
Are you, Kosha? Are you high right now, or what's going on? Are you all right? Did you have some bad Chinese food last night?
I had a bunch of chilies again, but no. To be honest with you, I'm enamored by ants, but I'm also enamored by Göbekli Tepe. There is something to be said about that. We're definitely not the first ones here, or whatever you said. Well, no shit, Sherlock. We got parents and stuff. We got parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. So we're not the first ones here.
Dude, you know what they mean when they say that, bro. You know what they mean when they say that. Why are you? Did you do like mushrooms or something today? Are you all right, bro?
Well, I'm just saying, do you think the people at Göbekli Tepe were more advanced than us?
Nobody said they were more advanced than us. Who said that?
Okay, well then when you're saying that no one's saying that, well then what is anybody saying? Are you trying to say that there's people in the past that are more technologically advanced than we are, or are you just saying that people lived before we do?
I don't know what anyone else is saying. I can tell you what I'm telling you is that history's got it wrong, and they were more advanced than we thought they were.
Okay. Yeah, that's
you like that?
True. Yeah, that's probably true. But it's just like that. I told you. I don't know if you guys were talking about it already, but I keep seeing it in the news that they found a structure or habitats that are way older than we originally thought, like almost 100,000 years or something. I don't know how complex they are, but also here's the other thing: they're also non-Homo sapiens. They're like non-Homo sapiens or some other kind of man. Yeah.
Hey, I want to ask somebody that knows about cement.
Hold on, real quick. Kosho's favorite part of a Homo sapien is the Homo part. All right, go ahead, Essie.
Yeah, I want to ask Rakia if he's available, or anybody that knows about cement. I was thinking about this I think it was yesterday, stuck in traffic. So I noticed that the cement when it weathers, it chips and it makes like these bubbles. Like I guess they're air bubbles. Now, when I look at something like this, right, the last picture I posted, I don't see that, or maybe something small, like smaller. Like I don't see no air pockets, or I want somebody that has a knowledge of cement to comment on that.
I mean, I do concrete work all the time. I'm a concrete worker, but you know, you got Roman concrete, which is way better than modern concrete. Roman concrete,
Yeah, we
as an
just figured out
example.
how to replicate. We just figured out how to replicate the waterproof concrete like the Romans had.
Yeah, so Roman concrete had special qualities to it where it would get harder over time. And when it comes in contact with salty water, right, it actually makes it stronger. Where modern concrete, when it comes in contact with water over time and salt, gets weaker, more brittle. It's insane. And we say that we're the most advanced, right? And even the Romans had better concrete than we do. But when you go back further in time, listen, I don't know if these things were poured, but if they were poured, it's not the same formula that they were using today for modern concrete, because modern concrete would have long dissolved. The bubbles, I mean, that's not. It just when it's wet before it hardens, you have to vibrate the concrete to get all the bubbles out of
That's
it.
what I thought. Yeah. That's
Because
what Rakia is about to tell me now, I think. Yeah.
the bubbles get stuck inside of it, so you actually have to vibrate it, and then the bubbles come to the surface and dissipate.
Yeah.
And it
Can you
makes it
get rid of
harder.
all of them though? Can you get rid of like most of them?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, hold on, real quick. Kosho had a point with this non-homo thing. What was the point of that? They found the homes. They weren't from the Homo sapiens. So then what? What does that mean?
Cool.
Yeah, I'm filing an official
read the
complaint.
titles.
Go, Kosho. Sorry, bro.
No, I said I never read the articles. I only read the titles. I never read them.
Honestly, I think all the. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm driving anyways. I'm gonna see if I can pull one up, but you go ahead.
I just was gonna say, like, everyone looks at all the stuff, like, Quebecly Tempeh and all that. But what about like the Bimini Road and the temple, like from Japan, that's like underwater? Like that indicates that like that would be really old. Right? The oceans rise above.
Less details. It's tough to categorize anything. Less artifacts around it. Difficult to attribute it to who had built it. Göbekli Tepe's got a lot of distinctive things, including handbags and jaguars. I don't know, like things that I think pictorially you could even say like kind of look almost South American.
Yeah, no, I got you.
I like the one guys.
I'm not trying to like take away from like that, I'm just saying that like what is like more mind blowing are the things that we find under the ocean, because that would mean they're like super old and that our timeline is super dumb.
The thing off the coast of Japan is awesome. Definitely. That they're trying to say that's naturally formed, those structures, because if you have that being built, then they get a clear date on it had to have been built before this time. You know what I'm saying? Like mainstream science will tell you they know the times and everything. So yeah, anything underwater, under the ocean water, not anything, but a lot of stuff. The one in Japan can only be attributed to, pre whatever 7,000 BC or whatever. I forget what the date is, but yeah.
But Yonaguni's not like built out of blocks or anything like that. It's just like it's almost like as it is. It seems like it was fashioned to be like a little complex, but it might have been more or less naturally there. And they revealed, or took parts away to make it look cool.
I mean, but
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of straight lines. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying the fact that it's under the ocean. I mean, how much weathering would that have gone through? You know, I mean, I mean, I don't know. And then not only that, but like, yeah, like the Bimini Road, like that's wild. Like, I mean, that's I don't think
All
it's.
right, what's Bimini Road?
Bimini Road's
Hold on, bro. What's Bimini Road? I'm a newbie.
It's in the Gulf, Bimini Road, I believe.
It's off the coast of Bimini.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, I know about it. I haven't
cleared it up.
I haven't looked at it for
That
years.
cleared it all up off the coast of Bimini. What is it? Is it a road?
Yeah, and like it's like these big stone squares that make a road. It's like, and of course they are like, oh, that's just natural. But when you look at, I mean, when I look at it, I'm like, okay, when does nature make a square? You know, like it's at any rate. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
well,
all
they do look like blocks, but I guess like maybe some people even theorize that they were moorings of some kind. Even though that seems crazy if there's nothing really out there. But yeah, if they had Roman concrete, it's possible they could have had some kind of way to just pour concrete underwater. In which case, those would have never been above ground. But if there was a time at which the Bimini, I don't know, how deep underwater are they? Like, I don't know.
Sure, they were saying it was Atlantis at one point, weren't they?
Yeah, I guess. But it's also prophesied by Edgar Casey, and then it's like, was Edgar Casey like a psychic, or was he just like a fucking inside man for the fucking Smithsonian FBI agencies or whatever? I don't know.
It was a remote viewer, apparently. Yeah, right.
Sleeping Prophet. I think it's just a natural, but which makes it even more curious. Like, so the guy just is just condows and is also like a psychic, but only under hypnosis.
Yeah, he made a lot of claims, bro. Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, that's a bunch of rock. There's also purported ruins found off of near Cuba or something like that. Allegedly, some kind of pyramid complex, not unlike the Giza Triple Pyramid complex.
Oh, which reminds me, sorry, bro, the eclipse tomorrow. Let's not forget that. Everybody with their cameras, solar filters at hand. Sorry, bro, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go on.
It's all right. Yeah. I don't know, man. There's like a category of, well, like the Bimini Road, I think is probably not really seriously researched too much, even though it's something people can find, observe clearly. Yonaguni, I'm sure, has had a lot more people kind of looking at it, sniffing it. But yeah. It's just easier to like look at things that are like standing or that are in earth, and we can like uncover them. They're just buried, like Gobekli, Tepe, Adam's calendar, all those things that they found in Africa. Yeah.
Well, the thing is the preservation. If it gets buried, it gets preserved. So if you find it, you're going to find it in fairly good condition.
Yeah, right. Especially if it's in the desert, it's like dry. And it's even great that it was buried. I mean, imagine if it wasn't buried, somebody else would have robbed that shit a while ago, right?
Yeah, some of the things you see, like look at the last thing the picture I posted.
But like, but how do we know like what the real age of Gobekli Tepe is? If we're flat earthers and we don't trust whatever.
We don't trust radiocarbon dating. Yeah.
Good question.
Because I would say contemporarily, I'm finding I spot the handbag symbol. I spot the jaguar, and I'm thinking South America. You know, that's my where in the world, or where's Waldo? Kind of logic here.
Yeah, worldwide civilization. Yeah, they had knowledge of each other's lands.
Yeah, because how else are the mummies eating cocaine, dude? That's what I need to know.
Yeah.
The trade routes got to either go over the Atlantic or the Pacific, right?
Well, how else do you find giant car-sized boulders of faces of African-looking men?
What? That's probably natural. What?
Hey,
yeah, probably.
Ants built them. Go ahead.
Yeah. So earlier you asked me for evidence of my claims about the lost tribes coming to the Americas, and I don't have like absolute irrefutable evidence, but I do have circumstantial evidence, and I'm gonna try to show you some real quick. So here's a map, so you get an idea. This is a map from the 1500s. There's other maps like it. I like this one. Now this area is the Bering Strait right here. Now in this map, it's called the Strait de Anian. Strait de Anian. It's a Stretto de Anian. You see that in the middle? The right is Alaska. The left is modern Siberia. Now, for those Tartarian people out there that love Tartaria, this area in this map says Tartaria. You see the little tents where it says Tartaria? If you look at this map on the where we know as modern Siberia, you're gonna actually see the different tribes of Israel, but it's in the Latin, or I don't know if this is the Latin or Italian, but it might be Italian. You'll see Dan up there. You'll see Naphtali. You'll see
Is that Japan there?
Hapong is there too on the bottom right. Yep, it says Iapan, right?
Is it in the right place?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Japan is where the Bering Straits are.
it's near there. Yeah, on a flat Earth, it's where it's supposed to be, right there. Now on the globe Earth, it might look like a little bit distorted, but yeah, Japan's really close to Alaska and Russia. It's not that far off, bro. And a lot of people are used to seeing, because in our minds we think of Russia like towards the east, right over the Atlantic, but it's right. Russia's our neighbor, bro. Like people don't realize that. People in America don't understand that Russia is literally our neighbor. But we're so used to looking at the what's that? Oh man, I can't remember the map, dude.
Sure, you got it.
Yeah, the Mercator projection map, dude. We're so used to thinking in Russia like towards the right, but it's really right there, bro. It's a hop and a skip. Well, this is apparently, according to the ancient maps, or at least the oldest maps that we can find, this area right now, where we know as modern Siberia, these maps point this place to be Arzaret. I'm trying to find. Okay, so if you look at Arzaret, it's literally the tip of Siberia. So at the Bering Strait, before you get to Alaska, if you look at the very tip of Siberia, there's a name there that says Arzaret, and it actually sources the book of Ezra, the same book that Columbus read, which gave him the motivation to seek this land. This area right here is apparently where the lost tribes of Israel came to. Now, if you read chapter 13 of Ezra, it tells you straight up that the lost tribes are taken captive by the king Shalmaneser. Now, this is a historical account. King Shalmaneser literally took the northern house of Israel captive, a 1.5 year journey eastwards across the Euphrates from where Israel is right now, right? So from where Israel is, the Assyrians took the northern house of Israel captive, a 1.5 year journey across the Euphrates to an area where no man had dwelt before, right? And this area is where we know now as Siberia. So according to their testimony, there was no humans here when they first came here. The Assyrians with the lost tribes came here, and then it's a hop and a skip over to Alaska. And they made their way over to Alaska into the Americas. Now that's just to get some context. Now I'm gonna show you something else. Keep this. Now we've all seen these feathered beings, right? They're all over the world. All over the world, from Mesopotamia to Ecuador, you see these feathered beings, right?
Yeah.
Some of the influence that we see Native Americans on the right, you'll see I think that's Inca, right? Or Mayan. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah.
I'm not a scholar in this area, but you'll see the similarities. Yeah, so they try to mimic these ancient Anunnaki gods. Even in South America, there's Anunnaki connections, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There's a direct correlation of the Anunnaki winged god and the Central and South America god. Yep.
Well,
I forgot the name of one. It looks exactly like that. I forgot the name.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna post an image of a Native American. I think this guy's from a Cherokee tribe. Now, there's something very interesting about his fanny pack. And according to I'm not sure, don't quote me on this. I'm not sure if he's Cherokee. But from what I understand, inside that fanny pack, there's a scroll. And in that scroll is part of the Torah. But what I find interesting is that symbol. Hold on, there's a car driving by.
No way there's a Torah in there.
Yeah,
No
there is, bro.
freaking way.
It doesn't matter, bro. You don't have to believe me. Just hear me out, though. So see the picture on that, the logo on that. That's the famous Assyrian star, right? So this is circumstantial evidence of Assyrian influence with the Native Americans, and we all know the Assyrian star. It's the same Assyrian star that's found in the petroglyphs of in ancient Sumer.
Yeah, that's Zoroastrian.
Yep.
Sumeria, yeah. If you tell me Sumerian connection, I'll believe it, but not Torah.
That's also kind of.
I'm showing you the amalgamation that's going on here. You have Assyrian, Sumerian, and Hebrew influence, all within the Native Americans. Why? Because the Native Americans were taken captive by the Assyrians. And who are the Assyrians? The Assyrians are descendants of the Sumerians. And who are the Persians? The Persians are descendants of who? The Assyrians. You're talking about different eras in time, different dynasties, right? Different people groups have mingled. That's all I'm showing you here. I'm showing you the influence that the Native Americans had. Now, that fanny pack is showing you the Assyrian star that's already been shown in ancient petroglyphs with cuneiform writing. I'm just showing you the connections, bro. You know what I mean? To each their own. I'm just showing you what
I don't
I've
deny any of what you said except the Torah being in that pouch there. That's the only thing, bro.
Yeah, it's all good, bro. There's a piece of the Torah in that pouch, bro. It's been passed down from generation to generation. You don't. It is what it is.
According to what, though?
According to their oral testimony, bro. And I don't have the Torah to show you. Like, I don't have pictures of it. Right? But
okay, so he's like but
hold on. So this is the Cherokee creation story, right? The Cherokee creation, it says in the beginning, Yahweh, which is interesting because that's how I discovered the pronunciation of his name. You know, you have people that say Jehovah, you have people that say Yahweh, right? I say Yahweh. Phonetically, when I study the Hebrew, phonetically, that is the most accurate pronunciation of the creator's name. The Cherokee corroborate that pronunciation. And it says here, in the beginning, Yahweh created the sky world and our mother earth. The waters around the earth were dark and deep, but the spirit of Yahweh moved upon the face of the waters. And Yahweh said, let there be light. And the sky world and our mother, the earth, lit up. And Yahweh called the light day because he could see to work and to plant our crops. And he called the darkness night because he could rest in cool comfort. And Yahweh divided the waters of the sky world and the waters of the earth world. And so it came to pass that everything Yahweh had made was created in 6 suns, and he was satisfied with his creations. And this is why Yahweh has commanded us to rest on the 7th day and to respect the number 7. Cherokee. But again, do your own due diligence and vet this information. You know what I mean? Because I know a lot of people here are probably skeptical about this.
Oh yeah, I'm one of them. That sounds remarkably impossible. to me. That it's that precise. It's almost as if it came from the Bible. If I was a betting man, I would bet against this being authentic.
All right, that's all good, bro. But now this is another Native American, and he's wearing what we know of now as tzitzits or fringes on his garb, which is what the ancient Hebrews were commanded to wear, fringes on their garments. And even in the 80s, a lot of these Native American garments was popular, right? Or in the 70s, the hippie era, and they had fringes all up and down their leather garments, and they got that from the Hebrews, bro. Now, you don't have, again, I'm just making my own connections. I might be wrong. I might be seeing connections there are none. But also to add circumstantial evidence, you got I hear somebody's asking me something.
I think I respond to because you're giving a lot of information.
So real quick, I'm almost done. I'm almost done with my presentation. As soon as I'm done, you can ask me whatever you want. So you have here, this is worldarchaeology.com, 800 ancient stones with Hebrew writing in Puerto Rico authenticated. Literally 800 runes with the Paleo-Ivrit, the Paleo-Hebrew, not the modern block Babylonian Hebrew, but the Hebrew that was spoken by King David and written by King David. So before the influence of the Babylonian Aramaic Hebrew, you had the Paleo Hebrew, and this is what was found in 800 different stones in Puerto Rico, authenticating what I'm already saying. Right, like I said, the Native Americans that came here to the Americas originally were part of the Assyrian captives. Now, hold on, I'm almost done. Yeah, I'm almost done. So I'm showing you some of the runes here.
Different things though. So it's like
I know, bro, but I know, bro, but this is the evidence that I'm compiling all the evidence. I'm presenting you all the evidence that I have right now, real quick. Some of these runes were discovered, right, with gold on them. At the microscopic level, they know that at one point in time, these runes were covered in gold plated, 2 millimeters right there. You can see the gold on them, right? And this is it right here. I'm almost done. This is the last one, and I'm all set, right? So this right here is actually from Native Americans around the Grand Canyon, known as the Micmac Indians. Now, the Micmac Indians have a specific weird font because their font is correlated with font that was discovered in Egypt. Remember I said that the Egyptians came here? Well, just because you're Native American doesn't mean that you came from the lost tribes of Israel. Because like I said, there was Egyptians that came here. There was Canaanites that came here. There was Polynesians, Vikings, all different people groups that came to the Americas before Columbus. And just because you're native to this land does not make you Assyrian or Hebrew. Yeah, I'm all done. Go ahead.
Hey, Lion, check out this. I found this piece of Native American art. I'm gonna put it in chat. But look at the symbol on the canoe. Stand by one.
There's birds all over the world, so using Occam's razor, we can kind of just go with the fact that maybe they didn't know each other, maybe they just both knew what a bird was. That's Occam's razor. And number 3 is, some of those carvings look similar or whatnot, but you have to also remember that these were all made before perspective drawings were made. So they didn't used to know how to make a person standing, So if you want to show somebody holding 2 things and show their body and everything, you got to make them like that, like sideways with their hands to the side like that. So some of these things can be written off as coincidental, while other things, like I said, the guy being Jewish, he probably wrote that because he's got a bias towards his own ancestry, which he was Cherokee and Jewish. So he just merged the 2 together.
Who? What guy was Jewish? What are you talking about?
Thing you posted from you. There's a guy. It says the guy's Jewish. It says the guy who wrote that was Jewish. He said the Cherokee religion, and it wrote it down, and it said, "Oh, by the way, the guy who wrote this was Jewish."
Dude, there's a whole book written. I forget the author's name. Who spent years chilling with the Cherokee, observing them, right? And the Cherokee have a lot of Hebrew customs, bro. They even have the. Anyways, I don't want to get into it, but they have all these feasts that they keep that the Hebrews also keep. I don't.
So you should look.
The creation story that was written by a guy who was Jewish, so he was pretty familiar with the Jewish creation story, and that could be why it sounds very similar.
Hey, bro,
go ahead.
You should look up Shiprock, this Shiprock in New Mexico, and get the account of what it meant, what it means in the Native American history to them, because it's literally the story of Noah, like verbatim story of Noah. Hurrah!
Yeah, well, there were a lot of the first settlers had come up through the port of and I forget which port, but it leads basically all the way up the Rio Grande. So you're able to see the dump out, and they're like, "Hey, this river probably goes somewhere." And then they found Colorado eventually, but they dropped off like things all over the place. So it's hard to say 100% whether or not we can accurately go back. And because most of the oral tradition is really what the native tribes kept, it's difficult to say like whether or not an amount of generations, like at the time Columbus had come, I think other ships were also in motion as well. I don't think they were the only one. And in any event, it seems like that's had like the Jews actually go through like Mexico and all the way up into like out through the Gulf, or it's hard to say if they didn't influence them at some point. Yeah. And then there's like all the Bronze Age shit. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people speculate that somebody was doing some kind of a metal extraction up in the Great Lakes, using like sluicing methods.
Oh yeah, for sure, bro. Let me post that. Actually, I got a picture for that.
So then, like whatever the Bronze Age is, was supplied by a lot of this stuff because apparently the same signatures match or whatever in the materials. What's the old main? Well, they could also had like Phoenicians that they brought there from, like, I don't know, some conquered ass people, put them on some boats, and was like, hey, we know about this place where there's like tons of copper. That's what you're doing until we're done doing that, and then you go free. On free is free, and then they just like have their own offshoots, and is that not possible?
Yeah, man, I think that's totally possible. I mean, it's not like any of us were there, right? It's like these people trying to claim like the Big Bang, right? Like you really know, bro. However many billions of years ago. I mean, I'm not trying to say. I mean, yeah, like it's all speculation for sure.
There's a native.
You just try to get the best circumstantial evidence, like whatever you can get, and and then it's all open to interpretation, and everybody has a right to one.
Right. Yeah, you have to hear the evidence to make your interpretation. At least if you want people to respect it or whatever. But yeah, I agree. I mean, it's up to interpretation based on the evidence, though.
There's a native Taino, like a Native American from the Caribbean, and he married a Cherokee woman. And something amazing happened when he went to Israel. uh, uh, the I don't want to bring it up. I don't want to make it a religious talk, but I'm just giving you the testimony that he has, and I did screen record it because he said when he went to Israel, he was wearing his Native American garb, and the rabbis there, they're like, what are the Indians doing here? Like, what are they doing here? And he says he came to worship the Creator, and they started singing a song, a native song, mind you. And all of a sudden, there was like an old rabbi there, like the oldest rabbi there, like about the croak type of deal. And he started listening to them chant this song at one of the walls in Jerusalem, and he heard the song in their native tongue, and he could understand it. And this guy's name is Joseph Riverwind, Chief Joseph Riverwind, and he started tweaking out. The rabbi started tweaking out. He started at first they weren't even going to let these guys in. The Native Americans, they weren't even going to let them in because they were wearing their feathers and their garb, and they looked like pagans. And they're like, what do you guys want here? What are you guys doing here? And they said like, yeah, we just came here to worship the Creator. And they're like, all right, fine, but you got to leave your drum behind. You can't bring your drum in here because this is a place of worship and prayer. You can't be playing your drum in here. So he left. He's like, all right, just I'll leave my drum. Just let us in. And he's like, all right, I'll let you in. They started singing this song, and he was like, that's an ancient Hebrew dialect that is no longer spoken, right? Because now they speak like a Yiddish type of Hebrew, and he could but he could still understand it. And he started flipping out, like, oh my God, like prophecies coming to be, prophecies coming to be. And the rabbinical rabbi, started jumping up and down, saying, Isaiah, 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 Yeshayahu, Yeshayahu. Because he's saying in Yeshayahu, there's a prophecy that apparently that the Indians were going to come visit Jerusalem, the lost tribes. And then he's like, yeah, everybody. And then he's like, he wanted everybody to start dancing. And then the Native Americans were like, yeah. And they started playing their drums. And this is all on film, bro. It's all on film. And that same Native American, when he went to go get baptized in the Jordan River, a dove landed on him in front of everybody. And it's on video. And the people gasped. The people gasped. You could hear them all gasping. They're like, because the dove literally landed on a Native American, bro. Kind of like when Messiah went and got baptized in the Jordan River and the dove came. Dude, it was insane. It's on video. Right? And this is just, again, circumstantial evidence.
I want that. Send that to me. I want all that.
I got you, bro. I got you. I got it on video. Both.
Wow,
And
that's so.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm just chitter chatting. I'm just kind of taken back. That's really cool, man.
Said the old man was about to die. He was on his deathbed.
Not like he was really, really old. Like he was really like I want to say he was, yeah, like 80, like at least like 80. Now he wasn't senile, like he was. Come on, Kosher. Now you're trying to question his credibility because he's old. Come on, man. Don't do that to me, bro.
Man, that is really cool. Yeah, I've heard of this, like, I've heard of that theory and stuff. I've heard people talk about it, and then I like found this one piece of art. I think it was from anyhow, I can't remember where it's from, but at any rate, yeah, I had like the little Star of David on the canoe. I was like, that's so weird. Or that's like it just was coincidental because like when I was here, I haven't really researched this stuff that much, but I heard about that, and then I just so happened to come across that piece of art. I took a picture of it. It's on my wall.
I have a book on my wish list, bro, I'm trying to find it. I don't remember the name of it. But there was an American that basically stayed and lived with the Cherokee, bro. And he was a Christian, but he documented all the similarities that he found between the Cherokee and the Hebrews, bro. And he wrote a whole book about it. But besides that, I mean, if you say you're a Jew, Kosho, but have you read chapter 13 of Second Ezra, bro? I mean, it literally verifies everything I'm saying to you right now, bro. But if you don't believe what I'm saying, then why would you believe Ezra, right? Or if you don't believe Ezra, why would you believe what I'm saying? That's what I meant to say.
Yo, bro, you trying to say you're better? He's trying to say he's better. He's trying to say he's better than Ezra, dude.
That's fantastic. What I'm trying to say is I've read the Bible in Hebrew, I've read it in English, and I've read the New Testament. I've even read parts of the Quran in Arabic. And so, yeah, I've read the Bible, and you have your interpretation, and it's worth whatever it's worth, and I have mine, and that's how it goes. So if you think the Bible says that people come from, and, they also lived in Native America, and there's Native Americans, I mean, that's your interpretation. Obviously, I don't agree with it, so,
Chapter 13, starting in verse 40. Second Ezra, chapter 13, verse 40. It said, and I'm just going to read 2 verses. Those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Husha, or Hosea in English, Usha the king, whom Shalmaneser the king of Ashur, which at the time, that's Assyria, Ashur, led away captive, and he carried them over the waters. What waters? And so came they into another land. But they took this counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt. And that's chapter 13, verse 40 through 41. And he mentions the same maps that I just showed you. It even says that for El Elyon, no, it says here, let me move up a little bit. And they entered into the Perat, which is the Euphrates, by the narrow places of the river. For El Elyon, the Most High Yah, then showed signs for them and held still the flood till they were passed over. For through that country there was a great way to go, namely, of the 1.5 year journey. And the same region is called Adzaret. Dude, it's right in there, bro. I mean, you know what I mean? I'm not making this stuff up, bro. This is where I get my philosophical ideas, is through the scriptures, bro. And then I apply it to what I see in archaeology, and it's all adding up. Anyways, I'm all done, guys. I think I monologued way too long. But I didn't mean to start a presentation, but there it is.
Yeah, it's over. Rick and Morty. That's it. That's the end of it.
Earth spinning wobbling to the spaceport.
Just say a couple nice words about Rick and Morty.
Cats, man, cats. They named the cat episode. Cats are very evil. I think cats control the brain of most people.
Oh yeah. But I mean, that's it, man. Rick and Morty, it's over. Done. Never be the same. It's tough. That's a tough one. I rely on this show to keep me entertained for about at least a quarter of the year. Fill me with hope. Hope in a creative, eclectic world. Full of strange people. It's like changing Bugs Bunny's voice. You know what I mean? You just can't do that. Well, we had a good run. 7 good seasons. You know? Sure, a couple of them are not that great, but that's a good chunk. It's not like The Simpsons where they can make these people do the voices under threat of death or whatever. They've got those people. Yeah, they do. By the short and curlies. Zanuck. Zanuck, you there?
I am. How's it going, Jason?
Good, man. Hey, I have some questions about. I'm not sure how much you know about the Michelson Morley experiment and about interferometers in general, but I was wondering if maybe you had the answers, or just curious of hearing your answer for a couple of
Yeah,
questions.
knowledge is pretty limited, to be honest. But I mean, I have a general, probably like you as well. And I mean, I used to know it a lot better back in the day, but maybe it's something that I'm aware of, and maybe it isn't. If it isn't, I like to hear it. Either way.
Yeah, I hear you. Basically, I was just wondering because Brian Leakey and a couple other people had asked me this the other day. How come in the Michelson Morley experiment they didn't pick up any fringe shift other than experimental error?
Because there was no ether. That's why they're expecting to get this. I forget the equivalence of the speed around the sun is.
Yeah. I mean, I know that, but I'm saying you know how everyone says ring laser gyros pick up the drift of the Earth to 15 degrees. Well, how come the Michelson Morley didn't pick up that 15-degree drift?
Should know this, actually. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, it's a good question, right? Like you have to kind of know the details.
I had the answers about 2 months ago when we were talking about it. I just kind of forgotten the whole logic and explanation behind it. Let's see.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it just wasn't sensitive enough, or if it's just not the right kind of setup, or if it had to do with the calibration.
I'm upset that I can't remember what the answer is. Because it was an easy question to answer 2 or 3 months ago. Now I'm like, whoa, I'm going to back myself way into it, because they, God bless them for thinking of this through and wondering, asking all the questions. A lot of the what's it questions are so easy to answer. I mean, we do have 3 ring laser gyros, and it's the reason they can detect this drift, because of the 3 axes that they actually are measuring. One alone may not measure it, depending on the axis that they're actually on. So they have 3 of them.
Yeah.
So we can back over. Let's see. So the logic is, okay, they got this Michelson Morley with the laser going through the semi-permeable mirror, get the return light. It should be if one laser is moving faster, the light's moving faster than the other, and you'll have a fringe shift that'll show on the display. If they point it in the direction of the Earth traveling around the sun, they should see this fringe shift, which they didn't see. So why isn't it detecting the actual rotation?
Yeah, because the famous clip with Bob with the ring laser gyro, he turns it on and they start picking up the drift and other ones that are in airplanes and stuff. But according to the report of the Michelson Morley, right, they didn't pick up any kind of measurement other than just slight variations that were within the experimental error allowance. So, how come theirs didn't pick up the rotation?
I think it has the wrong orientation if it's set horizontally. pick up a drift for a vertical movement. I'm really upset. I gotta dig this up again now.
I know. When they
Damn.
asked me, I was like, how did I forget the answer to this?
Guess the best thing to do is just look at the my notes on it.
I figured it either had something to do with the calibration or the sensitivity, but I can certainly be wrong about that.
Yeah, and I remember the calibration was expected too. In fact, there was something about the lengths of the contraption, because that's obviously going to have to be the exact same length, and there could be some error there. So they did something to make sure that the test canceled it out by either rotating it or changing or reversing the not the polarity but the orientation of these two directions and get the average result to make sure that whatever error there was, it was negated. That was also part of it. So when we're arguing with what's it on a daily basis, this stuff sticks in your head. But when we kind of let it go for a few weeks, it's like it goes out the window.
Yeah, right. Because like usually what happens is I'll hear other people arguing about something, and so I'll be like, "Huh, I'm gonna go look up stuff about that," and then then I'll get in on the argument the next time it happens. But then I just completely forget what I had read.
I mean, I'm trying to understand the setup too. Were they pointing it to the direction that the Earth moves around the sun? But that would only be in line at one point as it rotates. You kind of would be against and even with or with the rotation, depending on where you were, either facing the sun or at nighttime, right? So they must have done it like right at, I don't know, midnight or something. Face it to the east.
From what I understand, there's like a bunch of different variations of it, but like they did some at different times of the day, some at different times of the year, some they rotated. They had it like spinning on top of like a bath of mercury, or a bath of water, so that it was like constantly rotating. So there was a bunch of different kinds of variations that not just Michelson Morley, but other people have done as well. But there should be like a specific reason for why theirs didn't pick up the 15-degree drift.
Well, the 15-degree drift would have to be in a different axis than pointing it like to the west. Right? I mean, that's why they have 3 lasers that could actually determine and create a fringe shift no matter which direction it's pointed, because one of them would be affected by, and maybe 2 would be affected, and the third one wouldn't be affected by Earth's rotation. I mean, that's why so you got to think about how it actually works. It's sitting there in the airplane. You're sitting on a runway, and it's measuring, no matter where you are, 15-degree per hour drift, and they sit there for 8 minutes, make sure it's at that rate of 15-degree hour. And okay, everything instruments all functioning properly. Let's leave. They're flying. It's also detecting any kind of pitch, roll, or yaw with these 3-ring laser gyros.
Yeah, that could be it. But then why, right, if it has to be oriented a certain way, why did Bob, who just had 1 gyro, say that, the second they turned it on, that they were picking up a drift?
I thought he had a full 3-ring laser gyro that went out of an airplane. I didn't think he had just one.
No, I think he just had 1, if I recall correctly. I don't think he had like a whole inertial reference unit or Adaru or anything. I think he just had 1 ring laser gyro. But I could be wrong about that. But
That's how he has the whole contraption. It's not huge. It has three rings, 3 laser rings inside, and actually that's how they determine pitch, roll, and yaw on an airplane, along with the other instruments as
Maybe.
well.
He had like what he shows in the clip, from what I remember, is some like triangular thing.
Yeah, that's
with
the 3 ring
lasers. Okay. So he had all 3.
He had a 3 ring laser gyro. It's has 2 independent counterpropagating. Mechanical spring frequency.
I wish Kosho was here. Kosho would probably
Yeah,
know
here,
the answer right off the
here,
top.
here.
He always knows random shit like that.
I know, it's crazy. Okay. Simple information here. Yeah, in fact, I have clips of the 3 ring laser gyroscope too. In fact, let me get my pictures I have access, but my appropriate notes. Maybe I was transmitting in the live stream because I know I put that in there for a reason. Let's see, gyros, 3 ring laser gyro. There it is. So that's late contraction. 3 ring. Here we go. Okay. There's 1. There's 2. I think that's pretty much it. Let's maybe this guy too. There we go. Okay. Can you see the chat?
Yes, I can see the chat.
When I was arguing about it, I use these because I think these are the best descriptions and pictures of it. So let's see what it says.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the difference, right, Michelson Morley, was just an interferometer, right? It's just like you said, it's just one axis, whatever axis you point it at, whereas a ring laser gyro has all 3 axes.
Right. So, conjecture motor. Okay. Three ring laser gyros. I've already reset that RAM memory. That stuff is gone. Impressive. Where's Kosho when you need him?
No, forget it. Commenting. His girl is like making him stay off the internet. I just tagged him, so maybe that'll go to his phone and he'll show up.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the large scale version of this is obviously LIGO, right? You have the two arms, and they can detect this gravitational waves by this setup. It's a scale up version of that interferometer.
Yeah, yeah. There's the LIGO is it's like a scale up version of the Michelson interferometer.
I've written something down. I usually, when I get in these discussions, I kind of get the essence of the discussion and maybe the quick answer, and then I write it down. But that file is so long now, I try to navigate where I put it. Most, a couple paragraph summaries of these debates and interactions, especially like we're talking about Lorentz contractions and things. A lot of people's misconceptions were being spewed out there, so I kind of addressed most of them and then tucked it away. But I got so much stuff on it now that it's like a book.
Yeah, that stuff definitely will gets confusing when you start talking about Lorentz interactions and all
It's
that
funny that
jazz.
Bill's arguments were pretty funny. So it does contract, yes, from the inertial observer. What? So it's a virtual. So it doesn't contract. Yes, it does. There's all the verbiage and the language, the meanings.
Yeah, Jeremy loves to do that. Like he wants to make like there's like an outside perspective on reality that is like the true perspective.
Yeah. So
where
actually, it's not actually contracting. Well, from this reference frame, it is actually contracted from that reference frame. That's not actual. What do you mean actual? Is there a preferred reference frame? Yes, the actual reference frame. Which one is that? One is not rotating. One is not accelerating or rotating.
it's like both are valid. Both people are experiencing reality from their own reference. Like from the frame that's moving, it's not going to contract. It's an outside observer, an outside frame watching that person move would see it contracted, and it is contracted for that person. For the person moving in the frame, they don't see anything contracted, and that's also a valid view. But some people can't seem to grasp that.
And those tests at Slack too, where they were able to detect lengths by knowing how long some electromagnetic pulse was. That pulse became shorter as it whizzed by at near light speed.
Yeah, Slack is interesting.
10 to the minus 17 centimeters over the length of the arm. Wow. Looking at this LIGO interferometer.
Yeah, aren't they detecting like on the scale of like the diameter of a proton or something like that? Even smaller.
When a gravitational wave passes through the interferometer, it will make one arm of the interferometer shorter and the other longer. And these changes in distance will appear in the change its fringes between the two beams. LIGO is an extremely sensitive instrument. It can detect a change of a distance of 10 to the minus 17 centimeters over the length of the arm. That's just mind-boggling.
Yeah, that's an extremely small distance.
Right. I mean, they make it seem like they did the Mike Mickelson Morley. One time it was very, very kind of crude and very advanced, obviously.